Okay, Carrie, I think we can go ahead and get started.
All right. Okay, let's go. I call this meeting to order for the Fund for Veterans Assistance. Welcome and good morning. The time is now 8:34. And so let's go to agenda item number 2, roll call. Mr. Dan Ball. Not present. Mrs. Jamila James.
Here, ma'am.
Present. Mr. Luis Martinez.
Here, ma'am.
Mr. John Perez. Mr. John Perez. Mr. Pete Rispoli.
Here, ma'am.
Mr. Omar Williams.
Here, ma'am.
Mr. Richard Delgado.
Present, ma'am.
Mr. Dusty Johnson.
Present.
Carrie Rayna present. So we have 7 members present, 2 not. That is a quorum with 7 members present. So we have a quorum. I'd like to ask committee member Luis Martinez to now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I call on Mr. Dusty Johnson to now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the Texas flag. Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, and indivisible. Thank you.
Not familiar with that yet.
Okay, now we'll move on to number 3, public comment. At this time, I will open the floor to any members of the public who wish to provide public comment to the advisory committee members on matters under its purview. Mr. Irvi Leos, do we have any public comment in the room today?
We do not.
Okay, no public comment. Ms. Ileana Vasquez, do we have any public comment online?
We do not.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, agenda item number 4, presentation and discussion and action on the minutes of January 17th Fund for Veterans Assistance Advisory Committee training meeting. It's the approval of our past meeting minutes. You should have received these minutes from the FVA staff Monday, January 26th, and reviewed them in advance of our meeting today. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of January 17th, 2024 FVA Advisory Committee meeting as presented? All right, motion made.
Second.
Yes, Dusty, I did. And we also changed Jamila's name as well. There was a misspelling for an extra H.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Luis Martinez, you are made the motion for the record. Is there a second?
Second. Second.
Seconded by Mr. Richard Delgado. Any discussion? Nothing heard. All those in favor? Aye.
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 I gotta see everything. All right. It is 7 yeas. Any nays? 0. So motion passes with 7 yeas and 0 nays. All right, we'll move on to number 5, annual election of the vice chair. As discussed at the January 17th meeting, the person selected as vice chair will be shadowing me as much as possible for the remainder of the grant cycle. This ends May 16th, 2024, commission meeting. The role of the vice chair is to step into the chair's role when that individual is not available. Therefore, this year's vice chairman should be able and willing to attend meetings in Austin in person, both advisory committee as well as TVC commissioner meetings. The chairperson ultimately plays a crucial role in facilitating productive meetings within the framework of relevant rules and regulations that our general counsel provides. Is there a motion to nominate and elect a chair for the FVA Advisory Committee for the 2020 calendar year?
I have a motion, ma'am.
The motion is for the elect a vice chair for the FVA Advisory Committee for the 2020 calendar year.
I nominate Ms. Peter Rispoli.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second for Mr. Peter Rispoli? Carrie Reyna seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, we have any opposed? 0 opposed, so we have 7 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. Rispoli, congratulations, sir. I look forward to working with you.
As do I. Thank you, team.
All right, agenda item number 6 is the committee's discussion of the application materials. The time is 08:41. We have presentations scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. Therefore, what questions or comments would the committee like to bring up before we begin presentations?
How did everybody do? This is Elaine Zavala. How did everybody do with the Flux system and the Excel spreadsheet that was sent out?
Very good. I was able to log in, to filter through the spreadsheet, got everything that I needed. Thank you.
Yeah, I personally had no problem logging in. I think what we discussed in, which is contained in the meeting minutes from January, I was able to zero in on some things better based on what we discussed. But is there anyone else that, yes, sir, Omar?
I agree. The spreadsheet was very user-friendly, straightforward with explaining how you should go about evaluating some of these organizations, and also the advice I had reached out and asked that helped with the process as well. So no issues on my end.
Well, thank you for your feedback. Anyone else have feedback on when they were in Flux in that? I know I had an easier time. I'd like to say, Irv, you've worked long and hard on that. Flux was a heck of a lot easier to get into to previous iterations some of us are used to. So thanks for the great work. Okay, are there any comments, anything you want to bring up as we, before we start listening to presentations and actually go live afterwards, going in Flux and filling out these Excel spreadsheets? Okay, nothing heard?
Jerry,
Yes, Elaine.
since we are ahead of schedule, it's 8:41. The committee had asked for time for discussion. And so our presentations are actually scheduled for 9 a.m., starting at 9 a.m. And therefore we would be starting really early for some of the people, with their times coming. So let me go ahead and get some notes out of the way for our advisory committee members regarding the next steps for the instructions, basically. So you received the Flux applications, right? There should be 152 in there. Originally, we had 151. there was an administrative error and we found one more organization that was moved forward to eligible status. So you have already been reviewing applications. In that Excel spreadsheet provided, that spreadsheet is for you to put your draft notes in, your draft rankings. We are here today listening to presentations. The presentations will be basically verbalizing their grant application to you. Remember to keep questions regarding the application solely based on the presentation and solely based on the application as well. Then we will need your final rankings put into Flux no later than close of business, or actually it's a Sunday, March 31st. If you could do that end of day, Sunday, March 31st, that's your next action item. Once you put in your final rankings in Flux, then Irv will go ahead and make another spreadsheet. That is for your recommendation meeting, which will be April 10th. So that's just some housekeeping that we had later in the day. But again, this is just a reminder for everybody.
So, Ms. Zavala, I'd like to query the committee members. Now that we've moved a month to the right, what I mean is, we met in January. Here we are, like at the beginning of March. Is April the 10th looking at your schedules where you see very little conflict and will be able to come? And I want to stress come here because it gets to be, when you see the commendables and you see the excellence, that pretty much goes quickly. It's as we get down into the lower numbers of whether we're going to vote them through as a tranche or are we going to go one by one. So that is extremely hard to try and do over the virtual. I fully understand life happens, but that's where, and Pete, take note, that's where me, you, and Elaine will, well, me and Elaine, but you never know if I'm not there. We get into quite a discussion with the commissioners on why we voted in who we voted in when the rankings start getting way down there on that spreadsheet. And the other thing I want to bring up, since we do have a little bit of time for you members that have veteran status, last year we decided as a committee to stop at a certain threshold. Now it's in the minutes and that. But I will say that this year we're going all the way down the line. And, if someone, there are applicants out there that were in the lowest ranking, then we're going to rank them too. So I want to advise everyone now that that is going to happen on this iteration. So all 152 applications will be rank ordered within their tranches. Did I say that right, Mrs. Zavala?
That's a good point to bring up because you're correct. Last year, there was at a certain point, there was no more ranking and it was just kind of pushed forward to the commission saying, hey, as we voted in the Excel spreadsheet, that's what the commission should be using to basically grant if there's extra funding. And this year we know that there's probably going to be extra funding, and I want to make sure that the commission is provided your full suggestion and recommendation as it should be, as it is written. That is why the advisory committee exists. That's the purpose. And that is what we look to you all to do for the commission. So that is a big request. I support your ask.
Well, and I support your ask. And, if you think about all these grant writers out there, wherever they are in Texas, I feel personally responsible to, all these veterans organizations that are writing these grants, and they get our full attention and time on rank ordering them all. So any comments on what I or Ms. Zavala had to say?
Miss Rena, April 10th is good for me on that first matter, and I confirm the understanding that all applicants need to be ranked.
Thank you, Ms. James. I think, Ms. James, I think you brought up a good point. Now that we have a couple extra minutes, is there anyone right now that thinks they may, barring life happening, is there anyone that thinks that 10 April is going to be an issue coming here to Austin? So that means you'd actually come in on the night of the 9th. Okay, well, nothing heard, barring life, then it sounds like Ms. Zavala, we're good for April the 10th, so we can take care of that.
Great. Thank you so much. And we are working with our training team to reserve this room again as well. And for those of you all that are online, we will be also having a Zoom so that you can watch as the advisory committee makes their recommendations. Well, thank you for that discussion. We can begin the presentations if you like, and then we have our schedule. Our staff is downstairs checking people in. We have Noah and Ileana online. They are looking for actual virtual presenters as well. As you can see, we have a full schedule. So I will yield to your recommendation.
Is there anyone out there that needs to take care of a quick break? If not, I would just like to go ahead and start with any applicant presentations.
I was kind of hoping something to fix my-
What's going on?
Okay. We're gonna stand fast here a minute. Ms. Zavala's gonna try and help
Oh,
with
I got
Dusty's computer to go online.
Hey, Carrie,
Yes, Mr. Delgado.
real quick, sorry. When he's talking, we can't hear him online, so just make sure that if he
Oh,
can.
Mr. You talking Dusty?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. We'll have him speak closer into the mic. Thanks for the feedback. Yes. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we'll try and start in about 3-4 minutes.
And Bear County, you'll be the first presenter. Okay. I'll go ahead and mute us real quick.
Oh, so this is in a.
Yeah, these are not working very well.
Mhm.
It's a
Okay,
brand new building, but
Mhm.
you can't individually mute your own mic.
Murphy.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Michelle, did you print out those table tents?
Oh,
What's going on? How are you?
Yeah.
Sure. This is our general counsel.
Nice to meet you.
Wait, how did they come out?
Hi, Carrie Rayner. Carrie.
Here. Dusty Johnston.
What's up, brother? Luis.
I had to get like.
That's okay. Then move on. Yeah. I don't think that's an IT thing. Okay.
And then surgeon.
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Palladino. We're on a like a 2-second break. One of our advisory committees went to the restroom and good morning. How are you doing? Is it?
How you doing? Good to see you again.
Mr. P. Yeah, it's very nice.
This is our new advisory committee member. And you met Dusty at our last meeting. So Omar came all the way from North Texas. Yeah.
Training? I did.
He was here.
Yes, sir.
Far, yeah.
Yes,
They're
they're all
online.
over there.
Yes.
Would you like to speak to everyone?
Yeah, we can actually, if you would take a seat. If you take a seat, we can bring everybody back.
Everybody.
Yeah. What's going on?
So
Okay, for those of you out there.
Or it goes to you or to the commission.
You can actually ask them right now. But make sure that they're very because they will go into, they won't be speaking to the application. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you keep it to the application. Wait, let's see. He gets here. Okay, yeah. Will you introduce him?
Yeah. All right. For those of you out there in virtual land, our committee members, Mr. Palladino, the Texas Veterans Commission Executive Director, would like to address us. So, Mr. Palladino, sir, welcome.
Thank you, Carrie, very much. To all the FVA Advisory Committee members, I want to thank you for serving on this committee, and what you do makes a huge difference in the lives of our veterans and their family members across the state. So thank you for volunteering to serve and then going through the training and then going through all the applications, the next 2 meetings. It's a lot of work, and we really appreciate you participating in this endeavor in order to make sure that we have a great funding recommendation to the commissioners in May so that they can award the grants. To all the applicants out there, all of the whoever's watching and the ones in the room, so all the grant organizations, all the nonprofits, counties, and cities that have applied for grant funding, thank you for what you do for our veterans and their families in the particular service that you render them. And because without all of these additional services, veterans and their families would not be able to get the resources that they need to meet to meet their specific needs in order to better their life and to maintain their physical and mental well-being or improve their standard of living. So what you do makes a difference in their lives. And so thank you for what you do. Thank you for applying for the grants and getting them in on time and getting all of your paperwork in so that you can be looked at by the advisory committee. And of course, I think most of you know the process. The advisory committee will listen to in the next 2 days all the applicants if they want to present, and then they'll do a funding recommendation. I think next month, 2 months,
April 10th.
April 10th, and that'll go to the commission, and the commissioners make the final decision in May, and then the grant start in July. So the best of luck to everyone out there. Thank you for what you're doing, and And best of luck today in your applications. And we're in this brand new room. This is our brand new boardroom, the George H.W. Bush building. And so I think everything's working great. So I turn it back over to you, Carrie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palladino. All right, with that said, we'll go ahead and go to agenda item number 7. And this is the 24-25 eligible application presentations. First, I'd like to thank you all for attending today in person or online. During this meeting today and tomorrow morning, we will hear application presentations from applicants who applied for grants under the categories of Veteran County Services, Veteran Treatment Courts, Veteran Mental Health, Housing for Texas Heroes, and General Assistance Grants for 2024-2025 grant period. Our first agenda item for today is the application presentations made by the applicants for the Veteran County Services. At this time, I would like Ms. Zavala, Director of the Fund for Veterans Assistance, to review how the presentations will proceed. Ms. Zavala.
All right, thank you, Carrie. As you noted, today we will hear from eligible organizations that have applied for grant funds under the 24-25 RFA. There are an estimated 56 presentations scheduled for today. Each organization will have 5 minutes to speak to the committee. If your organization submitted slides, Ms. Ileana Vasquez is online and Noah Mitchell. They are hosting us via Zoom and will be controlling your presentation. So therefore, all presenters should verbally state when to advance the next slide, please. And please note there's probably 1 second of a delay from them hearing us here in the conference room to them actually making the slide advance, okay? And so I will act as our moderator for today and will cue the presenters to address the committee per our schedule. So I ask that you kindly be prepared to sit closer to the podium or be prepared to request an unmute and show your camera as well online. Mr. James Murphy is sitting up here in the front in our conference room with us. He's our compliance officer and will be assisting with timekeeping today so that you are aware of the 5 minutes that you have. For those of y'all online, there will also be a timer via Zoom as well. So we just want to be kind to everybody. Use your 5 minutes, that it's ample time to speak on your application. And just with the number of organizations that we have lined up today, it's critical that we just keep to the schedule. Hopefully we are a bit early and we run on schedule too. You know, either one of those would work, hopefully. So for those of y'all presenting online, just know that, you know, we will kindly kind of give you an interruption in your mic or camera to let you know that time is up. And so committee members will have the opportunity to ask questions after each presentation. So you'll have your 5 minutes, then questions afterwards. And so online presenters, if you do go over your 5 minutes, we're going to mute you, but then also we will send you a request to unmute yourself so that you can answer your questions as well. For the presenting organizations, please keep your answers brief and to the point as well. Please don't go off on tangents. Please stick to the project that you are proposing in your grant application. And all presenters are urged, you know, just keep in mind, today's going to be fluid. We have people coming in and out, some people that might not have found the parking, some people that might not have found the building. So let's just try and be flexible today. If you have missed your time, please know that we will try to fit you in, you know, at the next available time. But if you are very, very late, we will probably just put them at the end of the day. So that concludes my remarks. I think we are ready to go.
Thank you, Ms. Zavala. Would you please now call the first presenter
For VCSOs.
for VCSOs?
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. So we have Bear County Commissioners Court. It's a VCSO grant, general assistance, and we have Mr. Keith Wilson, the executive director, here with us. Keith?
Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to come in. Tom,
Tom told me I had 45 minutes. So I prepared all my comments and remarks. And then I got here and he said, no, 4 to 5 minutes. So I understand and appreciate the time frame and obviously appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'll try to hit the kind of the wave top on what we're looking for. It's been a few years since the county has requested financial assistance from the state. So we're learning in some cases, some of the processes over again. Some of the data that we put on here is based on past experience and what we are experiencing now as individuals come through our department. So if we can go to the first slide, please. So you can see here, we've asked for the $300,000 tied to financial assistance. I'll go into a little more detail on the specifics of what we anticipate providing that in based on, again, the individuals that come through our offices. Beneficiaries to be served, we did distribute that across the types of clients that we see from veterans, family members, and surviving spouses, which are part of our client makeup already. If you go to the next slide, please. One of the things that we want to focus on as we talk short-term assistance, I like to use the term, we're building a short-term bridge to long-term solutions. So we see this as an opportunity to help provide short-term assistance to help individuals get to a solution either through us or more likely through community partners or even within the county. We do a lot of work with our community partners and the departments within our county to provide long-term services and assistance. We're actually working with our social services team to build an intake assessment based on what they do through their social services department to better understand and assess the needs and the severity of the clients as they come through. You'll see in here some of the common requests that we get for assistance. It ranges from utility assistance, mortgage or housing type assistance. And again, we're looking at short-term solutions. We had an individual come into our office just yesterday to file a disability claim, but in the context of the discussions with him, we realized that the county was in the process of selling his property for significant back taxes that he owed. And so he was living in his neighbor's shed. And so we're working with our social services team and some of our community partners on finding long-term solutions. But this would be a case where we might be able to provide short-term housing through extended apartment, hotels, etc. The other one that we often get requests for is transportation assistance. Now we do have partners that do that, the ACOG and others, but this would give us just another resource. If you go to the next slide, please, it breaks down our personnel requests. So we see one intake specialist and then one case manager. We already do intake and client management specific to processing disability claims, as well as our department is put some focus on transition assistance. So individuals that are separating primarily from Joint Base San Antonio, but also towards employment and other transition related services. So we have some capabilities resident. This would expand that to include more of the social service type case management that allows us to assess across greater needs and demands of the clients. Next slide, please. How do you meet quarterly benchmarks? Well, again, as the county VSO, we're kind of uniquely postured in that we already have a routine intake of clients that come to us. The predominance is for claims, service-connected disability claims, which is the vast majority of what we do. But as part of that intake, we will start utilizing an assessment tool to determine other needs and to help us assess kind of the risk or the severity of those needs so that we can better determine what the right solution is, whether it's us, whether it's community partners, or a combination therein. We also partner with a lot of other entities within the department, within the county, everything from the reentry program for individuals that are getting out of incarceration and transitioning back into society. So we already have existing relationships there. We're tied in with the Veterans Treatment Court. So as individuals complete those programs and kind of move forward in life, we have the opportunity to work with and coordinate service and support for them. So we have a lot of those already in place that just make it a natural fit for us to better help and serve the clients that come through. In the next slide, getting to our outreach. Again, this is inherent in what we do already. So this just becomes an additional service that we're able to provide. One of the things that I like to tell our folks is oftentimes when individuals are in crisis, they oftentimes first look to the government to help them. And so that's a natural fit for us. So that concludes my presentation.
All right, sir. Are there any questions? Any questions out in our virtual committee members?
Yes.
Yes,
Question.
go ahead, Mrs. James.
Mr. Wilson, this is Ms. James, committee member. I was just wondering what constitutes success in the VCSO? Like, how often are you seeing folks come back, and how do you kind of know that the help that you've given has been helpful to them?
Yeah, so it's an interesting question because, again, we haven't provided these types of services in the past. It's been a few years since we did. Because we haven't been doing that, we don't market it as, us being able to provide those services because we don't have the resources to distribute. We do often, frankly, we get the vast majority of our requests for help from those that are coming in to process their disability claims. And then as we talk to them and realize that they have other needs, and then we can get them connected and partner for that. On the claim side, we often do have individuals that come back to us on a recurrent basis, whether that is to submit supplemental claims, whether that's to appeal findings, et cetera. But just based on the nature of what we've done in the past, we don't have the kind of the data to show specific to these types of assistance because it tends to be the one-offs right now.
Thank you.
So this was my question. In your application, you said clients served, you're saying 220. And of course, you're in a big footprint out there. But what constitutes short term?
So, for example, the individual that came through yesterday, living in a shed, right? We can't provide a long-term solution for him to get long-term housing. What we can do is provide short-term housing. So maybe that's a week, 2 weeks. We work with partners. There's an organization called American GI Forum. It does a lot of long-term housing solutions in the area. So we can work with them on long-term solutions. So generally, I look at 7 to 14 days as short-term solutions or inside that window.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Mr. Martinez.
So when you have a veteran and when veterans come in, it's not, I foresee I'm going to have an issue later.
Sure.
Most of it's, I have an issue and needs to be taken care of right now.
Absolutely.
As far as like, rent, mortgage, utilities, even groceries. Sure. How fast is the process for y'all when as soon as they come in the door and say, hey, I need help?
So for us right now, it's a referral piece. So again, but the challenge is because we don't have that inherent in us in our department already. So right now we can work to reach out to refer to an organization. Sometimes that's within, a day or two. In other cases, if there's a limited availability, it takes longer. Our goal is to be able to provide immediate response and recognizing, to your point, veterans come often when they're in crisis, not when they anticipate something in the future. Now, part of our transition program allows us to start working with individuals early in the transition process, which, the VA studies show that the vast majority of veteran suicides in the post 9/11 demographic occur within the 18 months of separation from military. So we want to focus on those individuals to reduce transition stressors early in the process before they become crisis.
Okay. And then when you work with the veterans, when you come in, I noticed you say you work with a bunch of various discharge statuses, which is awesome. How do you verify besides if you have a veteran that comes in with no DD-214, no HINC,
Sure,
no archive letter? How do you verify the veteran status after that?
Yeah. So right now we're in the process. We're working with the VA Squares access, which would allow us to do a query of DD-214s. So that will be a long-term solution for us. We've already identified our managers. Now we're going through the training for our users, if you will, to be able to utilize Squares, which is kind of the standard. For some individuals, we're getting access to HMIS, which is the Homeless Management Information System. So individuals that may have processed through other shelters or homeless type facilities may have that data in HMIS. So we'll have a few different options, and then long term is we can submit to the archives to get those, but obviously that takes a lot longer.
Well, and archives right now is still processing homeless and situations, but there's even cases where Marine Corps veterans don't have, even younger veterans don't have their DD-214s in archives. They got to contact Quantico right away. So do you partner with the VA as far as like getting a viz or anything like that that does verify the veteran status, regardless if they have a DD-214 or not?
Yes. So again, in between the vet centers outreach team, we're tied in with the VA social services out of Audie Murphy and that whole group. So all those different avenues are resources that we already use. You know, I think Squares will, when we get that, will be our best solution, but we've already had to use those others. You know, in specific with homeless going out on the streets, they're not carrying DD-214s and ID cards. So being able to have that access will give us that ability. And sometimes it's not easily available. And that then we will work with partners and others to figure out the.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Delgado, he's in virtual, sir.
Hey, Mr. Wilson, quick question. I know you said that Bear County hasn't received district funding recently. With the position that you're wanting to add, is that going to be enough to get, you know, the personnel you needed to, now you're going to have this additional request coming in?
Yeah, we think so. Again, based on our existing intake capabilities and existing client management capabilities, this will augment what we kind of already do. If we were starting from scratch with no kind of organizational infrastructure, it'd be a different case. But we already do intake. We already do client management specific to claims, specific to transitions and employment. This just augments those capabilities specific to identifying and providing these direct assistance and resources.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anyone else? All right, sir. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank y'all.
Okay, so up next,
Are you calling?
Yeah. Up next, we have Hayes County Veteran Services, General Assistance, and we have online Jude Prather, Director of Hayes County Services Office. And then next up, we have Harris County. So Harris County for peer support via MATRE grant. They're also going to be remote, Ileana. That is Dave Lewis on deck. So have Jude come up. Thanks.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Amanda Torres. I'm here presenting on behalf of Jude Prather for Hope for Hayes County Veterans.
Will there be a timer on the screen, Ileana? There we go.
Good morning. Thank you for attending today's meeting. As I said, my name is Amanda Torres. I'm here on behalf of Hope for Hayes County Veterans. Maybe please move on to the next slide. Hope for Hayes supports veterans and their dependents within Hayes counties. That does include spouses, surviving spouses, and dependents when we do have the applications at hand. Next slide, please. As a unit of government, we are requesting $250,000 towards our financial assistance grant to take care of all of the services provided within the grant. We are anticipating on serving 140 clients, and within those clients, we're hoping to serve about 89 veterans, 27 dependents, and 24 spouses. And again, our grant only serves Hayes County veterans and dependents. Next slide, please. So out of the $250,000, exactly $187,400 will be spent directly towards client services. And as presented here on the screen, you can see the breakdown of how we're anticipating most of those funds to go towards. As we presented last time we were here, most of those funds we are anticipating to go towards rent, mortgage, and utility payments, since that is what we're currently seeing the greatest demand in Hayes County. And the next slide, please. Okay, so with TVC funds, we tend to employ one program manager. That is the only position funded within the grant. So essentially the remaining funds out of the 250,000 would just go towards salary, wages, friends, benefits, and travel. Specifically with the travel, that is only to include gas expenditures. On occasion, in a personal vehicle, if needed, I do go deliver financial assistance checks to vendors if there is time sensitivity. So then that 244 were essentially just reimbursed throughout the entire grant cycle just for gas mileage. But then aside from that, I'm hoping just very cut and dry. Next slide, please. Okay. So how do we plan on doing it? So essentially we plan on serving about 12 veterans per month and about expending about $15,000 per month. Now, the way I kind of broke it down within that $15,000, we're again anticipating about 47% of those funds per month to go towards a rent and a mortgage payments as well. And I also included this graph, just kind of break down, I guess, another visual of how we expect our funds to be spent. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Again, so how do we continue? How do we plan on reaching veterans? So currently, our strategy has been word of mouth. Last grant cycle, we did for about a month use Facebook, but essentially because the need is so high and he's kind of it's literally just word of mouth. If needed, if we do need to expand more, and currently it is in the works, we want to continue to maintain our partnerships with local VFWs and just other veteran communities here in Hayes County. As well as we would like to table up more events within the community just so that we can get ourselves out there as well. And then as well as just targeted advertising, just trying to figure out, I guess, what are veterans using, how can we best reach them, and just things like that. Next slide, please. Okay, and that is it. Thank you. Any questions?
So I have one question on the assistive technology. What is that? And how long is it for?
Assistive technologies is one of the services within the grant. So essentially when we apply for the grant, we check everything off, but within assistive technologies, that can include things such as hearing aids, wheelchairs, any devices that if they're not provided through the VA, or if the veteran or the client is unable to get those services through the VA or an available warehouse, then we could use funding to purchase those items for the veteran. Granted, if they have a doctor's note saying that they do need those items.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Mr. Martinez?
Yes, ma'am. Also, I see you guys also do restorative dental care as well. You're gonna do for veterans. How are those veterans referred to you for dental care?
Again, it is all word of mouth, and to be, I guess, blunt, commissioners, we do not always use restorative dental care. We do have that section there because essentially we do have veterans that come to us, but even though when they do come to us for restorative dental care, they come to us with about $10,000 in debt, or $10,000 in needing of services. So again, it's just completely word of mouth for us. Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anyone else?
I have a question.
Okay, Ms. James, I acknowledge you, and then or I'll get your question, okay? Go ahead, Ms. James.
Good morning, Ms. Torres. On the application, it says that it's typically about 18 days for the veteran to get whatever the service is. Given the urgency that typically comes with these items, why is it 18 days? And how are clients kind of responding to that?
So that is roughly an estimate. It all depends on our commissioner's court. So the way that we operate within Hayes County, applicants come to me and they apply for the assistance, and then I do the paperwork on the back end, and I essentially send that off to commissioner's court, and the commissioner's court gives the final approval. Thankfully, we are now running checks about every week, but then it really does depend when I get the application, because I have if I get the application prior to Wednesday, then I can definitely get the client a check the next week. But if I get the application on Thursday or Friday, then because of the way that we run checks within Hayes County, it would have to come the following week. Does that make sense, or did I answer the question?
It does. It does still feel like it's a very long time, given that mortgage payments and things like that, you could be in default.
I agree. Unfortunately, just the way that Hayes County is set up, we only do check payments. We don't have the ability to do credit card payments. do have credit card payments for some utility bills. For example, if they are time sensitive and under $500, I do have a credit card that I can utilize. But just the way that the grants is just set up within Hays County, I do have to go through Commissioner's Court before any of the checks for final approval before they print.
Understood. And then one more question. It says that the case manager checks in monthly to make sure that it's unduplicated, that the clients are unduplicated. Is there a maximum dollar amount that's applied, or is there like a certain time period of coverage that each veteran gets? Can you clarify that for us, please?
We do not have a maximum amount. In terms of time period, I believe it's written within the grant documents that clients are allowed to apply for financial services once every 6 months, I believe it's technically. So technically within our grant, we just say once per grant cycle, but technically if a veteran is in need and they do need the services, again, they can reapply within 6 months. And they do not have a cap within our grant.
Thank you.
Of course.
Omar?
Hi, Ms. Torres. This is Omar Williams. So in the application, it's noted that something to the effect that the program manager will be overall responsible for ensuring there aren't any duplicates. Now, is there a specific system that the organization uses or a method to ensure there's no duplication of clients?
All our records are stored electronically, and I also maintain an Excel spreadsheet of all the clients. So that is how we just kind of check it that way. Just as clients apply, I just check it with my spreadsheet and just make sure. And then of course, because I'm the person, I do remember my clients. But I do of course have an Excel spreadsheet to make sure in case my memory fails me. Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Luis?
Yes, ma'am. So going back to the expediency of the application process, if you're waiting on the veteran to come in, most times veterans, again, they don't come in when they foresee an incident coming. Most of it is like, it happened just now and I need my rent paid tomorrow. So obviously you can't cut the check by tomorrow because you got to wait for Commissioner's Court to meet. Is there another way of you contacting the mortgage company or the renter or whatever, saying, we are going to give a letter saying, hey, we are going to pay the rent and the mortgage for this veteran?
Yes, absolutely. So in lieu, I apologize, I didn't clarify that. So if it is time sensitive as well, so in addition to just producing the checks, I do send a pledge letter as well. I either by request of the client itself, the vendor, or if I personally see that this is very time sensitive, I will reach out to the vendor and just by email and phone, and also email them my pledge letter as well and saying, hey, we're pledging to pay this much, we're expecting to go to Commissioner's Court by this time, and then it is up to the vendor to accept my pledge letter. In most cases they do. Yes.
You also take care of the late fees?
Some of the fees, it all depends on how it's written specifically within the grant documents. We do have the ability to take care of the late fees, but there are certain fees that I believe that TVC does exclude specifically.
Then would you reach out to other organizations that could help you as far as like taking care of those late fees as you're taking care of the rent, mortgage, utilities?
Oh, absolutely. So we do work with organizations currently right now within Hays County. But I do think it is important to note that Hays County is what I personally would say kind of a resource drought. When it comes to rent and mortgage decisions specifically for veterans, there's only myself, or not myself, Hope for Hays County, and then one other organization in Hays County that can specifically help veterans with rent and mortgage. Does that answer your question?
Thank you very much, Ms. Torres.
Of course.
No more
All right.
questions.
All right, on to the next. Let's bring up Harris County VCSO Peer Support Services online. We have Dave Lewis. And then on deck, we're moving to Veteran Treatment Courts. We have Dallas County Veterans Treatment Program, Judge Dominique Collins here in the room. So please be ready. Dave Lewis, you are up.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for allowing me to present today. Could I have the next slide, please? Okay, so this is a proposal for a peer-supported service mental health program to reach into our Harris County Jail to serve veterans that are incarcerated in the Harris County Jail. About 2,700 veterans passed through our jail last year. Recidivism rates are in the mid-70s. So our goal is, and we're already doing this on a limited basis, is to be able to spend time. We do have, as county employees, access into the jail. And be able to do the reentry planning and basically do assessments within the jail. A lot of our veterans are facing co-occurring determinants. Veterans are 3 times more likely to die by suicide, having spent time in the justice system. So that's our approach here. Next slide, please. So this is what we'll do in the jail. This will be provided by our 3-person team that we're proposing. So first of all, veteran identification, working with the in-processing people. Veterans don't always identify to the mental health screeners, don't always identify to the jail staff. VRSS is the other way. So we triangulate those 3 pieces to try to figure out ground truth for where our veterans are. We do have a dedicated veterans pod that serves about 80 of the veterans. We have a daily census of about 200. Review and initiation of FVAAC claims, particularly if they already have a disability rating. Time is of the essence there. I'm trying to look for that 90-day point. Reentry planning tailored to the veteran needs, both a deliberate reentry if they're going to be there for a while. Veteran needs could be anything from treatment to employment to you name it. And then crisis reentry as well, just like going to war, delivering crisis planning here. So the peer-based mental health planning support for post-incarceration that includes case management to be able to dovetail into our existing programs. Coordination of stabilization treatment programs, including transportation, especially transportation from the release point of the jail, 48 to 72 hours is critical. That's typically where we lose veterans, and that's typically where they wind up right around on the other side at the Joint Processing Center and back in the jail again. So we're also looking to do identification and coordination of a veterans docket, which we are proposing a pilot project. I'll explain more about that later. Veteran treatment court eligibility, the veteran treatment court staff and VJOs are not presently in the jails. The VJO is there virtually, but we're the only government service that is in the jail on a routine basis. And then we'll do eligibility of veterans using squares and or VetPro. Slide, please. So the program is 2 peer support specialists. They'll be certified from Via Hope as reentry peer specialists. Understand that. And then a supervising case manager. Those are 3 fully funded positions here. No contractors. All of the funded positions will spend time in the jail and doing the case coordination post release. Slide, please. We know 12.5 veterans per month with the average daily census of 200. We're not concerned about meeting that. Really, we're more interested in dovetailing how we're going to bring this in with our existing programs and within the Veteran Treatment Court existing programs here. And based on the amount we're requesting, that's about $24,500 a month. Most of that will be salary-based. Slide. We don't need an outreach plan because we're doing inreach. We meet them where they are. We've got over a dozen key community stakeholders identified and included in the grant planning, and our ultimate effectiveness will be measured by recidivism rate. Slide, please. So our VTC is set up on the Judge Robert Russell model. I've been intimately involved in that for a long, long time. The problem is we need 8 of those courts to be able to handle the capacity of what we see in incarcerations, 2,700 plus. We are currently, as a county, outsourcing inmates, spending $50 million of taxpayer money annually to outsource inmates to 3 different facilities in Texas and 1 in Louisiana, 1 in Mississippi. So we are working a pilot project to take a 3-prong approach to this, and that is a diversion plus a docket plus VTC. And the practices will be developed in accordance with the current, easy for me to say, Veterans Justice Commission going on at a national level. That's my presentation. I'll be glad to take your questions.
Are there any questions? I don't see any hands raised out in our virtual committee members, so thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Can we bring up Harris County, Judge Dominique Collins? Dallas County?
Yeah, Dallas County.
What did I say? Harris County?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. I think I saw that on the screen.
Morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
I'm Dominique Collins. I'm the judge of the Dallas County Veterans Treatment Court. We are in our 13th year. And first, I'd like to thank you for always being so supportive. You guys are the reason why we can serve the veterans and restore them to their former grandeur. And I appreciate everything that you guys do. Our Veterans Court's been going, like I said, 13 years. We run like most Veterans Court, but one of the things that we're most proud of that's different about us is that we're a complete diversion court. You know, our veterans put their hands up to support, defend, and even are willing to die for their country. And so I don't want them to put their hands up and say, now I'm a guilty criminal. So we don't do that. It's complete diversion. The people make it through our program with their treatment, the supervision, the stability period. That means now you're having a job, you're having your veterans benefits, your housing's in order, all those things. 3 months of that, then their cases are dismissed and expunged. And we're very, very proud that we're not making veterans into criminals. Our court what we're going to do differently this year is we're doing some jail in-reach. Because of the COVID environment, I didn't want to send someone into jail. So now I'm actually sending someone into jail to visit with the veterans. Then they also write their lawyer a letter saying, hey, please consider our program, telling them what we can do, that kind of thing. The other thing we're going to be doing differently this year is that we're going to try to go regional. We do a lot of courtesy supervision, and so we'd like to go regional and get our grant money back up. And we're asking with the $300,000 this year. We've been getting that for several years. Before that, we were receiving the 5. And so we'd like to get our funding up. So we're looking to go regional and serve 4 counties, including ours. Any questions?
So, Judge, what 4 counties are you going to serve?
I'm looking to try, well, not counties, I'm sorry, like other cities. I'm looking to go into Paris, Texas, maybe, and just places that we're trying to talk Kaufman County into going with us. There's places who are thinking of starting their own veteran courts, and we're saying, hey, no, I can fully support you, and just want to do that. So we're just looking to find 4 that will have us, basically, because a lot of people wanting to start their own.
And what's your success rate?
We have a very good success rate. I would say basically we're more proud of our recidivism rate. It's about 5%. It's gotten that's where we've gotten because of our COVID environment. Before that, we were at 2.
All right, Judge. Anyone else?
Judge, this
Yep.
is James, committee member. So you mentioned that the charges are completely dismissed, and you just talked about the success rates. How far after they've graduated from this program are you tracking the veterans? Is it a year, 2 years? Kind of give us an idea of how.
Honestly, we track all of them because we have this list, and when somebody comes back to jail, it's a big conversation. Oh man, Mr. So-and-so came back to jail. Is there a way we could have better served him so he wouldn't come back to jail? That kind of thing.
Sorry, so to clarify, so you're saying you're effectively tracking the folks that are coming back in, and the assumption is if I don't see you, everything must be going well.
Yes, and there's some of them that we actually invite them to come back and be mentors in our program. And we've got about 3 of them that are mentors now who've graduated from our program.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Delgado, we have one out in virtual, a committee member, ma'am.
Hey, Judge, thank you for that. Just a clarifying question. So you're still looking for cities to come on with you? Did I understand that right? That you're still in that process, that you have no commitments quite yet?
Yes, sir. We're still looking for folks who want to dance with us. We've got to find 4 others to go regional.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, ma'am, and appreciate the good work you're doing.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Hayes County Treatment Court. It's going to be a remote virtual presentation. We have Gerald, Program Manager, and Gerald, please remember if you need to advance the slides, please verbalize that to our online staff. Thanks.
Understood. Thank you. My name is Gerald Ramtran. I'm the program manager for Hayes County Veterans Treatment Court. Please, you can go to the first slide right now. We have our court has been in since 2014, and we've had TVC grants since 2017. Before I actually get started, I want to tell you that there are 2 other individuals here with me: our Judge Chris Johnson. Hi. And our case manager, Sean Moscato. we all kind of work together. We have a really excellent team. So you may hear either of them or any of us chiming in at any one time. But I'll go ahead and get started from there. This particular year, we're asking for $350,000, which is a $50,000 increase. Our services, our court functions much the same way as other courts. Our goal is to divert veterans from the regular justice system as much as possible and provide whatever services we can to give them a second chance. The services provided in the category, I'm going to talk about those later, so I'll just pass by that. We expect to serve anywhere from 45 to 50 veterans. We have 5 dependents included, but it fluctuates from year to year. And up until this time, we've been able to meet that particular goal. We have 3 counties that we serve, but really 2 that are most particular to us, Hayes County and Caldwell County. Blanco also comes under us, but we very seldom get referrals from there. Can I have the next slide, please? I want to talk about client services here. We really tailor our program to the veterans that come in. And I definitely want to point out that at least 62% of the grant money that we get goes to treatment services. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that at the end. So approximately 220,000 out of that 350 will go directly to client services. The key services include probation, community services, contract services for substance abuse, mental health counseling, and substance abuse monitoring and testing. I also want to tell you and point out that our main team, the 3 people who are here right now, are actually on call 24 hours for crisis availability to all of our courts.
Yes, so that mainly takes the shape of me being the case manager. My name is Sean Mosqueda. We all have cell phones that are dedicated to the program that all the clients in the program have access to. They have those numbers and they frequently reach out to me. So that could be anytime because treatment doesn't stop between 9 to 5. So 2 a.m. they're welcome to call me. Yeah. So that's where that takes the shape of. And where were we at?
I gotta tell you, my experience looking at how we do this, that kind of wraparound rapid response in these emergency situations builds trust and breeds real success in this program, I think.
Next slide, please. The key staff members are a veterans program manager, which is myself, the VTC case manager, Sean, who you just heard. And a key part of our treatment is our contractors, which include what's listed there. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that at the end. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello, can we have the next slide? All right. Our outreach plan, we are directly connected to the district attorney. Can you go back one, please? And we want our time back. Our veteran outreach plan includes, we have direct access to the county jail. We are in close coordination with the county district attorney's office, who of course have to approve all the referrals to our program. We have a county website that has forms and information about our court, and we give various presentations. Next slide, please. I think we missed a slide, but that's all right. If you guys have questions at the end, we'll go for that, because this is what I really wanted to get to. Our service to date since 2014 to 23, we've had 161 graduates. You can see their sex delineated up there. We had 29 removals that did not complete, 3 deaths and 1 suicide. The key stat that I want to give you is that we have an 82% graduation rate, 89% since 2018. And that coincides with us using private contractors. So it's real important for us, and that's why most of our money goes to them. And we've had 9 reoffenders, so our recidivism rate is at 5.6. And that's all I have, because that's all the time I have. Any questions, please?
Yes, I have a question for you. This is Miss James. Let me turn my camera on. So given that a lot of this leans into the mental health space, I was looking at the application and it says that it takes about 14 days to determine eligibility. Can you tell us about that 14 days and why it may be that long?
That is an average amount of time after we receive an application. There are legal requirements that individual has to go through just to be able to apply to us. But after we receive the application, we go through a pretty extensive intake process where Sean or myself, the case manager or myself, will conduct probably a 2 hour or more interview with them to gather information. And then we staff that case with the rest of the key staff, especially the judge, to get final approval for them. So during that 14 days, there's a lot of stuff going on with us getting information down from that person and to be able to start to develop a treatment plan.
Are there other community partners that you're working with within that time period to kind of bridge services until they're able to fully be on board with you?
If we are aware of something specifically that someone is going through, whether it be legal, we have our own attorney assigned to the court, then we would refer them to them. We work directly with the Hayes County Veteran Service Office, so if there are specific administrative things, we get them out to them. And if there's anything else that we can do for that individual in the meantime, if we identify something, we certainly search out whatever resources we can.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is, are the 29 removals considered a part of your recidivism rate?
Negative. Those are people who did not complete the program. They did not graduate. Whether they decided that they couldn't complete the program for whatever reasons and decided to self-delete themselves, or they, after a long period of time, they failed to comply with the requirements of the program.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, ma'am. So the recidivism rate is actually the individuals that we identify later down the road as having actually been arrested again after they graduated.
Hi, this is Omar Williams. So just to piggyback on that, the question in regards to the 14-day period, you may have touched on it, but during that 14-day period, are applicants, so they're going through the intake process, but you also mentioned there's a 24-hour crisis line. Are they eligible for that service in the event they can't wait that 14-day period?
No, so me being the case manager, typically I'm their first point of contact. They get out of jail, their case hasn't even been filed yet with the district attorney's office, and they'll contact me. That could be because the magistrate has actually provided my info. They have a billion of my cards that they're on the lookout for veterans that might be eligible for us, and they hand my card to them, or someone else from the district attorney's office or the veteran service office has provided my info. From that point on, they contact me and I keep track of them all the way up till their case is filed, all the way up until they're going through the application process, etc. That whole time, I make myself available. They have my number, and anything that I can provide to them, being what was discussed before, the community service services that are available to them. If they need help with that, I can point them in the right direction. If they just need an ear to lend, I can be that person as well. So to answer your question, no, that 14-day period, they don't have to wait. Prior to that and during that, I am available to them.
And of course, I guess some of this delay may be attributable to the fact that for us to even really come in heavy and do much in the way of real work, a case has to be filed because we are a court. And until such time as the district attorney's office has filed a case, our authority and our ability to interact and help is stymied. But that's not a bad thing necessarily, because what you're also seeing is real speed at the DA's office in filing cases, and the lead time between arrest and information has really greatly decreased a lot in the last year.
Thank
Let,
you.
let me add one last thing if I can, in regards to that waiting period varies by individual. In some cases, we will have somebody come in, we determine that they're going to come in like right away. And in others, that can spread out to months. But in either case, it's always actually a good thing because how that individual participant responds to us during that time, whether they're responding to correspondence or phones or whatever, that really tells us how they're going to do in the program. So that's actually a part of it. It turns out to be a good part of us being able to assess their appropriateness for the program and our appropriateness for them.
And some of this too may be interference from a well-meaning defense attorney that they have retained who we haven't reported. You know, we haven't appointed this person, they've hired them, or this attorney's been appointed by the court. And so that adds an extra layer of delay, an extra layer of communication that may wind up inadvertently adding time into this, but it's necessary to, at least on the front end, protect their legal rights.
Well, thank you very much for clarifying the 14 days, or could be a little shorter, a little longer. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
How you doing, sir? All right. So I see you guys use various methods of for mental health, like the EMDR, CBT, CPT. And you guys said you guys already have staff already employed that's certified in that?
For the treatment, is that correct? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. We have earlier in our list of contractors, we have several psychologists and clinical social workers. All of them actually have military service or some affiliation with the military providing treatment. They are all absolutely certified, have licenses, and they were specifically brought onto our program and contracted because they had a connection to the military. And as I mentioned, since we actually started using them as our primary service providers, that's when our graduation rate increased. That's when our recidivism rate decreased. And that's when we've just seen an entire upgrade to the effectiveness of our program.
And that's include also the yoga and the equestrian therapy that you guys are offering as well too.
We have those offered. Originally, when we started the program, we tried to have those things as a part of our program. We had other individual outside entities that we contracted. It turned out that given the population we have and in this area, and we have a bunch of students and people at work, it turned out that that wasn't a really viable thing to maintain. But we still ask for that, because those are pretty much verified and real therapies that help out people. So we want to have it in there so that in case we run into someone that may benefit, we still have the option to have those services paid for.
Roger, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate the great things you're doing. And Judge, thanks for being part of this briefing.
Okay, next we have Eugene E. Hooper, Veterans Treatment Court of Comal County. This is a virtual presentation. Laura Ballo, Veterans Treatment Court Coordinator, is online. And then next up, we have Bexar County Felony Veterans Treatment Court. That is an in-person presentation. We have John and Judge Escalona available as well. So please be ready. Comal County.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak about the Eugene E. Hooper's Veterans Treatment Court of Comal County. And thank you for all that you do, individuals do for the veterans. Next slide, please. We are currently asking for $210,000 serving 30 veterans, which is an increase from the $150,000 that we received this grant cycle. Next slide. We currently, the funds that we currently receive are going towards funding substance abuse detection, substance abuse treatment, and anger management and domestic violence programs. We would like to add a licensed mental health professional to provide assessments, one-on-one counseling, and group therapy for this upcoming cycle. Next slide, please. We have two fully funded staff members, the court coordinator, it was myself, and the probation officer. We currently hold contracts with the Substance Abuse Detection Services, mental health and substance abuse assessments and counseling and probation services. And we also, our team also consists of the Honorable Judge Stevens, a VJO, defense attorney, prosecutors, and the MVPN. We all work closely with this program. Next, please. So we work with the community as well as the jail, magistrates, defense attorneys, and the district attorneys to get referrals for the VTC. They also tend to do self-referrals quite often for us. And I also have kind of my hands in all of the community veterans organizations to make sure that we get the word out about the Veterans Treatment Courts. Next slide, please. So since we've been the VTC, since we've been established, we have graduated 71 veterans with another 3 graduating this coming up next week. So we are proud of the things we do and we want to continue providing those treatments. That is my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone out in virtual land? Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Now bringing up Bexar County Felony Veterans Treatment Court. We have in-person presentation, Mr. John Herman and Judge Escalona. Thank you. James right here will be your timekeeper.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present to you today, and thank you very much for all that you do for veterans. Mr. Herman?
Good morning. My name is John Herman, and I am from the Felony Veterans Treatment Court with Bexar County, and I want to also thank you guys for all the work that you do. Next slide, please. So for this grant request, we are asking for $250,000 because we're going to try to cover 2 staff salaries, as well as continue to require assistance in regards to utilities and rental assistance, as well as transportation and UA funding. We are Bexar County and San Antonio Military USA. However, we do take in other veterans in the surrounding counties who are coming to San Antonio for the VA treatment or the community treatment that we have available. We have made partnerships with Cross Points as well as Laurel Ridge, Family Endeavors to obtain the additional treatment that is needed for our veterans that it may not be able to get in the VA, or if the veterans don't feel very comfortable at the VA. Next slide, please. In regards to the outpatient treatment money that we're asking for, we do have a contract set up with Cross Points currently in San Antonio, where we address needs that are there for one-on-one client services, where it can be weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly, depending on where they are in the phase. We have additional support that we have made contracts in networking through for MRT therapy, family counseling, and medication management. The urinalysis testing is in regards to, we've asked for a certain amount of money that we've had in the past, which we've been thankful that you guys have obtained for, been able to provide to us. And we use it for incentives, but as well as the fact of helping the veterans create a budget and financial stability. We do run a UA line to where every day the veterans have to call and find out if they get tested, so we can keep that accountability. We use it as a way to keep them clean, but also to continue to create that type of structure that they came from the military. In regards to transportation and rental assistance, we use it in regards, again, for the financial management of the veterans. We use the VIA bus pass system to make sure that they get to their appointments. There's roughly about 6 contacts a week that need to go through for the team. And the rental and utility assistance is to keep the importance of a household, roof over their head, food on the plate, and bills paid.
So next slide, please. So the bulk of what we are asking for is to fund 2 staff members. While we have a large staff that works with us and we work very well together, the other staff besides those seen on the slide are contracted. However, we are asking for funding to pay for the salary and the benefits of these 2 staff members, the Veterans Treatment Court manager and the law enforcement officer. And I can tell you, and I tell you this as one of the judges of the court, these staff members are the heart and the soul of the program. They are the most important people of the program. I can tell you the law enforcement officer that we have, that we are asking to fund, allows us to maintain standardization and comply with the 10 key components of Veterans Treatment Court. The law enforcement officer acts as a liaison between us and the actual veteran, in that he does home visits. He interviews other people in the home when he does the home visits. He does an extensive interview process with the veteran, makes contact with the veteran in their own home, which provides us with a lot of information and a lot of components that we can work with in order to ensure the success of that particular veteran. Going into the home of the veteran, interviewing the people that veteran is surrounded with, family members, provides an abundance of information. The court manager is the other staff member that we are seeking to fund. I can tell you that Mr. Herman acts as the court manager, and in what I have seen in Mr. Herman alone is the amount of heart and energy and dedication that he has given to this program. Mr. Herman is available 24 hours a day to these veterans. I have received calls from Mr. Herman on Sunday, in which he has been on the phone with a veteran day in and day out, and he has helped maintain contact with them, answered their questions, and kept them calm in a situation where they would otherwise have an emotional response and maybe head towards an issue of reoffending, or maybe even of falling off any issues or falling into any issues that hamper their sobriety. I can tell you he establishes contact and is a liaison between all of the courts, ensures that we are certified and that we maintain all of our training. Those bullet points that are there are only a fraction of what we see.
Right. Any questions? So how many do you have in your program right now?
So currently we do have 40 active in the program with a 15-person accepted wait list, to where the goal with the court manager is to gain another case manager to expand our program to serve more veterans that are in need. We do have an upcoming graduation this spring with 11 graduates, which is one of our largest ones. The program was established in 2017, started taking people in 2018, and it's a 2-year program that they move through. And with that 11, they'll go to aftercare, and we have some aftercare people that are actually, the DA's office is going to terminate the cases early to allow us to take more veterans that are in need.
Okay, so the math is you have how many in the program right now? 40?
We currently have 40.
With a graduation rate of 11 coming up in the spring.
Yes, ma'am, that's our upcoming.
Everything works out, so it'd be 29, and you want to serve 71, right?
So we have 15 accepted that we're going to move.
Okay, I forgot that one. Right. Okay.
And then right now with our referrals and gaining Judge Escalona, we're able to bring more people in. So that is the ultimate goal. Yes, ma'am.
And how many judges are?
We have 2 judges, Your Honor, Judge Escalona and Judge Frank Castro.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else out there? Oh, yes, Mr. Delgado. He's our committee in virtual.
Thank you, Ms. Reyna. It's a question for you. So how does this, after they go through the treatment, are you referring to Bexar County Veterans Office for claims and other benefits? Like, how does this, how do y'all work with them?
To clarify, are you asking how are we using Bexar County services or?
Correct.
I didn't get it first. So when a veteran reaches out, and whether it be a self-referral, a judge or a district attorney officer, or through our community outreach, we establish the services right away, whether it be treatment, claims, we send them to VSOs or the Bexar County Military Veteran Service Office. I believe it might have been earlier today. We have a partnership with them. We try to, whatever need they have, we utilize our local support to obtain that for them every step of the way to get them out of whatever hole they may be in.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, thank you very much. Appreciate the great work you do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Montgomery County Veterans Treatment Court. That is a remote virtual presentation. Yolanda Alatorre is online, and then we have Bear County Misdemeanor Court, and that is a remote virtual presentation. Roberto Ruiz, please be ready. Yolanda?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I am from Montgomery County Veterans Treatment Court. We're requesting 255 thousand, and we are going to be providing for our service category is going to be for substance abuse treatment, substance abuse detection, licensed mental health providers, our BIMP anger management program, and of course the coordinator. That's what we're asking for. We'll be serving about 52 veterans, and we only serve one county, and that's Montgomery County. Our organization would not be able to provide important counseling services, urine analysis. I'm sorry if you can hear the train. Interlock scram devices, drug patches without TVC grant funding. We make sure the client is an eligible veteran by obtaining a copy of their DD 214. And we plan to spend 142,299 in client services. The TVC grant funds one full-time veteran treatment court coordinator, and I will be directly interacting with the veterans. We also have 4 contractors that are included in our grant project, which is Smart Start for alcohol monitoring, recovery monitoring solutions for substance abuse detection, refuge counseling for licensed mental health providers, and ABDA for our anger management program. We do service about 33 clients per month, and we'll need to spend an average of 11,859 a month to ensure that we meet our quarterly benchmarks. In prior years, the demands for our services have been greater, and we have had to estimate budget, and we've had to make adjustments along the way. We inform the community about our services by handing out brochures, posting information on our bulletin board that we have outside of our courtroom, the vet pod in our local jail, our website, and we also email attorneys with applications and informational brochures. We continue to see an increase in vet applications, and we believe our outreach methods are very effective. For our next grant year, we plan on implementing at our intake how our vet heard about the program, and at the exit interview how they would like to see the program promoted more in the community. Montgomery County Veterans Treatment Court will shortly celebrate its 9-year anniversary thanks to grant funding. Our VTC has thus far been able to serve 164 veterans who were suffering from various mental health issues that arose from experiences in their service to this country and negatively impacted their quality of life. In partnership with the VA and the Military Veterans Peer Network, we have put together an incredible team that has addressed the unique circumstances of all those 164 veterans and linked them to the proper resource to help them cope with the demons and that harass them daily. To date, we have had 110 graduates from our program, and we have 2 more scheduled to graduate early April. In our program, our veterans prepare advancement essays before promotion to the next phase, and each one contains heartbreaking stories of the crisis faced before entering the program and their gratitude that they have for the financial relief through grant funding has provided them. One of our vets recently stated, "Funding is changing lives and sparing them." Another said, "Grant funding is crucial because it is saving troubled vets." It's almost without exception that the graduating vets admit that without the grant funding that enabled their program participation, they would have been another suicide statistic or incarcerated. Montgomery County had 1,048 veterans booked into the county from September of 22 to September of 23. Also, we currently have 44,000 veterans living in the county, and we're ensured that those numbers are going to continue to grow. We are easily reaching our performance benchmarks under the grants and believe it is imperative that funding be continued so that we continue to serve our veteran population. And that's all I have.
Okay, anyone have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. This is Jamila James.
Hello, Jamila.
Good morning. Thank you for that. Well, looking at the application and based on the fact that most of these services seem to center around mental health, in the application, it says it takes 90 days for services to be provided. Can you give us an idea of what's happening within those 90 days and why it may take so long for veterans to receive treatment?
When I receive the application, I receive it and my prosecutor receives it and he sends it out to the VA. And the VA will set them up an appointment. And once the vet can make that appointment, by the time the doctor does the report, sometimes that takes a little while. The turnaround isn't as fast. A lot of the veterans can't make the appointments or they reschedule the appointments. And I know the VA, I know it's not fast when you're working with the VA. It's kind of slow, but once they are approved for them to come into the court, it's less than 2 weeks because we have court twice a month.
So during that time, are you working with other organizations? I imagine that, for example, if you have substance abuse problems, even 2 weeks can be detrimental, right? A lot of things can happen in 2 weeks. Are you working with other community partners? Help us understand what the bridge is between the time that you receive the call and the time that they're actually in your service.
Once we receive the application, we have a list of a spreadsheet that we keep, and we have their information, and Tri-County has it in the refuge counseling. And if their attorney tells us, you know, they need service now, the refuge counseling will see them before any time. We will just give them a call and say, this person needs help, and they will call them immediately and get them help. We keep open lines with our attorneys and keep a list of our vets and who needs what.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes, man. So do you only use VA therapists?
No, the refuge counseling is who we see, VA and the refuge counseling. So we have two. And we also have AVDA, and that does our anger management.
How long are the waiting periods for? I know you said 90 days for requested services, but as far as like the therapist goes, I know sometimes mental health therapists are understaffed. What is the wait period for a veteran to get seen by a therapist?
We work really close with the refuge counseling. We have Shannon and Adam's cell phone numbers. So if for whatever reason there's an emergency, there's been times when we're in staffing in court and we have a vet out there that we will put everything on hold and we will bring that vet back. Dr. Notabon from the VA is here every staffing, and we'll bring them back. Our counselors will be back there with them and we will handle it. It's not something, if it's an emergency, it'll be handled.
Okay, so and for the non-emergencies, I know sometimes I know the VA has a program regardless of discharge status that if they need to be seen for mental health, they'll be seen regardless in an emergency situation. But for veterans who are working your program who are not in an emergency situation, if they're waiting the 90 days to get service provided by a therapist, and whether it's VA or your civilian therapist, and if they have to wait another 6 months to get that appointment, do you have another plan?
Not at the moment. No, we do not.
Because unfortunately, mental health is a huge thing here, especially in the state of Texas.
Right.
There's more of a need than there is providers. So, I mean, when I usually look for someone with a plan A, plan B, and a plan C. So we all know that someone going in for a routine, it can turn an emergency in a very quick time.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, so So from 90 days, and then the VA, I know the VA has a very long wait time to see a therapist, not including emergencies. And then how long is the wait time for the civilian therapist?
For a
Like, you know, their
civilian,
caseload?
that's right. I don't work with that side.
Okay.
I'm not sure, honestly,
All right. Thank you.
how long it would take. When we get an application, I'm sorry. I've only been, it'll be 2 years that I've been here in July, so I'm still learning everything. But when we receive an application for a vet and their attorney tells them and I give them my information, and if they need help, we help them with if they have a charge with Montgomery County. If that makes sense. I'm not sure what you mean by a civilian.
So by civilian, I'm sorry, that's coming from anyone who's not VA related.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Sorry.
no, then we wait for them to get those services through the VA.
Okay, anyone else?
I have one follow-up question, Ms. Reyna.
Yes, Ms. James.
Are you getting feedback from the veterans? Are you collecting any feedback on the services after they've been rendered?
Yes, we do have Tri-County, that's through our veterans peers network. They do an exit interview with her. And we have a whole staff of people that work with our vets.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda. Next
Thank
up, we have Bexar County Misdemeanor Court. We have Roberto Ruiz online. And then next up, we will then be moving to Veterans Mental Health. Easter Seals of Greater Houston is on deck. And that is an in-person presentation.
Hey everyone, my name is Roberto Ruiz. I'm the Bexar County Veterans Treatment Court Director for the Bexar County Misdemeanor Veterans Treatment Court. Thank you for the opportunity to present on our court and for your consideration of our application. Next slide, please. So we are requesting $300,000 in funds for financial assistance to provide for salaries of personnel, training, and office supplies. The beneficiaries of these funds would allow for us to serve 90 veterans during that fiscal year. We primarily work with veterans and active military personnel in Bexar County, but we have also been known to have a few of our veterans reside in surrounding counties such as Bell or even one in Dallas. Next slide, please. So like I mentioned before, the funds would be used primarily to pay for personnel. We currently have these three positions that are listed on the slide: probation officers who provide the component of supervision, a case manager, and a court manager. These are personnel that work directly with our participants of the Veterans Treatment Court. And if we did not, without the TVC grant funding, we would still have at least one supervision officer. However, we would not have the three that we currently have because of the large population that we serve. We do ensure that the clients are veterans by verifying and referring to their DD 214. And for those that are active duty personnel, we do refer to their personnel records or command chain letters and et cetera. So the bulk of the budget will be for personnel, as you see the amount listed there. Next slide, please. So these three positions are crucial to the function of our court. The court manager, of course, manages the day-to-day activities of the court, including the data collection and data entry. She's the one that creates the different mini dockets that we've recently adopted to abide by best practices. She also solicits the clinical progress notes from our treatment providers and assists with intake and, of course, the training of our case manager. She also has a very strong background of case management. So she is having to assist our current case manager in doing case management work among our veterans. And our case manager, her primary duties are to identify the ancillary needs of our veterans and participants of the court, such as treatment, housing, employment, transportation. She then links them to these services and identifies and helps remove barriers that might keep them from being connected to these services. She then monitors the receiving of the services, and she's also involved in the intake process of new referrals. The supervision officers provide the supervision. They provide in-office and field visits, and they monitor participant general compliance. Like I mentioned before, the grant would provide for these 3 personnel members. And so they're not contracted, they actually become members of our staff of the court. Next slide, please. Our benchmarks are, in order to achieve 90 new admissions during the fiscal year, we must have at least 8 new admissions or more per month. And we do plan to spend $25,000 per month in salaries mainly. Next slide, please. So we do a lot of community outreach efforts to get our name out there in the community, such as we participate in the resource fairs for vets that are taking place here in Military City, San Antonio. We recently in December provided and spearheaded the specialty court training for assistant district attorneys. And this is where 133 prosecutors attended that training, 5 CLE hours and 4 ethic hours were provided. We also reached out to All Rise, who provided subject matter experts to come. The list.
Yeah, your time's up, sir. Is there any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Ms. James.
Sir, how do you track the effectiveness of the program and measure things like recidivism?
Once your mic is muted, Roberto, you'll get a request to unmute again.
Okay, there we go. To respond to your question, I'd like to reference the annual report provided by TVC in the Veterans Treatment Court Program 2023 annual report. During that year, this court served 179 veterans, 118 were successful completions, and there were 3 unsuccessful completions because they volunteered to be discharged from the program. As far as how we track for this information, we do have a database where we enter the data, and we are looking forward to collaborating with one of our entities here in Barrett County to conduct a current recidivism study to determine if our recidivism has changed. But the previous recidivism rate that we've been aware of is 3%. And I say that we've been aware of is because we have a new judge, I'm a new director, we've been here for almost a year myself in this position. So we're having to update that recidivism rate.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate everything you do.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, we're moving on to veterans mental health grants. That was a completion of our veteran treatment courts. First up, Easter Seals of Greater Houston. We have Elise Coleman, CEO, and it's in person. Thank you so much. Up on deck, we have Family Service Center of Galveston County. That's a remote presentation. Jared M. Williams, please be ready.
Good morning. First slide, please.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Excuse me. Is that better? Yes. Thank you. First slide, please. We are requesting $300,000 to serve 200 clients, primarily veterans, but also some family members and surviving spouses. We serve everything in Harris County and the surrounding Houston MSA, as well as Brazos Valley, which includes 10 counties. 100% of the grant would pay for 2.5 clinicians who will provide direct clinical mental health services. We offer individual and family services. We do offer some groups, but they're pretty limited. Almost 95% of what our clients request is individual or family counseling. What we found in our outreach when we looked at our data for the last couple of years is that we were not reaching very many people in rural areas, and that we were seeing an uptick in people needing mental health services who were unhoused or who were at risk for homelessness. So to address that, we received a grant for a gentleman, a veteran who is working in Brazos Valley. He's doing outreach on technology, but he's been a great funnel from the Brazos Valley, from those 10 rural counties for people who then would access mental health services. And we're doing outreach through 3 shelters now. We've expanded. We did a pilot program last year with Recenter, which is working with veterans who have substance abuse issues. And we do a combination of services to get them, funnel them into mental health. A lot of them are unwilling to get counseling services initially. So we do recreation and technology training and some group counseling, and then almost 50% of those clients then will agree to join and do one-on-one mental health counseling. We also are working with Santa Maria Hostel, which works with women and children who are homeless. So those have been areas where we're starting to see really great success in reaching some very difficult to reach populations. May I answer any questions?
All right, ma'am. Any questions? Thank you very much, ma'am, for your time.
Appreciate it.
Okay, next up, we have Family Service Center of Galveston County, Dr. Jared M. Williams. Next on deck is Refuge Services. That is a remote presentation. Patty Mendrell, be ready.
Awesome. Thank you for your time today. Family Service Center of Galveston County has been around for over 110 years. And we are proposing, next slide, please, to do mental health clinical counseling within Galveston, Harris, Missouri, and Fort Bend County with various services in the counseling world, from anxiety disorders to PTSD. We're requesting $280,000, which will be for staff and indirect costs that are related to the program. Next slide, please. The grant will fund staff members. All of the staff members that are being funded are licensed therapists. So we have about 3 licensed therapists, full-time staff, U.S. Army, U.S. Air Force, with one therapist who is not a veteran, who can provide LCDC training as well as social work. 2 of those will be full-time, with the other 2 being part-time. And interactions will happen through only a front desk therapist model to make sure that we have a kind of controlled environment. Next slide, please. We do have a performance improvement committee, which all of our programs and grants run through. This kind of looks at a lot of the measures as well as a lot of the incidents or problems that may go into programs to kind of make that performance optimal. Looking at that, we will need to spend close to maybe $23,300 per month to satisfy and completely spend the funding. We are looking at serving 6 to 7 veterans per month, 13 dependents per month, 3 survivors, with a combination of 22 each per month. Next slide, please. So we have a really robust outreach plan that not only includes social media, but existing relationships we have within Galveston County. We do have an existing relationship with the Galveston County's Veterans Court, which we do a lot of referrals right now. We have social medias, brochures. We attend a lot of events within the county, which is very robust, from fairs for workers to just resource fairs. And we do adjust a lot of our strategies based on data that we receive through surveys, as well as social media data that we do collect. Next slide, please. Oh, I believe that's it. So thank you. I will open up for any questions.
Are there any questions? All right, sir. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, next up, Refuge Services Remote Virtual Presentation. Patty Mandrell up on deck is Writing Unlimited. That is also a virtual presentation. Sarah Baker and Kaylee Rubrick.
Thank you. I'm Patty Mandrell. I'm a licensed professional counselor and the executive director at Refuge Services. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And we are requesting $200,000 for veteran mental health programming. We provide equine assisted mental health. All of the work we do is supervised and I'm a part of that treatment team. And we are looking to serve 100 beneficiaries in the next year, 70 of which are veterans and 30 dependents. And this will include clinical counseling, group counseling, and the integrative therapy, including the horses into that. We serve quite a large area of 37 counties. We are located in Lubbock, Texas, and we serve a lot of the rural communities around us, about 150-mile radius from Lubbock that we service. Next slide, please. And our program is four-phased. And phase one is where they are actually riding the horse, and our focus therapeutically is to help their body to slow down. And we serve a lot of PTSD and anxiety, depression, and especially with the PTSD in regards to getting that bilateral movement, really helps their regulate emotions and to kickstart that process. Each phase, there are 10 to 20 sessions. I'll visit with them and evaluate after each 10 sessions. We do some measurement tools to assess kind of their progress. If they need another 10, they can have up to 20. They'll move into phase two, which is all ground-based, incorporating horses into, that's where they actually get to start digging into their treatment goals and more talking along with interacting with the horses to work through some of their challenges. And then once 10 to 20 sessions again, move into phase three, which is EMDR, stands for eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. And that's a traditional counseling technique that really targets, at that point, any lingering trauma that may have not already worked itself out through the other phases, and be able to help that trauma kind of find its place so it's not interrupting daily living. And then phase four is pay it forward. And that's where they're helping the next generation that is coming in. They may be assisting and walking with someone who's in phase one. We do some service projects. Our veteran coordinator is really doing some peer groups with them, interactions with the horses and things to keep them connected as part of their aftercare, plugging them into the community, encouraging and collaborating with partnerships for volunteering with other agencies as well to help them find that new mission, that new purpose, and get them plugged back into their community. Next slide, please. Your top three names that or positions that are listed are the primary that are involved in every single person's treatment that comes through. Myself being the director of therapy services, and I am the therapist for probably 90% of those clients that come through. But some of the dependents, we have an additional therapist that specializes in adolescent work, And we have a therapist that also specializes in the EMDR and helps with those phases. And then again, with the dependents, we have another equine specialist that helps assist with some of those sessions as well. Next slide, please. In regards to the services provided, I'm going to go ahead and go to the next slide so I can give you some of these are combined. We are looking to reach 25 beneficiaries per quarter, around 8 or 9 per month. And we have a very extensive collaboration in our community. Next slide, please. I know I'm running out of time. I really want to show you guys some of the statistics that we have from, this is just from last year. We've been doing and serving vets for 17 years, and 80% reduction just in the group that we serve, the 100 veterans and dependents that we serve, 80% reduction in flashbacks. Those numbers are phenomenal. And
All right, ma'am, time's up. Are there any questions? All right, ma'am. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we have Writing Unlimited, Sarah Baker online, and then Samaritan Center for Counseling, Cindy Long, if you can be ready. Sarah.
Hello, my name is Sarah Baker, and I am the program director of Writing Unlimited. We were founded in 1990 with a therapeutic horsemanship program, which is centered around individuals with special needs. And we have expanded to incorporate veteran programming, both through a partnership we have with University Behavioral Health and Denton Psychiatric Facility with their inpatient military ward. They come out for therapeutic horsemanship lessons and then spend the week between horsemanship services to, looks like we got our video asked. Okay. They focus on connecting the horsemanship skills they're learning to the social emotional skills they are building through their UBH program. So we are trying to expand our services for veterans. You can go to the next slide, to incorporate equine assisted psychotherapy, which would be clinical counseling, incorporating equines into that counseling service. So equine assisted psychotherapy really provides a sense of connection, immediate feedback to the client as well as to the therapist, especially since the equines tend to mirror the emotions of the client. It also builds social awareness, increased self-esteem, trust, and a neutral topic to start processing around. That idea of trust has been something that has come up quite a bit with our UBH clients, especially like one that comes to mind is we have a transgender woman who said that her horse Sunny was the first living being she's felt like she could ever trust in her entire lifetime, and it made a really big difference to her. We can go, so what we're looking for funding for, if you want to go to the next slide, is just to pay staff to provide our equine assisted psychotherapy sessions. So this is going to be directly going to the mental health professional and the equine specialist in mental health and learning that are required by PATH, our accreditation organization, to provide these services to our veterans. And we're going to open this up to active military veterans as well as first responders. The next slide. Our two professionals that are going to be receiving these funding is Kaylee Rubright, who will be testing for her LMSW next month. She's an Air Force veteran with 2 tours and has been in the mental health field since 2018 and has been working with us through that UBH program for almost a year now. And then our equine specialist would be Sam Garad, who is an LPC associate, and she is currently in an internship doing equine assisted psychotherapy as both roles, both the mental health professional and the equine specialist, but she would be coming on as the equine specialist for us for this particular grant. We really have the benefit then of veterans treating veterans with this particular set of personnel. You can go to the next slide. We'll have to serve about 8 clients a month to meet our 90 client goal for the year. So it'd be 10 weeks for each client. So it would be 900 total sessions throughout the year. It'll be about 18 client sessions per week, and our scheduling is very flexible due to the nature of the program, as well as our facility is 46 acres. So we have a lot of space to spread out and maintain privacy for those clients. And if we go to the next slide, our goal, one of our goals is to provide continuation of care for those university behavioral health inpatients. For those that are local, they do come from all over the country. And then we also have a contact with the Clyde W. Cosper State Veterans Home, which serves 160 veterans. And we also plan to put out Google ads. We take advantage of their free advertising for nonprofits, leveraging social media, using the Military Veteran Peer Network, and hosting booths at events for veteran services. And then if we are having any problems getting people in the door, then we will also be hosting booths at event or hosting our own open houses to help show the community what we are offering for our veterans and active military. Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. We have Samaritan Center for Counseling, and Cindy, you are on. Next up is Castle Cares, and this is an in-person presentation. We have Robert Heckler, our executive director, here. Cindy, 1 second. You are muted currently. So let's go ahead and get you unmuted. And I see your clock going, so. There you go, Cindy. I think yep, we can hear you now.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Cindy Long, and I'm the CEO of Samaritan Center for Counseling and Pastoral Care. I'm sorry I don't have slides. I uploaded them. Something happened in cyberspace. We are a 501c3, and we're excited to be celebrating our 50th anniversary this year. Our largest program is our Hope for Heroes program, serving veterans and their dependents with mental health services. We have applied for a Veterans Mental Health Grant in the amount of $500,000 to provide free counseling to 500 veterans and family members. We plan to serve 310 veterans, 185 dependents, and 5 surviving spouses. We have 6 offices in Central Texas, and we serve the entire state, all counties, through telehealth. We provide evidence-based counseling for adults and children, both individual counseling and counseling for families and couples, as well as group counseling. Our clinical staff has expertise in suicide prevention, PTSD, TBI, military sexual trauma, moral injury, depression, anxiety, and the challenges of transitioning away from military service. The Hope for Heroes program was created in 2007. For 17 years, we have been committed to serving veterans and their families. Without TVC funding next year, we would have to reduce our program significantly, but we would still serve as many veterans as we could. 100% of our TVC grant budget is for direct client services. We have 21 licensed mental health therapists that will provide trauma-informed and evidence-based clinical counseling, such as CBT, EMDR, CPT, acceptance and commitment therapy, and DBT. We have 3 intake specialists who lead veterans through the intake process, asking them questions to help match them with an appropriate therapist. They collect their eligibility documents, such as a DD-214, and schedule their appointments. On average, we will serve about 60 new clients each month and bill about $42,000 per month. That will fluctuate from month to month, kind of based on need. After 17 years of implementing the Hope for Heroes program, we have a proven track record of meeting benchmarks, and we are confident we will meet our goals for this grant. We do this with regular marketing, such as through social media and our website and distributing flyers, but primarily we do this by staying involved in the military serving community. For example, we participate in the Central Texas Veteran Services Coalition, the Central Texas Challenge to Prevent Veteran Suicide, Joint Base San Antonio Workforce and Transition Alliance, and the Suicide Prevention Coalition. We do outreach at events, recently attended the Brazos Valley Veterans Organization Coalition, the Office of Attorney General's Wellness Fair, Camp Mabry's Boxing and Wellness Day, and orientation for student veterans at Texas State University. And we maintain relationships with other agencies that serve veterans. What makes us unique, we serve all ages and whole families. So veterans, their spouses, and their children as young as 3 years old can get services here. We serve veterans from all eras and any discharge status. And we've been doing this for 17 years. We've literally served thousands of veterans and military family members. We intentionally employ veterans and spouses and children of veterans who with lived experience, and all staff attend regular training in military competence throughout the year. It's very easy to get an appointment. People can call our main number or our veterans appointment line, and they can also request an appointment through our website. We have 6 different locations for in-person appointments, and we have telehealth available throughout the state of Texas. We also have a military walk-in clinic for same-day appointments. To give you a brief example of what our process looks like, recently we had a veteran call. He lives in a rural county, and a friend told him about Samaritan Center. He left a message after hours, and one of our intake specialists called him back first thing the next morning. His mom had recently died. She was young. It was unexpected. He had been diagnosed with PTSD at the VA, but he said he just wanted to talk to someone new, someone he could start fresh with about the death of his mom and how that was impacting him. He said he was really nervous about calling because he didn't know how something like this works. The intake specialist led him through the process, helped him fill out the paperwork online, showed him how to upload his DD-214, and scheduled him with a telehealth appointment 2 days later, and then showed him how to access the link for telehealth. He was emotional and very grateful, and as the call was ending, he mentioned that he was always in a lot of pain, and he was glad he didn't have to drive to get to his appointment. When the intake specialist heard about his pain, she told him about our Dealing with Chronic Pain therapy group, and he signed up for that as well. Thank you very much for this opportunity and for all you do for our veterans through your grant process. Any questions?
Any questions?
Ma'am.
Mr. Martinez.
So I see you outreach to a lot of, or you hit a lot of areas in rural Texas.
I can't hear you anymore. I don't know what happened. I heard you start talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So I see that you service a lot of veterans in rural areas, right?
Yes.
So how do you verify the veterans in the rural areas who don't have access to the technology needed to upload a DD-214?
Well, we have different ways of doing that. If they can't upload it, they can mail it in. We try to make it as easy as possible. We've not had a problem with somebody not being able to figure that out, but we certainly would try to make it as easy as possible for them.
And what about the veterans who don't have their DD-214, cannot access their DD-214? What other forms of verification do you look for as well?
We take any kind of eligibility that is allowed by TVC. They have there's a list, and we would take all of that. We don't restrict that. And we can also help somebody fill out the short form 180. If they can't find anything else, we can help them do that and try to get a copy of their DD-214.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else have a question? Okay, so I have one, a couple.
Okay.
Your goal is to bill $42,000 a month?
Yes, but I think it's 41,666 is the exact
okay.
math.
Thanks, ma'am, because
yes.
I was doing my math over here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
Yes, I rounded.
No.
I think it's $41,666. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. So my next question is, if you were to be awarded a $500,000 grant, you've got the mechanics and to do the funding until you get the check from us statewide when you bill.
I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but
so you provide a service.
Yes.
And say it's let's just use the round number, that $42,000 a month. You
Yes.
have enough in reserve to go ahead and pay your staff until 60 days later they might get a check.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get a $60,000 check, let's just say, for public math.
Yes, ma'am. We have grown accustomed to working with funders, and that we know we have to wait, approximately 60 days, like you said, to get funding, and we have been able to accommodate that.
Okay, ma'am. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Cindy. Okay, we have Castle Cares Community Ministries. We have Robert Heckler in person. He's the executive director. Please have Canine for Warriors. They are a remote presentation. Mary Pat Wallmeyer, please be on deck. Thanks. Robert.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm the executive director of.
Hey, Robert, can you try and, I know you're tall. Can you try and speak into the mic, please?
Is that better? So the Warriors Refuge is primarily a transitional housing facility for homeless veterans. We provide mental health care and substance abuse counseling for veterans, as well as employment and education. We're aiming to serve 175 veterans with the TVC grant funding for the year in seven total counties: Brazoria, Matagorda, Fort Bend, Galveston, Harris, so forth. The direct client services that we'll be providing to veterans is to increase our counseling capabilities by adding a licensed professional counselor to our staff, as well as an additional full-time peer support specialist. And then also training. We have current floor staff that work in our building. We have 4 that we would like to certify as peer support specialists and supplement their salary with that funding as well. Our peer support specialists are fundamental in making sure that our veterans are able to transition. They're getting the services they need, whether they're residents in our facility or outside veterans receiving services. So our peer support specialists are very important in helping them navigate the road that they need to get through to get where they're going. And our licensed professional counseling provides one-on-one counseling, group sessions, as well as a variety of different mental health services. And also part of this grant is the EMDR equipment and certification. We do have LPCs on staff ready to receive that training to start administering that as well. Our outreach plan is we already have a solid infrastructure of outreach through community partners in the areas that we serve. And so we would be able to add this additional programming in with our current outreach endeavors, reaching out through partnerships throughout our area, and provide services also through social media, our website, and so forth to get the word out and get veterans in our doors. Any questions?
All right, sir. Does anyone have any questions? All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. All right, we have the remote presentation for Canine for Warriors, Mary. And then next up, we have Austin Travis County Mental Health and Mental Retardation. That is Integral Care. And that is Brittany Whittington. Please be ready. But Mary, you are.
Great. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I wanted to start with thanking the Veterans Commission for establishing this service dog pilot program to assist veterans with the symptoms of service-related PTSD, TBI, and MST. I also wish to thank the advisory committee members for your time and consideration of our proposal. Since you have a copy of the slide deck, I will cover slides 2, 3, 7, and 8 today, and we'll cue the administrator when to switch. If you would go to slide 2. For a little bit of history, Canines for Warriors was founded in Florida in 2011, and we opened our San Antonio campus in 2021, where up to 5 veterans each month stay for our 3-week pairing program. Since inception, we have provided service dogs to 70 Texas veterans, and we have reached a major milestone in our organization. Next month, we will be celebrating our 1,000th pairing, including veterans from all 50 states. Canines for Warriors is already meeting all of the requirements of the pilot program, including verification of veteran status, professional staff who fully train our service dogs to ADI standards, and the ability to replace a dog due to incompatibility or illness for the life of the veteran. We don't just provide highly trained service dogs to veterans. Our program has been successful due to the strength of our upstream prevention strategies focused on participant assessment, continuous monitoring for risk factors, and proactive response at all stages of involvement in our program. The wraparound services that we provide monthly begin as soon as the veteran has been accepted into our program and continues monthly for life. Services are designed to assess well-being and link our veterans to vital suicide prevention resources if necessary. We have a 24/7 duty phone staffed with assist-trained personnel, and we are enhancing staff training to expand our lethal means safety education and crisis response planning with our warriors to include the use of the service dog in order to provide a reliable set of tools to achieve post-traumatic growth. Our wraparound services also extend to the caregivers of the veterans via monthly wellness program to assist them with their journey as they prepare to navigate the complexities of bringing a service dog into the home. If you'll go to slide 3, please. Our service dog pairing program is led by staff who work closely with the pair while they were on campus. During their 3-week residency, our veterans receive classroom training, including positive dog reinforcement, dog health care, integration of the service dog into the home, work, and school, service dog law, steps to obtaining VA insurance benefits for the dog, and public access training for ADI certification. If you'll jump to slide 7, please. We know that veterans with service dogs experience a decrease in symptoms and an improvement in overall wellness. It's important to note that veterans with service dogs are more likely to continue with their current treatment, miss fewer appointments, and report a reduction or elimination of medication. If you'll go to slide 8, this talks about our public access training, which is pivotal for achieving Assistance Dog International certification. It empowers our veterans to utilize the service dog to help identify and manage PTSD triggers, enhancing coping skills, so that they can return to activities and events that they were avoiding. Public access training in San Antonio begins at the Alamo, the Missions, or the Riverwalk and progresses to stores, the Lackland Exchange, Wilford Hall Health Clinic, and finally the airport where teams practice TSA screenings and boarding. By adopting a comprehensive approach to service dog programming, we create a supportive ecosystem that addresses the safety concerns and fosters an environment conducive to long-term recovery and resilience among our veterans with their battle buddy by their side. Canaans for Warriors is requesting funding in the amount of $130,000 to support 15 Texas veterans and their families from 13 counties during the grant period at our facility in San Antonio.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Okay, I have a couple. Are these rescue dogs?
Great question, and thank you for asking that. We operate with rescue dogs, and we do obtain some purpose-bred dogs in the event that we have a veteran who suffers from allergies and they need something like a doodle or a poodle that's more hypoallergenic.
Okay, so let me ask you, you've invested all this time linking them up with their handler or the veteran, excuse me, and the dog. And now all of a sudden the veteran can't handle the dog anymore. What I mean is they wind up in assisted living and it's for whatever reason not appropriate to have him or the dog go. So is there a tracking mechanism where you can bring that dog back and then support another veteran? What happens in that case?
Absolutely. And thank you for asking that question too. Because of the monthly outreach that we do with our veterans after graduation, we're able to keep track of their station in life and how they're doing with the dog, so we can address training issues or health problems. In the case that you mentioned, and we had one actually recently where a service member re-enlisted and was deployed, we brought the dog back into our care. That's part of the service that we provide. Once a veteran and their dog is a canine's family member, they're with us for life. So if something happens and they're unable to care for the dog, we bring it back to us. And we, if it's young enough and it's compatible, we'll try to place it with another veteran. If that's not the case, we have a wait list of first responder agencies that look for therapy dogs. So then we can transition the service dog into another role that best fits their point in life. And then ultimately, if the dog is too old for service, we'll find a loving home where it can be placed for adoption. And
Okay.
most of the time those go to our staff because they love them so much.
All right, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Delgado, go ahead, and then Mr. Martinez.
Hey, thanks, Miss Reina. So thank you. Quick question on this one. So I know the wait for veteran and service animals is extensive. Is there a reason why you have on this application 15 veterans and 30 dependents, when I know the wait for to get veterans a service animal? Why the differentiator there?
At our facility in San Antonio, we can accommodate up to 5 veterans per month in the residency program. And so based on their work schedules, vacation, family life, we have the 15 we've identified for the program scheduled out over the next year. And then that gives the veteran time to prepare their life. If part of being successful with a service dog is being physically fit to be able to get out and walk your dog. So there's things that we work with the veteran before they come to get them ready for life with a service dog. But in Texas, we're limited to about 5 per month for the 3-week program.
So how does that program change for the dependents?
So with the dependents, we offer, I used 30. It's an average based on our history with the veterans. Is that what your question is? So we offer the services to the dependents and the caregivers monthly as virtual cafes and seminars meant to foster a community for the caregivers, but also get them prepared for bringing the dog into the home. And there's a variety of different classes we offer the spouses and caregivers throughout the programming. And that also continues beyond the 3 weeks that they're on campus.
And then my last question, I want to piggyback on Miss Reina's question regarding rescues, especially here in San Antonio. So is there a breakdown or off the top of your head what that looks like? I know allergies and other things play a factor, but is there a large percentage of that, or is a larger percentage rescues? What does that breakdown look like?
When we were founded, our goal was to solely use rescue, and over the years things have changed and we've recognized the need to bring in some purpose-bred dogs. However, our average is about 60% rescue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Reina.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. So you said when the animals, when the dog and the vet are in the program, they're in it for life, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So does that include for the healthcare for the dog as well too?
The healthcare of the dog is, the veteran provides the health care, but they're able to get insurance through the VA's program for insurance for dogs. And then if a situation arises where there's an emergency or a loss of a job or extenuating circumstances where the veteran's unable to provide the health care for the dog, we have reserve funds in order to help with those kinds of things.
And that reserve funds is broken down as far as like not just immunizations, but like major and minor surgeries as well.
We do have that funding available to the veterans on a as need basis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Integral Care on the screen. It's Austin Travis County Mental Health and Mental Retardation Center. They are up. That's Brittany. And then on deck is Project Amistad. That is a remote presentation as well. Zaid, if you can be ready. Thank you.
Hello, hi, I am Brittany Whittington, and I'm the Director of Accountable Care Systems here at Integral Care, which is the local mental health authority for Travis County, Texas. Next slide. Next slide. So I am with Integral Care. Again, we are the local mental health authority for Travis County, Texas. We have a proposal for the Veterans Mental Health Program at Integral Care that would serve 150 unique individuals per year, 75 veterans and 75 dependents. We provide services across the entire continuum of care. So we provide housing services, substance use treatment. We provide residential services. We own housing complexes in Austin to assist individuals experiencing homelessness. We provide clinical counseling services, prevention services, treatment for adults and kids across the age continuum. We really try and be an integrated system of care. Next slide. So as the local mental health authority and the safety net for the Travis County population, all Travis County residents qualify for our services. So individuals are eligible regardless of their funding source or ability to pay. This funding, though, would allow us to target our resources towards our veteran population. So we serve approximately 350 veterans per year and around 370 veteran dependents per year. So we are looking to use this funding to add a military veteran peer specialist to our peer services array. We have approximately 30 peers within our existing system, but this would be a brand new position for Integral Care, specifically focused on resources for our veteran population. In addition, we would be requesting a licensed mental health provider, master's level clinician that could provide screening, brief intervention, evidence-based practices, CBT, motivational interviewing, skills training, and case management. We would verify veteran services using primarily our Safe Haven residential program. Folks exiting out of Safe Haven would be connected to our military veteran peer specialist. By coming through Safe Haven, we know that they've been identified as a veteran and vetted through the VA. And in cases where they are not coming through Safe Haven, we would use a DD-214 with any discharge status. Next slide. So in addition to the military veteran peer specialist and the licensed professional of the healing arts, we would also have 2 full-time community health workers. So these community health workers are skilled at navigating both the Integral Care system of care and services available in the community in Travis County at large. So regardless of whether they're seeking services internally or externally, our community health workers are really trained to identify and pinpoint those resources and get them connected in a time unlimited fashion. And so for those who are continuing with Integral Care and they need any connection to our services, again, residential, substance use treatment, prevention services, utility assistance, case management, medication services, our LPHA would be connecting those folks, getting them open to intake if they aren't already open to Integral Care services, and helping to bridge to those different programs within integral care. Next slide. So we would be looking at approximately a caseload of 35 clients per clinician, with a goal of 12 new clients each month, and then retaining the existing individuals on their caseload. And again, this is a time unlimited fashion, so it could vary from month to month. But we would be expecting, just based on salaries alone, to expend about $22,000 per month, with $6,000 for indirect. Next slide. So we would be doing a proactive phone outreach. We would be connecting and serve as that liaison for Safe Haven, which only serves exclusively veterans at integral care and housing services. We also attend local outreach events through the Military Veteran Peer Network. We also provide mental health first aid training with a veterans specialty focus. And so we would connect with individuals that way too. But we would really focus on the proactive outreach and engagement portion of this to engage our veterans. Next slide. And that's
Okay,
it.
ma'am. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. The slide went too far. Excuse me. You have another 30 seconds left.
Okay, so the proactive outreach piece has been really successful for our community health workers. We use our EHR to get their contact information and identify them that way, and then proactively reach out.
Keep going. I interrupted you. Oh.
We have a really robust way of identifying folks that are veterans, either through the program that they're being served at integral care or on the demographic intake form that we have for all clients at integral care. So we're able to not only identify them, but we're able to reach out to them regardless of what level of care they're being served at integral care, regardless of what program. And again, the community health workers are really intended to be across all barriers, a yes team, regardless of, their current services at integral care. They're able to engage them and get them connected to services in integral care or outside of integral care.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, ma'am. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, Project Amistad online, Zaid. And then up next, we have Baylor, Scott, and White. Please be prepared, Elizabeth Coe. Project Amistad.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zadia Chigoyan. I am the project coordinator for the mental health services that we provide here at Amistad through this funding that you all are making available. So we plan to serve 250 veterans, 220 veterans, 25 dependents, and 5 surviving spouses throughout 6 counties, which is Brewster, Culberson, El Paso, Hudspeth, Jeff Davis, and Presidio. So we've had currently this would be an extension of the current grant that we have because we've had, thankfully through you all, have been able to provide services since 2014. To the community through mental health services. And so as a whole, as the agency, we've been around since 1976, and we've been able to provide services to veterans and their beneficiaries for the past 48 years. So we are recognized as a trusted source within our community for not only clients, but for professionals when seeking resources for veterans and their beneficiaries. We are recognized, of course, as you all know, El Paso is recognized as the capital, the veterans capital of the nation. So we do have that, we serve many veterans. There's thousands of veterans within our community that we do serve and have been serving thanks to TVC. And we are committed to continuing to serve veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses with clinical counseling. The services that will be provided will be trauma and stress-related anxiety disorder, suicide ideation, mood disorder, substance use, identity concerns, adjustment disorder, marriage counseling, relationship and group sessions will be provided for that. We do help them with the transition from military into the community, and empowerment to help them understand their thoughts, feelings, manage stress, anxiety, and deal with life changes and improve relationships. We are asking for $100,000 in clinical counseling. We only have one licensed therapist on site to provide services to our families. Eligibility is confirmed first prior to the delivery of services. So we do confirm, we get all the documentation up hand first. When we receive inquiries, our LPC will reach out to them and kind of screen them for eligibility, and then she'll schedule them in. She'll get all the documentation, and then she'll go ahead and provide services. We do plan on spending over 91% of the grant funds on client services. And of course, as a nonprofit agency, there's no other funds available through our agency to provide the services made available through this grant. So again, our licensed therapist will be the only one to interact with the clients receiving mental health counseling, the therapy sessions. She will screen them for eligibility, schedule the appointments, provide therapeutic services, track progress, and provide referrals to additional support services. Because as a social service agency, we do provide wraparound services through Amistad. We plan on serving again 250 clients with approximately 20 clients per month to meet the proposed 250 clients per year. And we'll have an estimated monthly budget of $7,583.33 to meet the $91,000 proposed through client services. Amistad periodically hosts, to describe the outreach plan, I'm sorry, I'm trying to go really fast. Amistad will periodically host, we do host resource fairs and donation drives here at our office to bring the community awareness on services available, to help them with food insecurities and other resources that are not covered through the grant for veterans and their beneficiaries. A variety of workshops are also made available to our clients, our veteran clients, such as money management, financial literacy courses, budgeting, job readiness, mental health groups, peer support groups, through the content marketing. Person first graphics is what we keep here at Amistad. Has brought awareness by utilizing social media campaigns, PSA, public service announcements, brochures, flyers, website, and of course, our community partners, referrals, and word of mouth. Through the administration of the Quality Assurance Survey, Amistad can track the effectiveness of each outreach method used to allow us the opportunity to adjust and reallocate the funding accordingly. And I do have some slides on the presentation. I don't know if if you all could click to the next one. I'm sorry, I was like trying to get it out as fast as I could. If you could go all the way down to the next slide. I just so that you all can see the services that we do here. The next slide, please. Next.
Hey, ma'am, time's up.
Okay.
Are there any questions? Mr. Martinez.
So you guys provide marriage counseling, as I was said. Why don't you recognize common law if the VA and state recognizes it? Amistad doesn't.
Zadie, you are muted.
Thank you for that. We don't, that's how the grant was written, just because we want to make sure that sometimes the marriage is split, and so we have the spouse, the common law spouse coming out to receive services that the veteran didn't approve of, I guess you can say. So we do refer them to and we do have another mental health grant that does provide services to support system. So that's something that we would love to have through this grant, is, not only to surviving spouses, but maybe to the support system, which would, mean anyone that they identify as our support system, which could be a common law. So that's something that we're looking into. I don't know if that's something you all would allow us to do, but for now we do not recognize, but we do have other resources in-house that we can provide them to, refer them to.
Okay, anyone else? All right, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zadie.
Thank you.
We have Baylor, Scott, and White. Elizabeth Coe, you are up next. And after Elizabeth, we have Defenders of Freedom. That's a remote presentation. Donna Cranston, be ready. So Elizabeth, take it away.
Good morning. Thank you so much. My name is Elizabeth Coe. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and the program director of our statewide telehealth clinic for veterans and family members. Next slide, please. So yes, we serve statewide. We are a telehealth clinic, which allows us to reach very widely. We also provide services across a very wide range of presenting problems. We are asking for $500,000 this year, the full ask. We've seen a big increase in our services and our number of clients served and the referrals that we're getting from other veteran agencies this past year. And we anticipate that to continue into the next year, hence the bigger ask. Next slide, please. All right, so we provide individual therapy, again, mostly via telehealth since we're serving statewide. We do also offer in-person services to those who are local to our Waco office. We offer a menu of therapy options, including trauma-focused treatments such as cognitive processing therapy, prolonged exposure, and written exposure therapy. We also have some more general therapy options like acceptance and commitment therapy, the unified protocol, and then we have some other specialty offerings like cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia and parent skills training. We have intentionally kept our eligibility criteria as broad as TVC will allow. Our goal is to fill care gaps, so we want that eligibility criteria to be very broad. Any branch, any discharge status, any eligible family member. Again, we try to align with TVC's definition of that. And we never charge our clients, either them personally or their insurance. Big thank you to TVC for funding the entirety of our client services since 2019. Next slide, please. This shows just our core staff, that kind of the who's who behind our telehealth clinic. Myself as project director, Ms. Swenson as our project manager. We have 3 licensed psychologists on staff who provide direct care as well as supervision. And then we have about 6 therapists who provide supervised therapy to our clients. We also have 2 clinical assistants to help run the project smoothly and to help our patients through the enrollment process. Next slide, please. This shows just some of our progress benchmarks throughout the year, highlighting some of our expansion goals, including serving about 15 new clients per month. I do want to highlight that does not include clients who are continuing services with us, only new clients, only that expansion goal. We also hope to deliver about 120 treatment sessions per month. And we hope to be good stewards of our funds, spending about this amount per month and per quarter. Next slide, please. We definitely believe in the power of outreach, not only for marketing purposes, but also as an education tool, a stigma fighter, and a hope builder. So there are lots of ways we do outreach, including media through social network ads or TV spots and news interviews. We collaborate as much as possible with other veteran organizations. We are on the TVC directory, of course. We use old school paper flyers still. We also use some new school digital flyers and banners at all the Baylor Scott and White clinics statewide. And we also attend veteran events throughout the year. In these photos, you can see our team members engaging in some of these activities. Next slide, please. I also want to take a chance to highlight the training that our team engages in. We very much want our veterans and their families to feel respected and understood when they receive services from us. So we do several activities throughout the year to give our entire team a good taste of what it means to be a part of the military community. In these photos, you can see our team at Fort Cavazos at our annual Warrior Skills Simulation training. And we also do some other activities throughout the year to support our knowledge and our understanding. Next slide. Lastly, just want to highlight the advantages of telehealth, again, for filling those care gaps and getting care to those who need it, where they need it, when they need it. Thank you. And I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Yes, Omar.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question. I'll keep speaking. I have a question in regards to, so you cover a wide range of counties. Now, as far as telemedicine or telehealth, what efforts is the organization making to reach some of those rural communities that are struggling with broadband reach?
Yes. Yes, yeah. In our experience, we've had pretty good luck troubleshooting on a one-on-one basis. And that is part of the kind of the it takes a village idea. Part of our clinical assistance role is doing some tech troubleshooting with our patients through the enrollment process. We try to think pretty creatively about that. Like, is there a location in town, even if they need to drive there and do the session from their phone in their car? Like, is there a location that's pretty convenient and private where they could access a better bandwidth? We will also be reasonably flexible. So if someone is showing us that they're engaged in treatment, but bandwidth is just not going to allow video and audio via telehealth, we will make exceptions and allow just audio. Again, if safety is there and if engagement is there, we try to be as flexible as possible and to help patients troubleshoot where necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Defenders of Freedom up, and then next after that, Austin Dog Alliance. That's a remote presentation. Debbie, please be ready online. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Donna Cranston. I'm the founder and executive director of Defenders of Freedom. And I thank you for this opportunity to be able to share with you today. Defenders of Freedom is seeking a $400,000 mental health grant to implement licensed mental health counselors into our existing program for traumatic brain injury treatment. Because some symptoms of TBI and PTS overlap and mirror each other, many times TBIs are not being diagnosed or treated. We know that someone can have PTS without having a TBI, but in most cases, if you have a TBI, you probably have some level of PTS. Both are very real unseen injuries. However, they should be treated separately. Treating PTS, which is a psychological injury, will never fully treat a TBI, which is a physical injury. However, studies have shown, and our results are in line with that when you treat a TBI, you can lessen the intensity of some of the PTS symptoms that are shared. With the success that we are seeing focusing on treating the TBI, we need to strengthen our program and implement mental health counselors to share in a more comprehensive treatment of our veterans. While we have referred many veterans to counseling, we would like to formally have it a part of our program with measurable results. Next slide, please. With this grant, we are expecting to serve 80 post-9/11 Texas veterans, and we'll verify all of our veterans through a DD-214 and a photo ID. We will use 100% of the funding for direct client services. Next slide, please. The licensed mental health counselors will provide a mental health assessment and counseling, EMDR as needed, group counseling, follow-up counseling, and referrals when needed. The functional neurologist will continue to share in implementing the RTMS or transcranial magnetic stimulation, which has proven to be a champion in lessening depression and stress and anxiety symptoms. Cognitive assessments, biofeedback, SSEP, Gamma Core, RhythmX, and therapy such as NAD when needed. These modalities are considered from the inpatient assessments and decided on between both the counselors and the doctors. Next slide, please. We currently have 82 Texas veterans and 73 veterans from around the country on our wait list, so we should easily be able to serve 8 to 10 Texas veterans per month in the clinic at a cost of approximately $5,000 per veteran. Veterans may be seen by the counselor for up to 6 months. We continue to use next slide, please. We continue to use social media as an outreach tool, as well as keeping up with the VA social workers who refer veterans to us. We're very collaborative with other VSOs, and we'll take referrals from them as well as give referrals. But the largest segment of veterans that we're seeing and helping come from referrals from veterans who have been through the clinic and experienced these results and want their sisters and brothers to share in the same outcomes. And then we also do a lot of social media presentations and campaigns for that to raise awareness and to get more veterans. And we are always looking for new ways to raise awareness to our veterans. Next slide, please. Since 2020, when we shifted our focus to concentrate on TBI treatment, we have already served over 200 veterans, and currently we have 6 more scheduled through the spring. Next slide. The outcomes that we are seeing in just 2 short weeks are very impressive and life-changing for all the veterans that we have put through the program. When depression, anxiety, and stress scores drop so dramatically, the veterans begin to have hope again. We are seeing suicidal ideations drop as well. Sleep improvement is critical for their healing process, and for many, the sleep increased hours start happening within 3 to 4 days. The tools that they are given through counseling helps them navigate the highs and lows more steadily. And we are seeing the veterans continue to improve long after they've left and embark on new adventures that they would not have considered previously. We're also seeing many personal relationships either restored or renewed, and that always, of course, strengthens their families. We hope that you will consider our request and help us move forward in this comprehensive mental health umbrella of treating PTS and TBI. With TBI being the signature wound of post 9/11 veterans, we would like to see more veterans be treated under mental health protocols because we really believe that brain health is also mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
Yes.
Dusty, I recognize Dusty, and then it will be you, Miss James.
I'm sorry to interrupt. How are you? Can you clarify about the diagnosis of the TBI? Is it sort of like a preliminary showing by the veteran? They have a diagnosis they bring to you, or how's that determined?
They do not always have a diagnosis when they come to us. Many times just through talking to them, their experiences, sometimes we can just tell on the phone. But what they do on day one when they get into the clinic, that's part of the assessments that they go through between the counselors, and they go through a whole diagnostic protocol the very first day.
Is that like a brain scan too, or just the counseling, therapy, questioning kind of protocol?
They do balance testing. They do the PHQ-9 scores, the DOS scores are tests. They do right eye tests. They do cognitive testing. All of those are done on day one.
Okay.
So no brain scans. No brain scans.
Mrs. James.
Thank you, ma'am. You mentioned that it's just post 9/11 veterans. Can you give us some more insight on why this specific demographic? And then if someone does come into the pipeline that's not post 9/11, let's say they're Gulf War, what do you do with those folks?
So when I started the chapter or the organization, I really struggled with whether to just do post 9/11 veterans, and we did make that decision because then the question is, how far do we go back? Do we go back to World War II veterans and all that? And I didn't really have an understanding to do all that, so I just chose post 9/11 veterans, never knowing I would be in my 19th year. I mean, we've kind of grown with the organization. However, because this treatment has been so impactful, we did have some questions for some pre-9/11 veterans, and my board has agreed that if we have a pre-9/11 veteran come and we can raise funding separately, or they can bring funding as a donation through our organization, so someone could get a write-off for helping that veteran, that we will treat them. But we do not use funding that we've raised for pre-9/11 veterans. It's just our organization's mission is post 9/11 veterans.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, Mr. Martinez.
So when you do get those pre 9/11 veterans that come in, do you already have an agency that you're gonna refer them to, so that way they're not just sitting there waiting? Because you know, with TBIs take years to progress sometimes.
Absolutely. I don't really know where to help them with. We would try our best to help them get that funding, just through other contacts, but there's not a lot of people doing real TBI treatment. And so I really don't know where I would refer them, quite honestly.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Austin Dog Alliance, Debbie Kraker online, and then next up online as well, Volunteer Services Council of Texoma Community Center. That is Rebecca Monroe and Sharon. Y'all look like you're online. Thanks. Austin Dog Alliance.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Cracker. I am the founder and executive director of the Austin Dog Alliance Hounds for Heroes program. I started the Dog Alliance in 2006. We are located in Cedar Park, Texas, and we have chosen to only serve 5 counties with service dog services so that we can highly customize the services we provide to the unique needs of the veterans that we serve. We provide veterans with free service dogs through 2 coexisting protocols. The first is called Hounds for Heroes, and this is the traditional format that many of you are probably aware of. This is where a puppy is raised by staff members and puppy raisers. They are trained for 18 to 22 months, and then they are matched with a veteran who then goes through additional training with that dog to ensure that the veteran and the dog can do all the tasks the dog has been taught. The dogs in this program are bred using multi-generational data based on health and temperament. The puppies are part of the Assistance Dogs International Breeding Cooperative. This is a key feature of this program because these dogs have been health tested and temperament tested for many generations, and their average success rate is over 70%. In contrast, shelter dogs typically have a pass rate of less than 25%. The other advantage of using the dogs that have been bred to be service dogs is that most of the genetic issues and annoying issues such as food allergies and frequent ear conditions have been eliminated from these lines. The second protocol we use is where a veteran is involved in the daily training of their dog. The dog can be a dog that they have already owned and have already bonded with, that we have tested for health and temperament, or one of our Assistance Dogs International Breeding Cooperative puppies. In either case, the veteran is involved in coming into our facility once a week for a training class with other veterans who are experiencing similar issues. They are also going out in public to practice with their dog, and I have not advanced my screen, my apologies. Please advance my screen. That's good, thank you. They are going out in public and working with other veterans and their dog. This format is a way for us to provide service dogs, but in a peer supported manner. Sometimes I think that the program works too well. Many of our veterans, when it gets to the point at the 18 to 22 month mark, where their dogs are very ready to pass the public access test, they don't want to graduate because they enjoy going out with the others and seeing their comrades. We have this problem so frequently that we have created a mentoring program so that we can, our veterans can keep coming to our public access outings. Advance the slide, please. All of our trainers are here in Texas. Our entire leadership structure is here in Texas. We are Texas only. All of our staff has very experienced dog training, and all of our staff is given additional training on how to recognize the signs of PTSD and enter other mental health conditions. Next slide, please. When a veteran and dog team first pass the public access test, we check in with them daily, then weekly, and then monthly, and then yearly. If a team needs retraining, we are happy to provide the assistance required to bring their skills up to ADI standards. In fact, when their dog retires, we will provide them with another dog. So we are making a lifelong commitment to the veterans that we serve. Additionally, we meet new veterans, new clients every month through informational seminars that are followed by individualized consultations with the client. This is where we will help the veteran determine if they can use their own dog to enroll in the program, or if they would be better off being matched with either one of our bred puppies or with a dog that has already been trained by our staff and is ready to go. Next slide, please. To be honest with you, for the last 5 years, we have done very little marketing because word of mouth gives us more clients than we can manage. We are very excited about this potential funding so that we can increase our reach to veterans. And we have a social media person and marketing person that is ready to go. We're really very much looking forward to reaching more veterans.
Next slide, thank you, ma'am. Time's up. Are there any questions? So the dog, once they retire, you have puppies that you can go to, and then they start all over again, retraining with that dog. Or if they're getting ready to retire, do you have the dog, excuse me, are you going to bring a puppy in so that that puppy learns from the almost retired dog?
It really depends on the situation for the veteran. Perhaps they started out with a dog that they trained themselves, but now it's 15 years later and their health is not as strong as it once was. We may decide that it's better for them, or they may, ask to have a dog that's already trained, be their next service dog. It really depends on what the veteran wants.
And then say the veteran gets sick or, for whatever reason, but the dog still has service dog life. What happens then?
So these veterans, even if they have become sick, they are usually very codependent on that dog. We would never take a dog from someone that is in love with their dog. And depending on the age of the dog, perhaps like if a veteran passes and the dog's been in the home for 10 years, we're not going to take that dog away from the spouse. So it's somewhat of a case by case.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I talked over you, Ms. James. Go ahead. You have another question, Ms. Krager.
She's still
Go
with
ahead,
us.
Jamil.
I'm still here, yes.
This is sort of a continuation of Miss Reyna's question. So what happens to the dogs that are not specifically bred to be service dogs that might come into the program and are not eventually determined to be a fit? What happens to those dogs?
So if it's a dog that is owned by the veteran, like they brought their own dog in, then we will give them several choices. They can select another dog and we'll temperament test them, or we'll match them with one of our dogs that we have bred. So they can start over.
Okay. But what happens to a dog that, say, for example, I think the percentages you gave were like 20% versus dogs from the shelter versus 70% from the bred population. So are you basically now just focused on the bred dogs where you don't have dogs coming through the shelters or rescues?
So we do not, if a veteran has a dog that is from a shelter or rescue, that those dogs are welcome into the program, but we don't pull them from the shelter.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And if we have a dog that we call it career change, where we've trained them for 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, and then we determine that they cannot continue, those dogs are matched with a veteran that has, for some reason in their home, they would benefit from a trained dog, but they don't need a service dog.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Thanks. Have a great day, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Next up, we have Volunteer Services Council of Texoma Community Center. It's a remote virtual presentation. Rebecca and Sharon are online. We have Endeavor's Lauren Knoll here in person with us. So she looks like she's ready to go. Texoma, take it away.
Okay, hi. As you mentioned, we applied for the grant in the amount of $140,000 through the Volunteer Services Council of Texoma Community Center. TCC is the local mental health authority for Grayson, Cook, and Fannin County. And through that, we have our military veteran peer network. It's a contractual relationship we have with the state to provide those services. The funding that we get from the state only pays for one position. It doesn't include any other mental health services. It barely pays for the building and the other things that we need to help the veterans in our community. And so the MVPN has the 501c3 through our Volunteer Services Council. They're pretty much ran by our coordinator and the volunteers. They receive donations from the community and contribute to that program through our volunteer services program. So we're requesting financial services so that we can be able to provide clinical support to the veterans in our community. Next slide. TCC is in the very rural North Texas. So right before you get across the Oklahoma border. So there is not a lot of providers around here, especially those that have a veteran experience. So it makes it difficult for some of the folks in our community to build a rapport and a therapeutic alliance with some of our providers. The funding that we're going to use is going to be able to contract with one to two licensed mental health professionals. We already have several in our area that are eager to work with us. We also want to employ a full-time case manager who also either has lived experience as a veteran or as a family member. They'll be trained and credentialed through Texoma as a qualified mental health professional so that they can work in collaboration with the LMHP to provide supplemental supports to our veterans. Case management type services that typically LMHPs don't provide but are a crucial part of recovery and treatment. Without services or without funding from the grant, typically our veterans here are referred to the VA, which is quite a commute, or they're referred directly to Texoma's adult mental health program. But we found that a lot of times the stigma associated with mental health is often too much, and our veterans are not wanting to get help through the local mental health authority. So it'd be great to be able to provide those services through the MVPN. How are we going to make sure that our clients are veterans? We're going to be requesting a DD-214, a VA ID card, a veteran designation on the state ID. And then 89% of our requested budget is going to be used for client services. Additional amount requested is for various supplies and administrative costs. Next slide, please. Our contracted LMHP is going to provide diagnostic assessments, individualized treatment planning. They're going to administer quarterly assessments to track progress and symptom improvement. They're going to provide individual psychotherapy and group psychotherapy services. They're also going to work with our QMHP, who can provide supplemental supports using their QMHP evidence-based practices such as illness management recovery, motivational interviewing, crisis services, and safety planning. But all of these services must be recommended on the veteran or client's treatment plan and developed with the LMHP. They're deemed as clinically necessary. Next slide, please. So for progress, we would like to serve 50 clients. And then our allotted monthly expenditures would be $11,666. This includes salary, supplies, contract, and payment for services. Our performance standards, we hope to see a decrease in PHQ-9 scores by at least 5 points. And then our LMHP will also issue the CSSRS, which is the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. As far as improvement goes, we want to see improvement, but we're kind of gathering baseline data as far as scores go so that we can use for future grant applications. We'd like to always be able to provide this service, and we want to benchmark for data to see what kind of scores we need to see improve in the future. Our last slide, next slide, please, is about our outreach plan, and I'm going to let Sharon talk about this.
Okay, so our outreach plan includes referrals from our community organizations and community partners, which we have strong relationships with. Distributing a local veteran guide, that seems
Okay,
like.
ma'am, time's up.
Okay.
Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Sure, Mr. Delgado. Correction, Mr. Rispoli, excuse me.
Yes,
Go ahead, sir.
question to the group is, what is the breakdown in terms of usage between the services of LMHP and QMHP?
What is the breakdown of services? So an LMHP is a licensed clinician, so they have a master's level, and they have taken a master's level exam, a clinical exam, to be licensed in the state of Texas. A QMHP is a bachelor's level individual. You're only going to find those in your local mental health authorities. So they're qualified mental health professionals. They've received their bachelor's degree in either psychology, sociology, some human services field. We see a lot of political or a lot of criminal justice, and they've undergone some credentialing and some training and evidence-based practices to be able to provide those services. That answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Ms. James.
Given that, you mentioned that access to the VA, the travel is a big barrier there. This area is sort of a desert, as you described it, for mental health, right? So where do you anticipate most of these services taking place, given that it is rural? And, I guess I'm trying to figure out, you've narrowed it to the region. Where will the services take place? How will you interface with the veterans?
Although we are considered rural, we are right down 75, about 60 miles north of Dallas. So our population is rapidly growing very, very quickly. We're not going to be rural for much longer. We just need our clinicians in the area to hop on board and move here and start providing services. But we're going to be able to do some virtual work. And then we also have the Walker House, which Sharon, if you want to talk about the Walker House and how it just attracts veterans in our community. That's where we're going to have the hub and the base for most of our services.
Yes, and the Walker House is a veteran peer networking center for Texoma. It's a non-clinical space that's actually operated out of a residential home that nobody lives in, but all the veterans really love going there, and they feel like it. They feel at home whenever they come there. They don't feel like they're walking into a mental health program.
Thank you.
And because we will have our QMHP and a case who can also function as a case manager, they're going to also be linking our veterans to community resources, which may include transportation, or they might actually be providing some transportation themselves if that's what the clinician deems is necessary for their treatment.
Okay. Thank you, ladies. Have a good day. And Ms. Zavala?
All right. Well, Laura is absolutely ready up here in person. James is going to be your timekeeper, and please let our folks up in Zoom know when you would like us to advance your slides. All right. And then we have, let's see, we have American Odysseus here in person as well. They'll be up next after you. All right, Laura, take us away.
All right, y'all able to hear me? All right, so my name is Laura Knoll. I'm a licensed professional counselor, supervisor. I'm also the director of behavioral health for Endeavors, and I'm here to talk about our application for this grant. Next slide, please. So we are asking for the full $500,000 to provide individual, family, couples, group mental health counseling. We aim to serve 250 total, 200 veterans, 45 dependents. I would actually like to see that number be a little bit higher because I know the demand is absolutely there, and 5 surviving spouses. We also serve the entire state of Texas. Next slide, please. So the services that we provide, again, individual, couples, family, and group counseling. We also provide peer support services. We have a peer support, a veteran on staff. Because Endeavors is a pretty large, financially stable nonprofit, we're able to utilize resources that don't necessarily get billed to this grant for people who are enrolled in these grant services. So we have peer support services. We also anticipate being able to offer case management services for veterans and dependents that qualify or need that in the future for this next grant year. We have a lot of support staff. Again, Endeavors being so large, we've got a clinic practice manager, a data manager, a financial coordinator, office manager, all those sorts of support staff that don't necessarily come out of this grant because 100% of this budget goes directly to patient care, but people who are able to help the clinicians be clinicians and do what they need to do. We also have a lot of other programs that we serve under umbrella for behavioral health. So that allows us the opportunity to flex resources. If we have a wait list and we need to pull people from maybe our housing stability grant from clinicians over to be able to serve and get people seen sooner, we have the ability to do that. We have a lot of different things that we are trained in. We have quite a relationship with the Strong Star Consortium. So every year, any of our clinicians that are connected to the Texas Veterans Commission are eligible to get training in some evidence-based protocol through Strong Star. And thus far, we've had 100% pass rate with being able to get these services, these modalities trained through Strong Star. Next slide, please. Okay, yes. So right now we have 3 clinicians that are performing direct client services for this population. We also have a dedicated intake coordinator. This intake coordinator has worked on the grant for the past 3 years as we have been generously provided this money for this program. She understands all the different documentation that's required to verify veteran status, dependency status, surviving spouse. I also always like to tout that myself, my assistant director, lead clinician, all the clinicians involved, and our peer support staff, we are all either veterans or dependents ourselves. But even with that, we do provide a lot of military cultural competency training, and we do not use any contractors outside of Endeavors. Next slide, please. So in order to meet the benchmarks for this, typically when we start a new grant year, we have somewhere around 6 clients that get rolled over. So they start anew as unique clients, which requires us to bring in 15 or 16 new clients per month. And that is absolutely doable given that the demand is so large, particularly in San Antonio being Military City, USA, and even hither and yonder all across the state of Texas, people that we're able to reach out to. We continually have a wait list for this. Luckily, we have a relationship with our sister clinic at Endeavors, the Stephen A. Cohen Military Family Clinic. So sometimes they have a wait list there, so they're able to divert people to our side. Sometimes we have a wait list and we're able to divert people over there to make sure that the clients get the services that they need. Again, we also have a lot of support staff to make sure that we are hitting our benchmarks as far as billing monthly, getting invoices out, getting everything set up in the Flux system, which has just been so much fun, but we're getting there, understanding all the different requirements in Flux. We also have the clinic practice manager that's working with our EHR to make sure that all of the outcome data through the PHQ-9 and GAD-7, different psychological assessments to make sure that we are providing good quality services to our clients. Next slide. Outreach. Okay. So yes, our staff attended just so many different events, and this is incredible given that we have not had dedicated outreach staff. It's been mostly our peer support, case management, and myself.
It's up there. Okay. Time's up, ma'am. Do we have any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Ms. James.
Yes, Ms. James.
So you mentioned, or I see that you're statewide, and you mentioned that there are actually wait lists. When you have these wait lists, how are you prioritizing which geographies resources go to? Like, can you help us just kind of understand, is it based on condition? Is it geography? How do you determine ultimately where the resources are going to go, since the your amounts are fixed or your budget is fixed.
Hey, Jamila, this is Elaine. Do you have your camera on, or is it just our view from the room?
I have my camera on.
Okay, great. Good to know. Thank you.
We do not prioritize based on geographic location. There are at times some prioritization as far as when our clinicians have in-person appointments, maybe they have their in-person day. And so we're able to get a new client in for that, which would say that I guess technically Bear County might have a little bit of a preference there if when those in-person appointments are available. I will say that we do prioritize based on risk level, particularly suicide risk. If we have someone who is high risk for suicide, then we do get them, they kind of jump to the top of the list and we get them in for an assessment within 7 days. And then the next below that is a moderate risk for suicide, and we try to triage those within 2 weeks. That would be really the only way that we determine who gets to come in first. Otherwise, it's first come, first serve.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Great. Thanks, Laura. All right. We have American Odysseus Sailing Foundation, Dane Hyland, Director of Operations, in person.
All right, thank you. My name is Dane Hyland. Thank you for having us. I'm here for Skeleton Crew Adventures, formerly known as American Odysseus Sailing Foundation. We are 100% veteran run by veterans and veteran spouses. We are seeking, just as a high-level overview, $100,000. We are a 501c. The service category that we fall under is Veteran Mental Health Program Peer Support Services. And services that we provide in that category are licensed mental health providers, marriage and family relationship concerns, substance abuse detection, suicide ideation behaviors, transition assistance, and trauma and stress-related disorders. The number of beneficiaries to be served, we're hoping to do 115 this year. That includes 45 veterans from last year that we're still in touch with, but unable to serve due to a lack of resources. We serve Texas veterans from every county in Texas. So what does Skeleton Crew do? We provide transformative sailing adventure therapy for veterans with post-traumatic stress. We leverage research-driven methods. We empower resilience and mental well-being through sailing. Our programs enhance productivity and foster community support, aiding in suicide prevention and lasting healing. The direct services to veterans. Number one, what we do is we offer day sails. This is a two-part sail in the Galveston Bay area of Texas. Each sail lasts 4 to 6 hours. It gets the first sail gets veterans out on the water, gets us a chance to meet them and meet other veterans in their community. The second sail focuses a little bit more on the technical side of sailing and begins to onboard them into the rest of our program. The rest of our program continues with overnight sails. This is an overnight sail to Port Aransas from Galveston, and gets them experience with night sailing, gives them a little bit more of responsibility and so on. That moves then into the next phase of our program, which is an offshore sail lasting anywhere from 1 to 2 weeks, where they're sailing in blue water, overnight passage, learning passage planning, route planning, provisioning, things like that. And then the last step of our program is what we call our pathway to resilience. And that's where we strive to get our veterans some certifications, a captain's license. We're including them in our network of other veterans in the Texas area to really get them certifications and training to continue on with their healing and their progress. So TVC grant funded staff, that's really quick. We just have one person on staff that would be funded from this grant. That is Taylor Grieger over here. He's our full-time director of operations. He is also one of our inshore captains, and he is our offshore captain as well. In addition to that, he also does a lot of our marketing, our fundraising. He wears a lot of hats in our organization, but he is our only grant-funded personnel. Quarterly benchmarks. Based on previous year's data, our quarterly benchmarks are as follows. We need to serve 30 veterans per quarter at a cost of $26,070. Now that translates to 5 veterans every other weekend. We take 5 veterans out at a time on our boats, so that is very doable for us. The $8,690 a month, that includes all of our expenses, dock fees, insurance, food, fuel, travel for the veterans, because we cover that as well, to get them to us, and that's an all-in cost. Veteran outreach strategy. Well, in addition to our very robust social media, we also have a full-length documentary available on Amazon Prime called Hell or High Seas. And that has been absolutely phenomenal for us, getting word out there. We also offer, we go around and do screenings of Hell or High Seas. And afterwards, we do a Q&A session with veteran groups. We also attend many sailing events in the Texas area. And we bring veterans on that with a full veteran crew to participate in that, further our message, get more people that need the help involved and reaching out to us. As far as impact assessment, before and after every trip, we send an AAR style questionnaire out to our participants. It helps us iterate, improve, track trends, and see what services our veterans need, what they're happy with, what we can continue to do to improve our services. And that is actually how we develop from day sales into more of a pathway to resilience program, extended program. And that is all I have.
Any questions? So
Yes.
the gentleman sitting in the back, you're the licensed therapist or?
We do have
Captain,
we have licensed mental health professionals on staff, and they're all volunteers. But he is our founder and director of operations. He does day sales, but he also is our captain and our skipper for our offshore program as well.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we had a license. Okay.
Yeah,
Staff member,
I understand.
excuse me.
Sure, we have several.
Okay, are there any other questions?
Yes,
Yes, Mr. Delgado.
Jamila.
Oh, okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to recognize Jamila, then Mr. Delgado, you'll be next. And Dan Ball, if you have a question, I see you're in the waiting room. Okay, Ms. James.
You mentioned, I couldn't stop you because I didn't want to interrupt your time, but I think you mentioned you have like a rollover list from the previous year, which means you basically have more people applying than you have spots. Did I get that correctly?
You did get that correct. Yeah, we had 45 veterans last year that we didn't have resources to help. We are still in touch with all of them.
Do those veterans become the first served for the new year, or is it kind of a reset?
Yeah, ideally they will be our first served. But we also take, our licensed mental health professionals help us in that arena, where, if someone is in crisis, obviously we want to get to them first. So it's kind of a triage system that we use, but yes, ideally it is first come, first serve. But triage kind of can bump someone, further up or further down on the list, depending on, the recommendations from our mental health professional volunteers.
Thank
Good question.
Mr. Delgado.
Hey, so Miss James took my question, but I got another one for you. So I know you mentioned a name change. So
yes,
how is that annotated? If you do get this grant, right? Because there's a list that goes out. So how are you handling that since the name change?
Well, again, that's probably a better question for our executive director, but our name change has been complete, and that's been done in the past, I want to say 6 months or so. We were formerly, our EIN, everything was under American Odysseus Sailing Foundation, doing business as Skeleton Crew Adventures. But now that name change has finished, I believe, and again, this is something that, if we need to work on or provide more documentation, we certainly can. I believe it'll go under Skeleton Crew, but it may still go under American Odysseus Sailing Foundation because that's.
I'll make sure, Mr. Delgado, that Ms. Savala or anyone can give you further clarification on the title and how the application came in.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Rayner, for that. And just my concern is, if you get on a list, the grant awardee list goes out, right? And then a veteran looks for you, they may have a harder time finding you just due to the name change.
That is certainly a concern of ours as well. And so, on the charity websites and all of our branding says that, we're Skeleton Crew but we were formerly, known as AMOD or American Odysseus Sailing Foundation. We still have people that come to us and, call us AMOD. And we have people that, come to us and say, what's AMOD? So it's one of those, growing pains as we grow. Eventually we'll just be skeleton crew, but
Sure.
that's where we are now.
And if I can, Chair, we have a lot of organizations that do that while we're in the application process. I mean, the application process takes 9 months. A
Yes.
lot can happen in between. And so, and James, reminded us that, hey, during negotiations, when you're awarded, we work with the organizations to make sure, hey, is this what you want to call yourself, right? What do you want to be known? Like we saw Austin, Travis County is now integral care. And it's like, hey, we don't want y'all to have a branding crisis, right? Like we want to make sure that veterans know where to find the services. And so we're going to work with y'all to make sure that
Appreciate
we
that.
get
That's
that
great.
branding right.
Thank you. Yeah, even just checking in here, it's American Odysseus Sailing Foundation, but that's not us anymore.
Okay,
Thanks for
and
answering the
Miss-
question. Thanks, Ms. Zavala.
Thank you.
Mr. Ball, did you have any questions? I see you're on board.
No,
Okay.
ma'am, I'm good. I just stepped in halfway through this one. I'll be ready for the next one.
All right. So thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you for your time.
So we're gonna break for lunch. I would like every one of my committee members to if you could be on by 12:59, because we're running a little bit over. I would like to caution anyone that's briefed or given a presentation that we're only breaking for lunch and we are not permitted to answer any questions. Hey, how did I do, or anything like that, or hey, I want to tell you some more. We're still in session, which would be in violation of the Public Meetings Act. So at that time, GC, did I pretty much get it correct? General Counsel? Thank you, ma'am. So I'll see everyone at 12:59. Have a great lunch. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. We're up.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have burgers if y'all are interested from P. Terry's, because it's a quick one. Hi, everyone. We're back from lunch. We're starting the mics, and then Tessie will also bring on the video as well. Tessie, the video, start video at the bottom. Right there. Perfect. Thanks. We're on.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and resume our grants and funding meeting. We left off with and we'll be starting with at 1 p.m. Outsiders Anonymous. Are they here? Awesome. We're ready for you, sir.
And just for those in the room and those that are online for this afternoon presentation, we have our folks that are via Zoom. They're handling your PowerPoint. So make sure to verbally let them know if you want to advance a slide. For the people presenting online, there will be a clock that will have the time. For the people here in person, you have James, one of our compliance officers down here, that will let you know of your time as well. And I think that's it. So we're ready to go.
Thank you. You can go ahead and go to the next slide.
And please talk into the mic.
Of course. I'll lean in like I'm comfortable here. Hello, y'all. Good afternoon. My name's Adam Holt. I am Executive Director for Outsiders Anonymous. We're a recovery community organization based in Hayes County that provides free substance use and mental health services. We primarily do that through fitness and community, operating the only 100% free gym in the state of Texas. But we also offer peer services, both at our drop-in center and anywhere in a 7-county area between Austin and San Antonio. We are a 501c3 nonprofit that's requesting $110,000 in order to serve this area with little to no veteran supportive services, despite some of the largest veteran population growth anywhere in the nation in the last decade. Next slide, please. As we begin to focus specifically on veteran services, we are able to leverage the success we have demonstrated through our current services. Essentially, despite this being a new program, we have the processes and framework in place to support a successful program through this grant funding. Our veteran peers will be able to directly serve a 7-county area due in large part to our mobile counseling bus, a renovated shuttle that brings access to peer counseling even without transportation. We also offer sober activities, group fitness classes, and fitness events. Think rock climbing, axe throwing, concerts, even 5Ks. And this funding will allow us to expand these activities into veteran-specific events and groups. One of the things I love most about what we do, aside from running a gym that's about to have 24/7 access to those really dark times, is 4 Spartan races that we train for and race as a group here in Texas. We are an official Spartan race charity, and we utilize the obstacle course races, providing free entries, travel, and training to not only help with goal setting, but also to demonstrate what an individual is actually capable of, many times creating confidence that spills over into supporting mental health recovery. New programs specifically for our veteran brothers and sisters include overnight and weekend retreats locally in Hayes County, facilitated by our peer specialists, as well as equine therapy. Again, since we are primarily utilizing grant funding to expand into dedicated veteran services, we are able to keep our overhead low and use an astonishing minimum 84% of grant funding for direct client services. Next slide, please. There will be 2 grant-funded staff members. The first, myself, will act primarily as program director, tasked with oversight and program management, including all event and retreat logistics, hosting, and facilitation. As a veteran peer specialist, I will also provide direct peer services, but our second grant-funded staff member, Oscar Fumero Gonzalez, will be our primary peer specialist. He is an Air Force veteran who battled mental health issues resulting in multiple suicide attempts. Needless to say, he's been there and he's a great resource. Next slide, please. In order to successfully reach these monthly benchmark numbers you can see here, we've developed additional internal benchmarks to meet upon initiation of grant-funded activities. We'll be present at least 2 outreach events per month. These are events that we don't host. We'll have at least 1 retreat, either overnight or weekend per quarter, 1 fitness event, think 5Ks or a DECA competition, and 4 veteran-specific support groups per month. Next slide, please. Now, we understand that because of where we are located, outreach will be one of the most important activities we do, and we're going to do it. We currently have partnerships with local and statewide organizations to facilitate referrals, as well as a great relationship with our Veteran Service Office. Since this is a bedroom community where many work outside of the area where they live and travel frequently, we are finalizing agreements with a local billboard company to market directly to veterans along the I-35 corridor. We make it a point to have a presence at local events, either through a booth or some other means, but we are going where the people go to reach those who need us most. Additionally, we have a Google ad and Facebook grants that help assist our social media marketing presence and allow for a virtual net of outreach to be targeted to those veterans specifically in our area. And thanks to a dedicated app that we're launching next month, we're going to be able to easily interact with and track feedback from all of our peers. Next slide, please. Now, as I wrap up, I want to mention that we are currently the only affiliate in Texas for Project Rebirth. It is the first accredited national peer support model for veterans and first responders. Project Rebirth helps to improve outreach, partnerships, efficacy, and impact of recovery outcomes and programs for veterans, first responders, and their loved ones through training, oversight, and program development. We're not doing this alone. We have the support we need. So, well, y'all, thank you again for your consideration. We are in an area that is routinely overlooked due to its proximity to Austin and San Antonio. But there are a lot of people, there are a lot of veterans that need the support that don't have access to it, and we intend to change that.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions?
I have one if I may.
Please, Mr. Ball.
With your camera on, please, Dan.
Oh, absolutely.
For
I
the
just don't think
record,
y'all
Mr.
want to
Ball.
see my face all the time, but there you go.
Yeah, it's important. It's a general counsel request, and so I want to remind my committee members out there to turn your camera on when you're talking. Just for the record, the committeeman, Mr. Dan Ball, will now be involved in our afternoon session. So now we have 8 present. Go ahead, Mr. Ball.
Super. Thank you very much. I do appreciate the presentation, but my question is, 2 times you mentioned that you're in an area where veterans get overlooked. Yet from what I'm seeing and from what you said, you're in the Austin and San Antonio regions. So there's a lot of support for military there. So what specifically are you saying that veterans get overlooked in this area? Are you in a niche in one of the particular counties in these 2 regions that I'm unaware of?
Yes, sir. We are located primarily, we're located in Hayes County, which is between the metro areas located in Travis and Bexar counties. There are a lot of resources in both of those counties for veteran services. But the further you get towards Hayes County, Guadalupe County, Comal County, all these counties have little or no resources. There's no counseling, there's no VA. There are no sober activities or groups for veterans. There are no veteran nonprofits. There's just nothing in this 7-county area between the 2 larger cities.
Super. Thank you for that answer.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, ma'am, I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. James.
Can we go back a couple of slides, please?
Oh, Ms. James, would you please turn on your camera, ma'am?
My camera is on, I think, oh. There we go. I think I had my lens closed. Yeah, right, sorry. Maybe one more, right here, sorry. Sir, what would you say, you mentioned several different services you offer. What would you say is kind of the core of what you do? So you mentioned things like Spartan races, recovery retreats. What is the overarching demand? Like if you had to put one thing at the very top of the list, what would you say you're seeing veterans most for?
Well, I'd probably, unfortunately, I'd have to narrow it down to 2 things that we do really well and focus on. One is community. And so we use fitness in these events as a way to build community because us as an organization can only support so much. And we realize that. But the community that we build can support each other in ways that we can't. So the main thing that we do through all of these fitness events, all these sober activities to build community. And then we also deliver peer services. So we have free peer counseling certified by Texas. That's available to any veteran, anybody in recovery, and it's just a higher level of support, non-clinical level of support that we can give to anybody, despite their need, despite their access to healthcare or anything.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any more questions? Thank you very much, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you all so much for your time.
Okay.
Okay. We have Soliana Stables. That is a veterans mental health grant. It's in person. Sasha, if you can come up, and just for the record, then we will have Bear County, and that is also an in-person presentation. So Keith, be ready. All right, Sasha.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I am Sasha Camacho, the Executive Director and co-founder of Solana Stables. Solana Stables is a veteran-founded organization, which is why serving our military community is so personal and important to us. We're located in Angleton, Texas, and are the only Path International Center serving veterans through equine-assisted programming in Brazoria County. We are requesting a little over $95,000 to have our Horses for Heroes program fully funded for 1 year. Our peer support services are for service members experiencing adjustment, anxiety, mood, trauma, and stress disorders, as well as community integration. Through this grant, we would be able to serve 60 veterans, dependents, or surviving spouses living within the counties listed here. Next slide, please. Since 2016, Solana Stables has been serving people with disabilities through equine assisted services. And last July, we expanded our program to include our military community. With the gentle guidance of our highly trained staff and majestic horses, veterans who have experienced or witnessed trauma that has negatively impacted their lives can relearn how to recognize their feelings, regulate emotions and anxiety, increase their confidence, improve overall communication, and learn how to trust again. We require all clients participating in Horses for Heroes to provide proof of military service. Veterans in our program thus far have come to us through a relationship with the Warriors Refuge, so we know that they have been properly vetted. Last year, we set a budget of a little over $44,000 that would allow us to serve roughly 25 to 30 veterans this year. A majority of this funding comes from anticipated private donations, but we all know, especially in today's economy, we can never guarantee that those private donations will be received. Next slide, please. If we are blessed with a TVC grant, 86% of the awarded grant will go directly to programmatic staff support of veterans. The staff that works directly with all clients includes 1 Path International equine specialist and mental health, and 2 Path International certified instructors, and 8 amazing equine staff who are truly the unsung heroes of the program. In addition, we would be able to hire a 3rd certified instructor with veteran peer support experience. Next slide, please. Our staff currently conducts client surveys at the beginning and end of each 8-week session that relate to client program satisfaction and overall client mental health and wellness. Quarterly, we will do an internal assessment of clients served and funds used, and if we are not meeting those benchmarks, we will reassess how we will serve and reach more veterans using the resources we have. When we first applied for TVC funding, we anticipated the support would enable us to serve 35 veterans. After further review, this TVC grant would make it possible to serve 60 new clients this fiscal year, which is an increase of 361%. It's a big increase, but in Brazoria County alone, there are over 19,000 veterans, so this is just the tip of the iceberg. Next slide, please. Here's a list of how we reach our veterans in our community. However, building relationships with like-minded veteran service organizations is vital. By working together, not only can the dollars we are awarded be used more effectively, but we will be able to put our minds together, create effective strategies to help our community of veterans and reach those that need us the most. We will gauge our success by evaluating our marketing and recruiting efforts monthly, making adjustments quarterly, and putting more time and effort into outreach methods that are reaching our military community and making the biggest impact. Next slide, please. The graph on the left shows the veterans that have participated in our program. Through the completed surveys, all participants report feeling a greater sense of community and support, resulting in increased self-esteem. They are less anxious at work or in new social settings. They are better able to communicate with their peers and loved ones, resulting in less stress or mood swings, and overall experience more positive thoughts about their life and plans for the future. The graph on the right shows the impact we could have on our underserved community if we are awarded a TVC grant. This grant would give us the peace of mind knowing our program is fully funded for next year and would allow us to focus on veterans we serve and not on finding additional revenue streams. It is my sincere prayer that the TVC will partner with us and give our brave veterans and their families a chance to realize their unbridled potential. Because no one should be forgotten.
So, thank you. So my question is, I saw 86% of the grant would be used. So is part of the grant the care and feeding and the vet bills or whatever for how many horses would this be?
We have 8 horses, ma'am.
8. Okay. All right. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Dusty.
Thanks for being here. These equine services, assisted services, is it not sometimes a family-oriented opportunity, but I see that this is all only for the veteran and no dependents are served or whatever. How does that work?
So our prayer is that, yes, right now we are just serving the veterans themselves through our 8-week program, but our hope is to have retreats for the family, because as a military family, we know that we all serve. It's not just the veteran. So to be able to work with the veteran for 8 weeks, bring in their family and show them what their loved one has been working on, because a lot of times that's where there's a lot of conflict, right? Is family. So being able to have them all work together is absolutely a goal for us. It just has not been something that we've done yet.
Yeah, thank you. There's several of these equine assisted things, and some of them, obviously they include, but I guess maybe it's just all individual. And I'd like to understand more about that, really.
Do you have any comment with that or?
No.
No?
We'll teach you more.
Okay. Mrs. James, are you have a question, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So you mentioned that since you submitted the application that you realize you can serve 60 versus the original 35. What have you learned between the time you submitted the application and now that's allowed you to double the service group?
Yeah, I think for us, it's been a matter of being able to work with our veterans and our staff and really looking at the numbers deeper. You know, when they first told me we could only serve 35, I thought there's no way we can absolutely serve more. So being able to talk with our staff, figure out what their scheduling can look like and how many additional veterans we can have in a lesson, you know, instead of having maybe 3 or 4 in a lesson, we could probably have up to 8 or 9 in a lesson.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. And Keith, 1 second. I apologize. We missed Outdoor Association Oath. I see you guys right here. Sorry, Gary. So we're going to cue back. Here we go. We have your slides up. So come on up. I think I got y'all mixed up with Outsiders Anonymous. Geez Louise, those South Texas people.
So we're fine.
Well, thanks so much for your understanding. So we have Gary Bartles, founder of, and short for Oath.
Yes.
Thank you.
So Oath stands for Outdoor Associates for True Heroes. My name is Gary Bartels. I'm the founder and executive director. Sorry. And my wife, Regina, and I founded Oath in 2013 after a pretty tumultuous out cycle for me from active duty. I won't get into that now because the time is not allotted, but if you guys ever attend one of our fundraisers or business meetings, I go knee deep into my testimony and tell folks exactly why we started Oath. So jumping into the presentation, we're requesting $150,000 under the service category of peer support services. As you can see there, the beneficiaries we would like to serve would be 160, 100 of which would be veterans, 50 of which would be dependents and surviving spouses coming in at 10. When you look at the beneficiaries to be served, I would say that the 100 goes hand in hand with our baseline program of hunting and trips and fishing trips and camping trips and things like that. But what I would more specifically like to touch on is the dependents. We do stuff with the families as well by way of camping trips, specifically speaking with the wives, the spouses. My wife does the Warrior Wives program, and she takes them to beach house trips, lake house trips, things like that to spoil them so they can lean on each other and find out what is hindering their veteran counterpart to hopefully strengthen, that family element. And then that last item, the surviving spouses. I would be remiss if I said that sometimes I think that our surviving spouses are sometimes overlooked, not shot across the bow at anybody, but Having served in an infantry unit when I graduated from West Point, I know firsthand when we came back and we had lost someone, that wife was brought into the fold and loved upon. But when he or she left that military base and went into the civilian sector, by nobody's fault, they were sometimes overlooked, especially if they didn't move into a military community per se, right outside of a military base. So we want to show our surviving spouses some love with this grant. Next slide, please. I'm not going to read all of this to you guys. I know you've already overlooked most of it, but I want to look on that first point. Does your organization provide these services without TVC grant funding? We absolutely do. But I will tell you, in 2023, we did approximately 140 events that serviced about 500 veterans and their families. And we didn't even hit a drop in the bucket to the veterans that are registered in our database. Now, having said that, those 500, some of them were repeat veterans attending trips. So with this grant, we will be able to add more trips to our operational calendar. Our goal is to have between 200 and 250 events every year, and your guys' blessing of a grant would allow us to do that. Next slide, please. There we go. First bullet point, how many staff are funded fully or partially by the grant? That would be me. I stepped away from a very lucrative oil and gas career in 2016 to run this thing full time because, for a lack of a better term, I was digging really deep holes for Chevron and I wasn't helping anybody save their life. So I stepped away from it and agreed to do this full time to help our brothers and sisters, because I will tell you unequivocally and without hesitation, as an infantry platoon leader, I brought everybody home. As a team commander, my second tour, I brought everybody home. And since I've been home, I've attended 12 suicide funerals from my buddies, and that breaks my heart. So to that first point, I will be the only person that is fully funded, as I am the only fully funded employee of our nonprofit. The last point I want to talk on is the contractors. We're going to work with a contractor, JAD Associates LLC. They have a gentleman there named Jacob Crawford who is phenomenal at filming and editing and producing. We're blessed to have an outdoor television show on Pursuit Channel. And what we do via that outdoor television show is we take these veterans and their families out on trips and we spoil them and let them be on TV and tell their story. Not in hopes that they would get the glamour of being on TV, but in the hopes that there's someone sitting on a couch watching that show that might have went through exactly what they're going through, and they can learn from and get better with the knowledge of that person making it. Next slide, please. We would like to serve 15 clients per month on this grant. Now, in a nutshell, I will tell you, when we go out and we serve these clients, we're going to have to look at fishing charters. We're going to have to look at different hunting trips. We're going to have to look at different other nonprofit organizations that we can work with. So that 15 clients per month, I would tell you to take that with a grain of salt, because as we all...
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions?
Yes, ma'am, I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. James. And then Mr. Delgado, you'll be next, sir.
Sir, you mentioned that you have some repeat veterans that are sometimes required to come back into the program. Can you help us understand how you evaluate those repeat veterans compared to the new folks that are applying? How do you evaluate to take precedence?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Well, they're not required to come back into the program. We run our database on a point system like Texas Parks and Wildlife Division does for their chosen hunts. So when a veteran attends an event, they'll start out with 0 points. And when they attend an event, they have 1 point then. So the reason we have repeat attendees to some of our trips, because some folks, the trip that we're planning might not mesh with someone else's schedule. So sometimes we have a guy or a gal that has been on a previous trip before, if that makes sense. And per your second part of your question, I personally do closeout interviews with the guys and gals on the trips, whether in person or on the phone, to tell them and ask them the good and the bad of the trip. An AAR, if you will. I like to hear what we did good, what we did bad, what they got out of it, what they would have liked to have seen, things of that nature. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Sort of. I guess what because of the bucket this falls under, right? It's mental health. I guess
Yes.
I'm trying to ask, because it's such a critical area, mental
Mhm.
health is such a critical area, how are you making sure that the people that probably most urgently need that support are rising to kind of the top of the pack versus, I don't know. I don't know how you evaluate it. I guess I'm asking, is there an evaluation process to make sure that those who need the help are getting it?
On the back end there is. I think I understand your question. On the front end, there is not. I'll be blunt with you. There is not, because we don't have a counselor on staff that can kind of quote unquote interview each of these incoming veterans and rank which ones need it. They all need it. They all need it. I mean, we'd be remiss to not say that they all need it. And I know that some of them might need it more than others. But on the front end, we don't have a counselor or a medical professional that speaks to them other than the VA. And we do review their VA documentation with them before they attend a trip. So based on the point system, we don't cherry pick attendees, for a lack of a better term. I know there are a lot of organizations out there that do that, and you run into, unfortunately, a lot of the same people going on the same trips. That's why we do a point system. But you bring up a very good point of bringing someone on that says, hey, I talked to Jake. He really needs to go on this trip, kind of thing. That's a good point.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question.
Mr. Martinez, I do recognize you, but Mr. Delgado now has the floor. And then Mr. Ball, I think you were on next. Did you want to ask a question too, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll go Mr. Delgado, Mr. Ball, and then Mr. Martinez. Go ahead, Mr. Delgado.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I'm going to piggyback on the previous question. And so the point system, can you tell me, I know how Texas Parks and Wildlife do it, and it goes by more events and more interaction you have. Is that the same way? I just want to be crystal clear. Is that the same way that you're doing it? Is to my understanding, is that correct?
Yeah, so let's say that a fishing trip comes up on our database and you and I both say that we want to go on that trip. Let's say that I attended a fishing trip 6 months ago, but I replied first to this trip. I'm first in line because I'm the only one that has replied, but I have 1 point. Now, if you just registered with Oath and you've never been on a trip and you reply second, but you have 0 points, you go ahead of me in the database. And that's to keep from the same people attending trips all the time. And it's been a growing process. We did not do this when we first founded the nonprofit ministry in 2013, but through a conversation with Texas Parks and Wildlife, because we actually had a game warden on one of our trips, and I asked him about it. He's like, bro, do it like different states do the hunting trips, preference points, things like that. So does that answer your question?
It does. So thank you for that. The other
You're welcome.
question,
Thank you.
The other question I have is the excursions, hunting, are with this, are you paying the landowner, the fishing charter? Or is it, or are they donating the funds and money is staying as far as programming?
Well, it depends. If we get a gracious landowner or boat captain that wants to donate, we gladly take that. But I can stand here and honestly tell you that I have never called up a landowner or a boat captain and asked for a free trip. I can't do that. That's how they feed their families. But if we go on the trip and they say, hey, I'd like to offer you a 50% discount, obviously we don't turn that away. So to answer your question, most all of the trips are funded out of our pocket. And if we get the blessing of a donation, we certainly take that.
Okay. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Mr. Ball.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I just have a clarification on a question. You guys are a peer support service, and I heard you say that you don't have a licensed peer counselor on staff.
No, sir, we do not. It's a hashtag Oath wish list one day.
Okay, super. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Martinez.
Going off what Mr. Ball said, I know you have a wish list of getting a therapist on staff later on. Do you guys have it to where you have maybe a volunteer therapist to go on with the veterans and the spouses as well too, to address situations that do arise on these trips?
Yes, sir, we do. As we are a faith-based ministry, on almost every trip, we have a member of a local church that comes out, and he offers up to pray with the veterans if they wish to. Some take him up on it, some do not, and that's fine. But we always have someone from a clergy background that's out there that can help with talking. And you would be pretty surprised at how many guys or gals will go up to that person, but hey, can I peel off 10 minutes of your time to talk about something? It's been very fruitful.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, in your presentation, I think you indicated your wife will take the ladies to the beach house.
Yes, ma'am.
Or I think that was the example. I don't want to put words in your mouth. So is there an occasion where, the ladies don't want to do that, so your wife will peel off with the ladies and then you'll go off and so you would try and manage that on the same weekend, or no?
We have
different weekends.
We have tried to do an event like that before. Where we run up against the wall sometimes is volunteers. And it's because of work schedules and things like that, because we have a dream that we want to do a marriage conference. We've done basic marriage conferences before for the veterans and their spouses, but we have a dream that we want to do a marriage conference where I take a hand select number of guys out. My wife takes the spouses out, and we each learn about, the husband and the wife, and then we bring them together to have a culminating event, if you will. So to answer your question, yes, ma'am, my wife would do the warrior wives portion of it, and I would do the husband portion of it. But to further that, we do have females that go on the men's trip, quote unquote, men's trips for like hunting and fishing. That's a huge group that we're trying to break through as well. The female veteran population. We have 547 veterans registered across 41 states in the United States, and only about 10 of them are women. And I don't know how to crack that nut. So I'm trying very hard to figure that out. It's the same with Vietnam veterans. We're trying to get more Vietnam veterans in our fold as well.
Okay. Any other questions? Bam, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for what you're doing.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate y'all.
Thank y'all. Okay, now we're having Bear County. Keith, you are doing an in-person presentation, and then on deck we have West Texas Counseling and Guidance. They are doing a remote presentation, and that's Paul Keaton, if you can be ready. All right, Keith.
Hey, good afternoon. I won't go into a lot of detail about the background of the county. We talked some of that this morning. This is a new endeavor that we've looked at. One of the things I've realized as I've been here just over a year, we have so many veterans that come through and family members that come through, and the opportunity to identify potential resources that they could benefit from. So that's what we want to do with this. We're partnered with a lot of great organizations ranging from the VA and their peer support program that supports transitioning service members into the community, as well as TVC's MVPN, and then local partners. So we believe we can be a conduit for individuals that are coming through our offices where we can identify the needs and the opportunities to connect them to it. Next slide, please. So the next slide has our numbers on it. I'll just kind of skip over those. We're asking for 300,000. Our estimate was 100 veterans. Again, we'll assess that as we progress through and then update those numbers. Again, we have no historic data that we can look back on. We do know we get many clients that come through that we can support. On the next slide, when we talk about direct client services, one of the things that I think we'll be able to do again is help identify the risks and those individuals that could benefit most from these types of services and support, and then help connect them to it. On the next slide, where we talk about staff members, we're asking for 3 staff members. One would be an intake specialist geared towards identifying the right candidates. And then currently we have no licensed counselors. We have no social work skills or capabilities resident within the department. So we'd also be looking to hire 2 licensed professional counselors that would be trained via the HOPE program, as well as other certifications, credentials, etc. And so those individuals would help case manage the clients that we identified that would be best served by this program. We talked about quarterly benchmarks. Again, very similar to what we've talked about in the past. We're already a conduit and a hub for clients that process through the department on a regular basis, as well as through county resources. So individuals that go to county programs would also be referred to us if needs are identified, whether that's social services, reentry, et cetera. When we look at the two groups that we think would benefit most, specifically within those that we serve in the department, I look at those that are in transition, those that are transitioning from the military, where you have that wraparound service that's resident within the military, into communities where those may not be as readily understood. In many cases, it's referred to as the deadly gap. We see an opportunity to help fill that. The other transition piece is tied to the reentry program for individuals that are leaving incarceration and moving back into the community. So those are two prime areas where we think we can most benefit by tying individuals to the different programs, services, and resources. And this gives us the flexibility to help identify the right candidates to go into the programs, many of which were mentioned today. On the last, we talked about outreach. We are nested within the transition centers on Joint Base San Antonio, so we have ready access already to the transitioning service members as they prepare to become veterans and then begin their journey as veterans in the community. We're also tied to the VA's peer support referral program, and we have direct coordination with the reentry program. The last slide talks about where we're located. When I got to the department, we had one centralized office. We now have the centralized office in 6 locations scattered throughout the county to better serve our community and the residents within. So I think we're postured to be accessible to and available for these types of programs. And any questions? That's all I have.
So you say you're postured now at 6 different offices in the county. Are you partnering with, like, you're over at the VA, or do you're over at the?
Sure. I've got one office located with Endeavors, which provides behavioral health care, and they're also partnered with the Stephen Cohen Veterans Network. So I've got one office located there. I've got one at the VA Center. I don't know how familiar you are with San Antonio. One of the VA centers out on the kind of west side of town. I've got one with our Alamo College's West Side Education and Training Center, so on a campus. I've got 2 offices at Wayland Baptist University on their campus in the northeast side, and then I have one office at Texas A&M San Antonio in their Veterans Center. So all in locations that are already serving veterans. So we have a kind of a foot traffic already resident there beyond what we do with our clients.
Mr. Delgado, did you have a question, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Hey, Mr. Wilson. So can you tell me more on, let me frame my question here. So I know you mentioned at the beginning that this is something that Bexar County Military and Veteran Services is not doing. Can you tell me why, the county wants to start providing this type of service with everything that Ms. Reyna kind of just mentioned with services in San Antonio?
Yeah, and I guess when I say we're not doing it, I mean, we're not formalized and specifically resourced to do it. We kind of do it, I don't want to say ad hoc, but it's on case by case as individuals come in. We kind of do the best we can to refer out to programs. What we want to do is formalize that in a more structured way. Like I said, we're already seeing clients. We had over 9,000 contacts with clients some form or fashion last FY, and we're postured to do significantly more. That's just a kind of them reaching out to connect with us, and it doesn't take into account all the contacts that we make when we're out at resource fairs or doing other community outreach. So it gives us a unique position to be able to have those interactions with veterans, start identifying risks, area of concern, et cetera, and then identify the best resources that they could benefit from.
One more follow-up question. So I know you have the 6 offices. Where would these professionals be housed? Would it be the downtown office? Like, what is your plan for these additional positions?
Sure. It'll kind of depend on the 2 grants. So we've applied for 2 grants, 5 personnel. I've got space at the Endeavors Clinic, which kind of makes sense from a behavioral health standpoint because there's already wraparound services there, as well as the Cohen Clinic. We've also got extra space at the Westside Education Training Center, which is in proximity to the VA clinic. So we have space. It'll just kind of depend on what the final layout looks like, and then where we best distribute them. And then we also have the ability, frankly, to do outreach. And I think, being able to put individuals in our county precincts, which in some cases also house justices of the peace, where we can have individuals that are coming through for other services and see the resources that we provide and get access to those.
Thank you, sir.
So we're not fixed in those satellite locations. You know, those are kind of the base of operations, if you will. And then we go out from there to community centers, VFWs, legions, city council offices, county precinct offices, and do outreach from there.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank y'all.
And Keith, it looks like y'all slipped by us on the deadline for those slides and we missed that. So apologies. So let's go ahead and bring up. Next, we are at West Texas Counseling and Guidance. That should be online. And Paul, looks like you're ready to go.
Yes, ma'am. Get the next slide. My name is Paul Keaton. I'm the Director of Veteran Services at West Texas Counseling and Guidance. We're requesting $500,000 to serve 635 individuals. We are headquartered out of San Angelo with a large satellite office in Del Rio, and then we serve several small communities on a weekly basis. We send clinicians out 1 day a week. But we are requesting statewide. We've seen an increase in telehealth being requested, so we're requesting the money to go statewide. Hit next. So we're clinical mental health services only. So this grant is only for licensed clinicians to provide that service. Our program is built to where we're as open as we can get with barriers. So as far as who served, when they served, how they served, et cetera. We accept all FVA documents. The FVA are the most restrictive, and so the FVA documents are what we use for the program. And then the FVA funding accounts for 42% of the program. And it's a 100% unit. There's no indirect. It's 100% unit cost fee for service set up. Get that next slide, please. And so being that unit cost, there's no staff that are salary based on it. Our clinicians are already in a fee for service type salary. And so the FVA funding actually matches that fairly well. We don't require any referrals. We do have 3 case managers that do all of the outreach, which could include home visits to help with paperwork. It could be in community fairs, et cetera. But of course, the staff of the veteran program are all veterans, and there are no contractors. Next slide for me. And so this, I just want to address it. So in the prior grant year, we did fall short of benchmarks. And digging into that, we know why. And so in that first one, you'll see our average sessions per client almost doubled. And so our clients were staying with services longer, and the same amount of money wasn't serving as many individuals, right? And so kind of in response to that, we did lower the benchmark a little bit, but more importantly, we lowered that unit cost across the board for all the sessions that were provided, and making the funds stretch to where they need to stretch to. And with that, take any questions.
All right. Are there any questions? All
Yes.
right. Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. James.
Sir, I was looking at your application, and mental health crisis and suicide are a part of the conditions served. But it takes on average 10 days to provide service. What do you do with those folks that come in with that high crisis need in the meantime, in between the phone call and day 10?
Yeah, so we have, so the center provides services to everybody, not just veterans. The veteran program is about 35% of the agency. And so any client that calls veteran or not gets screened using the Columbia, which puts them in kind of a triage system for suicide risk. So if they're high risk, they're usually seen within 24 hours, moderates within 48, and low risk is within, I think it's 3 to 5 days. So they actually get screened and don't come in using veteran funding. We have specific funding through the Zero Suicide Program that will get them stabilized. And they'll have a safety planning session, and then they will transition to veteran funding. So if you're suicidal, you kind of skip the wait list and skip that process.
Thank you. That answered my question.
Are there any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all's time.
All right, thanks. Next is Canine Companions. It's an in-person presentation. We have Laura Manning here to present. And then next up is Marriage Management. Bob and Barbara are here, so you're on deck. All right, thanks.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Right. Hi, thank y'all for having me. I'm Laura Manning. I'm the Director of Philanthropy for Canine Companions. We provide expertly trained service dogs to veterans and children and adults with disabilities. I'm here today to ask for $100,000 to provide 2 Texas veterans with service dogs. Next slide, please. I made a mistake on the slide. The beneficiaries, last year we placed 52 dogs, 12 of those were with veterans. This specific grant is for 2 dogs. And next slide, please. We are a national nonprofit with training centers all across the country. And in 2015, we partnered with Baylor Scott and White, the largest healthcare people in Texas, and brought that gold standard of service dogs to the state of Texas. So we value our dogs to be at about $50,000. That includes breeding. We breed our own dogs. Breeding, transporting, training, veterinary care, follow-up services, all of that equals about $50,000. The way we work, our dogs are born in California. In our breeding program, we only use labs, Goldens, or crosses of the 2. We found that those breeds for what we need, I can get into that more if you want, but we use those dogs. We ship the dogs to puppy raisers across the country. They raise them for 14 to 16 months, teach them basic obedience commands, and then the dogs are turned into the training centers for further training. Our training center in Texas is in Irving. It's close to the DFW airport. And there the trainers teach the dogs how to pick up dropped items, open doors, turn on lights. Specifically for veterans with PTSD, our dogs interrupt nightmares. They redirect anxiety behaviors. They will create a barrier around the veteran so no one can approach them from behind. They'll go in a room and turn on all the lights before someone walks in. It's amazing what these dogs are able to do. The application process, the whole time the dogs are being trained, the applicants are going through a pretty rigorous process also. They apply online, they have phone interviews, they have in-person interviews. They come to campus, work with our trainers with dogs so we can see how they act with the dogs. And at that time, they are asked to provide their DD-214 for proof of service, and they tell us what they want to get out of the dog. So if their anxiety trigger is they pick at their fingernails, the dog is trained when it sees somebody start doing this, it knows that something's happening, and it'll come tap them on the leg and redirect their attention to the dog. So put them at ease. Once the person is placed, they come to our campus for a 1 to 2 week team training. At that time, they're getting certified with Assistance Dog International. They're getting public access. They're learning everything to know about these dogs. They're learning what the dog already knows and how the dog's going to work with them. After team training, follow-up care is provided for the remainder of the working life of that dog. So at any time, the veterans can call our client service manager and say, hey, I'm having problems with this, and they'll work through it, or they can come work with the trainer and get the dog focused on what they need it to be doing. Next slide, please. The $50,000 includes the training and all of the things that go into making the dog what it is. So these people, Aubrey is our client service program manager. She's the main one that the veterans would be working with. She helps through the application process and the follow-up care. Dan is our program manager. He is a veteran, and he's Aubrey's boss and the trainer's boss. Megan is a caretaker. She will be the one on campus when the veterans are there for the 2 week team training. She's helping them at night if anything comes up, providing meals for them. The trainers obviously work with the dog, and they teach the team training classes. And then somebody I did not mention on here is Jim Dugan. He is our veteran program manager at headquarters, and he serves as a direct contact for all veterans. And he can assist with VA paperwork. He is a disabled veteran himself. So he is basically an advocate for inside and outside of our program. Next slide, please. There's not really many quarterly benchmarks. Basically, if you're going to place the dog, we're placing the dog with the veterans. So the veteran will be invited to the campus for team training. Aubrey will do follow-up care immediately following the graduation. As soon as they're placed with the dog, they meet with them 6 months later to make sure everything's okay. A year after that, and then every 1 to 3 years after that, they have to get recertified. We have to make sure that the dog is maintaining a healthy weight, that it's doing what the veteran needs it to be doing, and they're getting recertified with Assistance Dog International along that lines too. Next slide, please. For outreach, we set up booths at various veteran-focused events across the state of Texas. We have several facility dogs in VA hospitals, so the handlers are handing out materials.
Okay, time's up. Do we have any questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Omar.
So I just I noted the so from the receipt of funding to the implementation of the program, it's 547 days. So is that from the time that the veteran is paired with the dog, and then from the time a graduation or the service animals graduation from the program?
Yes, so that is actually from the time they apply for the dog. There is about a 1.5 year waiting list right now. We'd love to shorten that, but our facilities just aren't big enough to put out enough dogs because there's a huge need for it. But that's from the time they apply, waiting, and then coming to team training and then being matched with their dog.
Thank you.
Sure.
So, Mr. Delgado, did you have a question?
I did. So with the waiting list, as long as it is there, I know you mentioned capability. Is that just because you're breeding dogs that you can't, shorten that, or what's the reason behind why you can't shorten that time frame and only serve 2 veterans?
Well, that part of that is because it's long because it takes a long time to train the dogs. First of all, it's about a 2-year process to get the dog completely trained. For the PTSD, the dogs are at the professional training facility for approximately 9 months. So our kennels, we only have 24 kennels on our campus, so we don't have enough room to have the dogs and be able to put out more dogs. It's more of a size issue for our campus that we're not able to put out more.
Okay, thank you for that. And then one more question for you. When going through the training, I take it that the care for the animal is the organization is taking care of it until it is placed, and then care for the animal beyond that is going to be on the veteran?
It is. We do have funds available if they need extra help with that. Then we do have funding available for that they can get from us, but they take over the care of it at that point. We do maintain ownership of the dog, so at any time, if something happens, they can bring the dog back to us, and we will take over all the medical care at that point.
Thank you.
So I was under the understanding that once, the VA's got you service rated at whatever it is, and you have a service animal, they would take over the care. They don't?
There's only 5 pilot programs right now for the VA.
Yeah.
Not offered everywhere.
Oh, okay.
So it's only the VA's trying to do a study right now on service.
Okay.
That's why these organizations are important.
Okay. Okay, great.
And then
It
it's
is
not
my
100%.
understanding. I'm sorry. It is my understanding that they can apply prosthetic. They can get the dog documented as a medical device, and then the VA will provide things to help them with that also. Is that
So
accurate?
are these dogs on a special diet too? I mean, keep their coats, whatever. I mean, I don't have a dog, so
Not necessarily. Well, we're very particular about what kind of dog food they eat. So yes, I guess they are on a special diet. They take fish oil tablets to help their coat and all, but it's mainly just the health of them. We do hip and elbow checks. We have a cardiologist come in and check their hearts. We have an ophthalmologist come in and check their eyes. We want to make sure that the dogs we're placing with people are the utmost healthiest dogs that we can put out there. And then we do watch their weight. They have to report once a year. The recipients have to send in the medical records from their vet and tell us what their weight is and everything else. If it's a little high, we get them on the little puppy treadmill and get their weight back down and try to keep them healthy.
Okay, does anyone else? Oh, yes, Miss James.
Ma'am, did I hear you say that the organization maintains ownership of the dog?
Yes, ma'am. So now, of course, that's just legally we maintain ownership. That's so that we can help out the people if they need it. Once the dog retires, the person adopts it usually, and keeps that dog forever. So it's
So,
just legally we have ownership.
so let me try to think of how to ask this question. So you have periodic check-ins. You mentioned once a year that they're required to send in records and such. What happens if the veteran is, for example, not meeting the requirements of the organization? Is the dog taken back? Like, I'm trying to understand.
It
what-
takes a lot to take the dog back. We're going to work with them to get it, but that's part of maintaining the ownership, is to be able to keep those dogs at that healthy weight limit, to make sure that they are getting the medical care that they need. We invested a lot of money and time into that. So we want to make sure that the dog is still, being healthy. If they're not doing it, we meet with them on a regular basis. So we would know, and we would work with them to get the dog to where it needs to be. If it gets to the point, I don't think it's happened with us yet. We just started here in 2015, but if it gets to the point where we need to take the dog, we would. If it's not what's working out for anybody, but that obviously wouldn't be our goal.
And what would happen in a scenario where, for example, maybe it's actually the veteran that retires, or they just can't care for the dog anymore? Is the dog taken back as well, or is consideration given to the fact that the dog is now integrated into the family?
Yes, that's a great question. Once somebody gets one of the dogs, they are in charge of deciding when that dog is going to retire. So whether it's the veteran or the dog that's no longer able to do what they needed to be doing, they decide the dog's going to retire, and they get the first option to adopt it. If they don't want to adopt the dog, then we go to the puppy raiser that raised the dog for the first 18 months. And a lot of times they adopt the dog from that point.
Thank you.
But the recipient always gets first option of keeping that dog.
So in this case, if the veteran is not able to care for the dog, the family of the veteran can still retain the dog through.
Absolutely. And if there's ever like a death of one of our clients, the family usually adopts the dog and keeps it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
You don't charge a fee for adoption, do you?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Real quick, since 2015, how many dogs have you has your program graduated from?
In Texas, I think we were at just under 300.
And then you maintain contact with all 300 of those?
We do. And we're constantly on the road doing recertifications. We try to go to the clients as much as, like, we would come to Austin and have everybody come meet us at a certain place in Austin, so that people don't have to go to our campus every time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dusty.
Thank you. I'm beginning to understand this dog service dog's kind of new thing, and I guess once a veteran establishes sort of a need for a service dog, aren't they always going to need a service dog? I mean, I know my dog's not long for this world.
Yes, and usually once the dog gets older and they say that the dog is no longer able to pick up the dropped items for them or whatever, they can apply for a successor dog. Those people are bumped to the top of the list also to get their successor dogs. We have several that have gotten successor dogs since we started in 2015. So.
Okay, anyone else?
And just to clarify, Canine Companions has been around since 1975, but the one in Texas was just 2015. And we've placed over 500, to answer your question, 500 dogs with veterans in our history.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring up Bob and Barbara for marriage management consultants. Then next up, we have Catholic Charities of San Antonio and Karen Dilberty. Dilberty? Yes, they're here. All right, so Barbara and
Elaine?
Bob, please come up. Yes.
Elaine?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we just had, we're being asked to evacuate the building, so we gotta go. We gotta pause this.
Oh, okay. Is there a fire alarm happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So we're going to go ahead and just recess. Again, we cannot talk, don't ask us
Yeah.
any questions, and we need to please evacuate the building.
It's 2:01.
We are prepared.
Okay, let me make sure, let's see, Mr. Delgado, are you on?
Oh, can you?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We are now back in session at 2:28 PM due to a declared emergency that we were asked to leave. So we're back in session now. So I want to make sure, Miss James, are you on?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss James, thank you. Mr. Delgado. Mr. Delgado. Mr. Rispoli.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Mr. Rispoli, Peter? Okay, Mr. Ball went to go.
Back to class.
Yeah, back to class. Mr. Perez is in here, okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that is still a quorum.
Yes.
So we will go ahead and proceed. We have a quorum. All right, so we have the GCs north and south, yes. So let's go ahead and proceed, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting us this afternoon. And it's really good to see you in person again.
Ma'am, could you please talk into the microphone as this is recorded? So if you'd start over, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting us. And thank you for the grants that you've given us over the past 10 years.
We are Bob and Barbara Zielinski, founders and co-executive directors for Marriage Management. And we've been married since 1970. Yeah, I'm still alive. Yes, we are an old, long-time married couple, as one of our attendees wrote. But we love having a mission by just being part of this veteran outreach.
Since 2013, Marriage Management has served approximately 3,000 people statewide. More than half of those are veterans, including more female vets, as well as more dual military couples in the last few years.
We have a uniquely delivered evidence-based curriculum to help couples address the extra challenges of married life after having served in the military. The breakup of an intimate veteran relationship can lead to a downward spiral that ends in suicide. We try to prevent that.
We ask our clients, where would you be without this program? And a recent respondent wrote,
Divorced or dead.
there are counseling services available, but many personnel and proud veterans are too proud to use these resources.
We are a bridge to these resources.
And we want to present 4 ways that our organization is unique in addressing this gap.
First, military personnel are often reluctant to seek counseling. I used to say when they suggested counseling for me, I'd turn around and run the other way. But this is because we're trained to overcome obstacles. Additionally, military personnel stuff our feelings, and we focus on the mission. So we asked some of the folks that come, what are some of the challenges you came with?
I was holding things in, and that bothered me.
I faced the challenges of being closed and unreceptive at times, and this only caused more harm than good.
Where would your relationship be if this program did not exist?
It could end up in the gutter. This program provides the bumpers to keep us from getting there. Another said,
Probably non-existent.
Marriage Management ensures that the military person feels comfortable attending our programs. Our first rule is,
Absolutely no spouse bashing allowed.
you got a problem with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Since there are other veteran couples in attendance, the session is a lot less
It's
threatening.
less threatening
Yeah.
than a counseling.
Your buddies are all around you, so they feel good.
Our veteran facilitators teach a tool, demonstrate it, and then allow the couple to privately practice that tool. They do not have to share their issues with the group, but we do encourage positivity and we monitor their interactions.
Second, our programs are presented by a married veteran couple, husband and wife. We currently have 4 couples working with them. All of them are former or retired military. They know and understand the unique challenges of facing some of the challenges that married veteran couples do all the time.
The most unique thing about us is that our approach is not clinical. Our facilitators actively share the real issues and problems that they faced in their marriage and how these tools helped overcome them. And this is quite different from the clinical approach where the clinician is a third party neutral third party.
Right. We build camaraderie with the attendees. We assure them that they're not alone in these challenges that they face. And that's why we apply under the peer-to-peer. We encourage our attendees to learn how to work together and resolve their issues. The partners are battle buddies in their relationship.
So we ask, what helped you overcome these challenges you faced?
I believe this program is important because it's different from traditional counseling. It encourages rebuilding relationships.
Because veteran military couples have extra layers of complexity that many don't understand.
Fourth, our classes are interactive. We want them to give us comments and questions, and we have exercises that they do.
Group exercise.
We work to keep the atmosphere friendly, warm, humorous, supportive, and
So
keep
they
them
have a good
engaged.
time, right?
Keep them engaged as well. We asked them, what did you like about the class?
I loved how our instructors kept us
Okay, your
engaged.
time, please. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. James.
Thank y'all. So you mentioned that it's not a clinical approach, but do you have a mechanism in place to identify couples that may potentially need to go into a clinical approach? And if you do, like, what is that mechanism?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. All of our couples are trained in military cultural competence. Some of them are
Domestic violence
domestic.
councils.
We all get domestic violence training. We all get suicide awareness training, and we watch so that.
And most of our partners are clinicians.
Right.
We work very closely with the 4 Stephen A. Cohen clinics in the state, with the military veteran peer networks, and with One Stop in El Paso.
Right, and Endeavors, Metro Care, they are our partners as well. So when we notice that they need something a little more than what we're offering, which are skills, and we want to keep it skills-based because we don't want them to neglect the fact that they may need extra coaching after we do, we're very readily able to just refer them to an intake specialist right there on site.
Yeah, oftentimes we have the intake specialist there at the end of the program.
Thank you.
And how much are you asking for?
We're asking for $100,000.
Serve 300 people, which would be 150 veterans and 100 dependents.
Yeah, we go about 24 classes a year under the Veterans Marriage Management Project. And we just want to note that we've already met our productivity goal for the 23-24 grant, but we intend to complete 4 more classes, which are still on our schedule. So that'll surpass our goal.
Put us over goal. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions? All right. Thanks a lot.
you.
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, sorry about that fire drill. All right, let's bring up Catholic Charities of San Antonio. Karen DeLiberti is here. Next on deck, we have Grace After Fire. That's a remote presentation with Tana Plesher. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Karen DeLiberti, the Clinical Director for Catholic Charities in San Antonio. I'm a proud member of a military family and have over 20 years experience working with veterans and others that have experienced trauma. Catholic Charities is located in the heart of Military City, San Antonio, and we currently provide counseling services to over 400 veterans and their families. We are requesting $300,000 to help expand this program. We serve all of our community regardless of race or religion. We have offices in San Antonio, Uvalde, as well as Del Rio. Can you please advance the slide? And advance it one more time, sorry. If we're afforded the assistance of this grant, we intend to reach even more than the original 400 families and veterans that we're currently serving. Catholic Charities is focused on providing the right therapeutic intervention for each client. The services we provide are from a trauma-informed lens and will focus on transitions, couples, substance abuse, and family relationships. We will utilize evidence-based practices that focus on the needs of this specific population. Our entire team at Grace Counseling is currently trained in cognitive processing therapy. We also utilize EMDR and trauma-focused CBT. With the help of this grant, you will help us to continue to train our staff and build a stronger team of therapists ready to work with the veteran population. We want to meet the veterans and their families where they're at by utilizing a variety of services, including individual, couples, family, play therapy for the children, and groups. If it's easier for the client, we can serve them through a HIPAA-compliant telehealth platform. If they prefer to come into the office but they don't have transportation, we can provide bus passes or another form of a ride. I guess what we're trying to say is that we will go above and beyond to meet the needs of veterans and their families in our community. Can you please forward the slide? The TVC grant will fully fund one full-time therapist who will be trauma-informed and trained in a minimum of one evidence-based practice. The ideal candidate will be a veteran themselves or a member of a military family and experienced working with this population. They will spend their days meeting with veterans and their families. This will be approximately 20 to 25 clients per week, plus group therapies. In addition, the grant will partially fund an outreach coordinator. This outreach coordinator will be the first line of contact for all of our veterans as they call into the clinic. They'll take the initial intake assessment and make any referrals that are necessary. These referrals can be seamless because we have over 50 different programs in the San Antonio area that we can refer them to. Please advance the slide. Our benchmarks are simple. How many veterans can we serve with love, respect, and dignity? We'll track the number of unduplicated clients per month with a goal of 38 new clients each month with a minimum waiting period. In addition, veterans will have access to new groups each quarter for 12 weeks. These groups will be organized around an evidence-based practice and will also provide a monthly group for the spouses of the veterans. This group will help with dealing with the challenges of military life and help to build a support system for the families. Please advance the slide. We have an outreach plan that's already in place. It's on the slide. And as you can see, these services are pretty vast. They will continue, and then we will also focus them more on the veterans and their families specifically. However, currently we have a waiting list. We need this grant to help us to meet the needs that are already there. We have lots of families waiting as well as their dependents. Catholic Charities has a reputation in the community as being a responsive and healing environment, and we have already helped over 400 veterans and their families. We can do so much more with your help. Please advance to the next slide. The need in Bexar County for mental health services is significant. Wait times at BANSI can be up to 4 months. At Catholic Charities, our current wait time is currently between 4 to 6 weeks. Although this is a shorter period of time, we need your help to be even more timely with services for veterans and their families. They served our country and made great sacrifices.
All right.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Martinez.
I see that some of the programs you offer is pro bono legal services. What services is that providing? Like what are you?
Pro bono, we have guardianship.
So we do have Caritas Legal Services with Catholic Charities. We provide assistance with probate, wills, deeds, power of attorneys, For some people 60 and older, that could be free through other grants that we can maximize. We also do legal guardianships for Bexar County. And then we also provide immigration services, which probably wouldn't be applicable to this population, but those are some additional services we provide.
Thank you.
Ms. James?
Thank you, ma'am. So in your number of people that you plan on serving, the dependents are roughly double, or they're actually double the size of the veteran population. Can you help us understand what you're seeing in that demographic that makes that so important to your organization?
Our organization is known for our child therapy and play therapy services. So we do have 4 different play therapy rooms that are set up, as well as clinicians that are available for services. So we tend to get a lot of children. We also do a lot of family work. So we're anticipating that there'll be 1 veteran to 3 members of the family.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
I got
All
a
right,
question.
Thank you for, oh, sorry, Mr. Delgado, go ahead.
Sorry, Ms. Reyna. So you said there's already a waiting list that for veterans, or is there just a waiting list for Catholic Charity Services? Can you clarify that for me?
It's a waiting list for counseling services. Some are veterans and some are not.
Okay, so you've already actively have seen veterans?
Yes. Our counseling services program has been available for many years. However, we just opened up a location about 2 years ago, and it's in the heart of San Antonio.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Where in San Antonio?
We are on the south side of San Antonio.
Okay.
And if I just may add, we do have 11 physical locations in San Antonio. Those are actual offices that we could provide services to the veterans throughout all of those offices. And we also have a physical brick and mortar office in Del Rio, Texas, and office space in Uvalde, Texas.
Okay, anybody else? All right, thanks a lot. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we have Grace After Fire, and I see Tana online.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to come and present to you virtually regarding Grace After Fire. So for those of you who may know, Grace After Fire is a nonprofit. We've been around since 2008. We are requesting a continuation of our existing grant. We are asking a slightly increase due to inflation and costs, and of course the need. So we are asking for $150,000 for this grant. Those beneficiaries served will be 300 women. Total 300 served, with 200 women veterans and 100 dependents. Grace After Fire, we provide trauma and stress related, a holistic approach to any woman veteran as she transfers from active duty into civilian life. And we do cover down with our existing financial assistance grant, 27 counties here in the state of Texas as well. Next slide, please. Perfect. The direct services that we provide to our veterans, of course, we provide the much needed services. Again, we're looking at this from a holistic approach. This is not, we are peer-to-peer based. So again, with our financial assistance program and grant, we are able to assist when they are finding themselves in a financial crisis, as well as identifying in those times, access to care or mental health services are often identified in that. We do vet every single woman veteran that comes through our system with a copy of their DD-214 or a veteran service letter, as well as collecting data about their service and their quality of life. So every time they come into the system and receive a service, so they take an evaluation, and then 30 days after they take a second. Events and meetings are scheduled around the women veterans, and we listen to what they want. We meet the woman veteran wherever she is on her path. There is no one size fits all for everybody. Thank you. Next slide. Wonderful. So 3 staff members, full-time staff members will be fully funded with this grant. These employees will be in the field covering down on veteran events. They're active on social media, engagement, and of course, promoting and appreciation of our donors and grantors. We require a part-time website maintenance contractor. They maintain, the activities and the connectivity for our women veterans to Grace After Fire. So that partial will be funding that as well. And we do maintain part-time contractors, which will also be somewhat allocated via this grant as well. But again, that goes back to the client management system. So that's required in order to make sure that all of our veterans are well tracked and served. Next slide, please. Certainly. So we currently, so we've been a longtime recipient of TVC mental health and general assistance, and we far exceed. We have always exceeded our benchmarks. And just for an example, with this new CRM system that I just spoke of, we have already far exceeded our 2023-24 grant perspectives. And that will never be a problem, I don't think. We did a rough poll. We average 81 new women veterans each month, and we cover down again, on wherever the woman veteran is, we can connect to her directly via our technology, and we can serve financial assistance in 27 counties here in the state of Texas. Next slide, please. Our outreach plan, we always say we're a very small but mighty team. So we are out there every day in the community, meeting with community partners, meeting with large VA leadership, things like that, donors, making sure our veterans are connected, different avenues with regards to our outreach. And we do that with mindfulness and intent. So not just showing up for, kind of the willy-nilly event.
Okay, time's up. So you're saying you're getting 81 in a month. What was that number? How many are you getting in a month?
Yes,
81?
we average
I'm correct.
average 81 new women veterans hitting our website stating that they need service.
Okay, hitting the website. Okay. And then your services are done over the internet, or do you have a location, I guess, in Bexar County? Where's that?
We have our headquarters is in Houston through the Combined Arms Center. We have a co-location there in downtown Houston, as well as in San Antonio. We have an office space with a community partner, as well as another VSO. We collaborate with them, and we have a shared space there. We really look to serving the woman veteran, not to have necessarily the woman veteran have to come to us, where it is easier oftentimes for us to go where they are. That, again, going back into our outreach, we assist the woman veteran wherever she is on her path. We remind her every day she is never alone, and we will walk whatever path she is on right beside her.
Okay, so it says 200 women veterans and 100 dependents. That's a lot.
And we've already exceeded. So this metric, we bumped it up. But our numbers are already on track to exceed this.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, Carrie, so that concludes our veterans mental health presentations. We're moving on to Housing for Texas Heroes grants. And first up, we have Richard, who's here with us I'm sorry, we changed his to remote virtual. That is Habitat for Humanity, Greater Garland. Richard should be online. There he is, ready to go. And then up next, we have Operation Finally Home. That is also a remote presentation. We have Rusty Carroll online as well. So Richard, take it away. Well, actually, 1 second. Let's make sure we have your slides up first.
Thank you.
And we'll get you a new timer as well. Noah and Ileana, can y'all give us an update? Is there a bad connection?
I'm here.
I see you, Rich. But it looks like our slides have gone away. Angela, Noah, Ileana, any update? I wonder if another fire drill is happening upstairs. Angela, so our screen has gone away, the PowerPoint. And then also I have no communication with Ileana or Noah.
I'll go check on the FVA site. I'll be right back, Elaine.
Okay, yeah, because it seems like there's probably a connection thing
All right.
happening.
I'll be right back. Thanks.
There it is.
Noah, Ileana, can y'all give me a verbal update when y'all are ready to go? Because I'm not sure if something's happening in the background. Thanks. So Rich, you can confirm that you can hear us, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Okay. Any of the advisory committees, can y'all hear me right now? This is Elaine.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
I could hear you as well.
Okay.
I saw the slide show up. That's the first picture.
Yeah,
First-
there might be something happening on our 14th floor. See what's going on. Yeah, they're having technical difficulties.
I presume they've tried clicking on slideshow and start from beginning.
And that's fine if you can't put it into exact presentation mode, because we have a screen up here, Ileana and Noah, where it's right in front of us. So we're fine. If y'all want to just move forward with that, and then just give us a new timer when you can, please.
She's in the waiting room.
Yeah, she must have gotten kicked off.
Oh, okay. No, no big deal.
Yeah, it looks like Ileana's computer went out and they had to do a quick adjusting to Noah's computer now. So
Wow.
that's who we're seeing right now. So we have a backup for a backup, and we probably have another backup. Just got to give us a second. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Rich.
Are you ready? Good
Yes,
afternoon.
please.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Rich Buquet. I'm the president and CEO of Habitat for Humanity of Greater Garland. And today we are requesting continued funding of $500,000 to serve veterans through the Housing for Texas Heroes program. We provide critical home repairs and modifications to veterans' existing homes, helping our vets age in place with more dignity, health, and safety. Next cycle, we will be serving at least 18 veteran households across 5 counties with a maximum of $35,000 TVC funds per client. We have found in this that there are no small jobs. Every veteran home has much more work needing to be done than even the increased TVC funding can provide. So we work hard to layer funding sources to enable the greatest impact for each veteran home. May I have the next slide, please? The direct client services the grant will fund a span a variety of health and safety repairs and accessibility modifications, including bathroom and kitchen rehabs, roof replacements, new HVAC, updated electrical and plumbing, new windows, weatherization, ramps and rails or grab bars. And we do provide these services without TVC grant funding through other partnerships with the cities of Garland and Rowlett, Federal Home Loan Bank, Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, the federal VA through the VHRMP HUD grant. But the TVC funding is very important to the continued success and outreach of our critical repairs program. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello? There we go. So the need for these client services is great in our area. We have hundreds of veterans that are living below the poverty level and thousands more living with a disability. And we're the only TVC service provider for Homes for Heroes in the Northeast Dallas area. We do require a DD 214 honorable discharge form to verify veteran service, and 80% of our budget goes to direct client services. May I have the next slide? We have 3 staff members that are partially funded by this TVC grant. Steven Zantop, our construction manager, Heather Turk, our compliance and accounting specialist, and Roxanne Hollingsworth, our intake specialist. Stephen's full-time and Heather and Roxanne are both part-time. And our intake specialist, she's the first point of contact. She gathers documentation and hears the veterans' stories. And then our construction manager meets the clients at their home. We use about 7 to 10 different subcontractors and general contractors based on the requirements of each job. And then our compliance specialist, she keeps the team on track to meet quarterly benchmarks, and she monitors the progress goal. We have a goal of serving 1.5 to 2 homes or clients per month, or 4 to 5 homes per quarter. We spend about $42,000 per month, or about $125 per quarter. And these benchmarks are also tracked on a weekly basis. In terms of our outreach, we utilize all the normal means of communication through our website, through social media channels, news and press releases. Our intake specialist attends events throughout the community, spreading the word. And we also advertise through our Restore, where we have many customers walk through, and we talk to any veteran we can identify. We measure the effectiveness of our outreach efforts by how many clients we have in the pipeline. And we do adjust our strategies to reach clients who perhaps do not use social media or the internet very much. And we do that by various means. We attend multiple different veteran-centric events, such as the vet event put on by Representative Keith Self in Plano this past year. And we are in regular communications with Combined Arms to get referrals from them. And we also have started visiting the VA hospital in Garland with paper flyers and brochures to provide to the veterans, and then also the staff at the VA hospital helps us connect to clients as well. Next slide, please. This is just a few quick before and after pictures representing the things, if the next slide, that veterans are living with. This vet sat on a board across their tub to bathe, and we installed a walk-in shower stall with a safe stool. Next slide, please. This bathroom was in really bad shape. The floor was caving in, floor was rotting and falling in. And one more slide, just to show what veterans do to try to make themselves a little comfortable in the Texas heat. Cut a hole in the side of their house and put an air conditioning unit in there. We fixed that and made that much safer and healthier for them. I know I got short a little of my time on the slide issue, but there's much more work to do than we can accomplish with even the revenue sources that we have outside of TVC. So we're very grateful to TVC for funding these critical repairs, and we hope that you will recommend to continue to do so in the upcoming cycle. So thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay, Mr. Delgado.
Hey, thanks for that presentation. Question for you: why just veterans that serve honorably? I mean, with the how discharges are being upgraded. Have y'all thought? Is there a reason behind just honorable serve veterans?
Well, I should have clarified I believe we go by the same standard that TVC does, that anything other than a dishonorable discharge. So there are other types of discharges other than honorable that are not dishonorable, and we serve those veterans as well.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
Ms. James.
Thank you. Sir, based on your presentation, are you saying that you have more veterans in the pipeline than you can help?
We have more veterans in our community, the service area, our geographical service area, than we can help. We struggle to get veterans into our pipeline. We have enough to meet our benchmarks, but we have to beat the bushes and do all the things that we said to try to get them in. But there are many more out there that need the help. And when we come across them and we bring them into the program, their homes are in terrible disrepair. They're living in squalor or very unsafe conditions. So what I'm saying is that in our geographical service area, there are hundreds of veterans living below the poverty level that need our services. So we know that 500,000 is a big ask. We received 500 last year and the year before, and we spent that all on serving these veterans at no cost to them. So there's more veterans that need our help than we have the funding to serve, is what I was trying to say through that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. James. Okay, so if you're asking for 500,000, that's statewide, right? Not, you're briefing it as your geographical area, but actually it's statewide.
We serve in 5 counties. We do
Okay.
not serve the entire state. We serve 5 counties that
And
were listed
what
on
am I-
that first slide.
I'm sorry.
But if you're asking for 500,000, you're committing to a statewide effort, correct?
That is for some grants.
But not this grant.
This is Housing for Texas Heroes.
I'm not aware of
We'll have-
that qualification or
have to double
criteria,
check
ma'am.
Well, so Ms. Zavala will research that and get back. But here's what I'll say. And you know this, that, this material is just out of sight now, right? And the math of it to me says you're going to partially fund 3 staff, correct? That's what I thought I saw on the slide.
Correct.
And then you're going to spend 125K a quarter. So that times 4 quarters, that's 500.
Correct.
So when you're doing that 125K a quarter, are you factoring in that staff, or no, this is for these, thank you.
Yes,
these homes?
that's to execute on the full grant of 500,000. 80% of that goes directly to client services. At
And
least
Rich, y'all are
80%
good
of
for
that.
the 500,000 ask.
Thank you.
I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Zavala,
I'm confused by that because we asked for that amount 2 years ago and it was awarded, and then last year it was we met our benchmarks, and so we were automatically renewed. And I wasn't aware that there was a criteria that we had to go
Yes,
statewide if we were receiving that.
There's a separate criteria for some of our grant categories, but Housing for Texas Heroes is allowed up to 500,000.
Okay.
You're good, sir. I was just clarifying, and Ms.
All right, you
Zavala
scared
did,
me a little
so-
bit.
No, I don't mean to do that, sir. Okay, is there anyone else that has any questions? Okay, thanks a lot, sir. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Okay, Operation Finally Home, Rusty. We see ya. All right. Let's get you unmuted and a new timer on the clock as well.
Okay, good afternoon. How are y'all doing? Next
All
slide,
right.
please. Good afternoon. My name is Russell Carroll, and I'm the president of Operation Finally Home. We're a national nonprofit that provides custom-built mortgage-free homes and home modifications and transitional housing for wounded, ill, and injured veterans across the country. While we know that past awards are no indication of future support, we're honored to be a trusted organization associated with the TVC. Thus far, we've been awarded 9 TVC grants in the past, the last 5 being the Housing for Texas Heroes grant. We have the ability to support beneficiaries throughout the state. We completed 50 projects in 2023, all of which were not TVC projects, and we're associated with the Texas Association of Builders and numerous local home builders associations. We have a proven history within the TVC of being a go-to organization to address unique needs of potential beneficiaries. And we have a history of meeting or exceeding our beneficiaries served at or below grant award amount. Next slide. Next slide, please. Again, we're a 501c3 organization. We're requesting $500,000 to support services in this category to include home modification projects, home repair projects, and home weatherization projects within the definition of the RFA. We're looking to serve at least 13 individuals, assuming the full reimbursable amount for each project. Will include 10 veterans and 3 surviving spouses. Again, we have the ability to serve the entire state, but our key focus areas are in Bexar County, Dallas County, Harris, Nueces, and Tarrant County. Next slide, please. Again, the services that we'll be providing are home modifications, repairs, and weatherizations. We have the ability to provide these services without TVC funding, albeit at a much lesser degree of scope and breadth. We ensure that the clients are veterans by receiving a copy of their DD 214 as a part of their eligibility review, along with the other eligibility requirements associated with this grant. 90% of the budget is dedicated to client services, with the remaining 10% supporting indirect administrative costs associated with these projects. Next slide, please. Outside of the indirect project administrative costs, no staff members are supported with the TVC funds. We have 9 experienced team members that execute the funding for this grant that from an operational standpoint includes myself, David Drew, our Senior Vice President of Operations, James Gaylord and Lee Kurgan, who are project managers. Darlene Drew is a program director. And our intake team consisting of Chris Riley, Ginger Rainey, and Deb Kane, and Ashley Cheshire as our controller as well. We do utilize general contractors to execute these projects after soliciting 3 bids for each project, after which they are awarded. Next slide. Our benchmarks, while no physical work has been done on beneficiaries' home, we have already identified, this has changed since then, 20 eligible beneficiaries for this particular grant period, with another 20 in the early stages of review. We will complete up to 5 of 13 projects on a monthly basis until funds are expended. So if that were to occur, we'd need up to $192,500 per month for 5 projects until the funds are expended. Next slide. So with that, our outreach efforts, again, while no physical work has been done on the potential beneficiaries' homes, we have already identified 40 potential individuals for this grant. The identification of these potential beneficiaries was accomplished and continues to be done through face-to-face outreach, partnerships with other NGOs, TVC referrals, our OFH website, and our OFH social media. Next slide. And so again, we'd be honored to be awarded a grant for this grant cycle. And I welcome any questions that you all may have.
Does anyone? All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, Rusty. All right, next we have Central Tech Opportunities. Todd Liebem is here, and I believe the organization is also is doing business as Cornerstone, FYI. So another organization that has an application in as one name and has done a DBA. All right, so James is going to be your timekeeper right here. And then for those in the room as well, you'll have to verbalize that you would like us to advance to your next slide. All right, thanks.
All right. Well, good afternoon. I am retired Chief Petty Officer Todd Liebem. I am the Director of Development of Cornerstone Community Action Agency. Thank you for saying that. We went through a name change. We used to be Central Texas Opportunities, but we're now Cornerstone. The name's all changed by the state of Texas and legal. So we are requesting the $500,000 for the Housing for Heroes grant. This is for the home repairs and modification assistance. For the purposes of this slide, I put up the numbers of 12 people to serve. To me, that's going to be what I would call the worst case scenario. Hopefully that becomes clear here shortly as I go through this. And the number of counties that we provide these services to is 7. We're based out of Coleman, Texas. Next slide, please. This is going to be for home repair and assistance for roof foundation, HVAC, electric, plumbing, windows, and weatherization, and also for home modification assistance with bathrooms, kitchens, everything to get them in ADA compliance. Services in this area we are not able to provide these services without this TVC funding. For the verification process, we're going to be using the standard discharge papers, the DD 214, military retire ID cards. Even the state of Texas has if they went through the process to get the veteran status located on their driver's license, at least get the ball rolling for verification. For budget allocation, 79% of our budget was to be allocated for direct client services for a total of $396,000. Next slide, please. This is our group that are part of this program. We have our program director and our housing specialist, but Cornerstone also has our own contractors. We have one hired for a different set of programs that we have. So we have our own general contractor and 2 general laborers already employed through us. This is very beneficial in the 7 counties that we're talking about because we are in a rural area of Texas. We are not near any of the metroplex. Abilene is going to be a closed major city. So this helps us control not only the timing of all the projects that are going to be going on, but also helps us control costs by having everything done in-house. If we are approved, we will be hiring 1 more general labor as well. Next slide, please. The objective is going to be based on the size, how many projects we're going to get each month. On that first slide, I had 12. That's assuming that unfortunately we find 12 homes that are going to need the $33,000 based on per month that we need to spend per project. History is probably going to tell us that we're going to have the numbers are going to increase. It won't be a full foundation repair that some homes are going to need. Some are just going to need grab bars. Some are just going to need ramps built. That's clearly going to keep us way below the 33,000. So that means we're going to be able to assist more clients. So that's how the numbers are going to change. Next slide. Our outreach channels will be utilizing the social media, local radio stations where we have wonderful relationships with our community partners and jumping onto outreach events. We will adapt these to as we look at the numbers of where we're not getting the applicants applying to us. Where are we lacking? We're going to look at this, get the feedback from them, and then we may have to change how we're going to do this, whether it becomes a direct mailer or even if it means just going door to door with the people that we know. Effective measures, we use the Shaw software program. This will help us with our monthly tracking. And next slide is my thank you.
Anyone have any questions? Well, I do. So, have you thought about, and Luis, help me out with this, partnering with a veteran county service officer because I think they're really your first point of contact, aren't they? That there's an issue, and I would assume, I'm not telling you how to do it, but I would just you talked about putting flyers up and social media and that.
Yeah, usually you'd want to go, instead of having veterans come to you, you go to the veterans where they congregate. So they're going to be at the veteran service organizations.
Sure. And we are. And when I mean we're partnering with our community partners and with everybody, we have very good relationships with them as well. But there is going to be, if we get approved, what I was pointing out is that there will be a social media blitz saying, hey, this is also available. This one more avenue was really the point I was making, but absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? All right, thanks a lot, sir. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Todd. All right, we have Salvation Army Waco. They're doing a remote virtual presentation. We have Meredith Donovan that will present next. And then after that, Adult and Youth United Development Association, you're on deck. That is also a virtual presentation. Mr. Juan Garcia, please be ready. And do we have Meredith online?
We do.
Thanks, Meredith. Actually, if it's up to you, we don't need your camera, but it looks like your screen is all blacked out, just in case you didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't have video available.
Okay. All right.
Apologies for that.
Then we will get you a timer online and you're good to go.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. Today we are going to be talking about a new proposal for a Housing for Texas Heroes grant. You can go to the next slide, by the way. This will be a new initiative for us, and our request is for $160,000. And we do hope to serve 12 beneficiaries, 10 of those being veterans and 2 surviving spouses. That will, of course, be our minimum goal, assuming that it costs what we expect it to cost for each veteran. Some of them may cost less so we can serve more. We do plan on doing home modification repairs and weatherization programs, and we will only serve in McLennan County though. Next slide. So we will be able to offer new home repairs, home modifications, and weatherizations with this program. While there are programs within our state that have McLennan County as a service location, there's not another physical program located within 90 miles of Waco, meaning that there is not someone that our veterans can come face to face to talk about what they need and get help. And so through this program, they'll receive case management and support. They'll be able to discuss what they need. And then of course, we'll go through a review of what they need to make sure that they are eligible for the program and what they are requesting to be done is something that we can take up. Our direct client services for those actual repairs are going to be just under 80% of what we have proposed for the budget. And then another 11% of what we've proposed is for caseworker salaries. You can go to the next slide. We will have one partially funded caseworker for this program, and because it is a new initiative and we want to start out modestly, we will screen veterans for eligibility and as they seek assistance, and then they'll work with local contractors depending on what the project is and what's needed. We'll go through a procurement process to make sure we find the best available contractor for the work that needs to be done. Next slide. And then again, we talked about 12 clients during the grant cycle. And our goal is to spend right at $13,000 a month, and that will include the case management expenses. And so project wise, we're looking at right around $10,500 per month. That may vary depending on how many projects are completed, but our goal is to complete at least one full project for every single month. Next slide. As far as outreach goes, our agency is a member of our Heart of Texas Homeless Coalition, which is comprised of all of the housing programs in and around the area, which all of those programs serve veterans to some capacity. And then our TVC case manager also meets weekly with all of the veteran service programs in the area, including members of our local VA. And we receive referrals from them through our other housing projects every single month. And then I talked with the VA contact that we have here, and he confirmed that he does have several veterans every single month request assistance of this nature. And he would really be looking forward to having someone to refer those veterans to get assistance with their housing need, with their modification needs. And then we also have a full-time public relations staff member who can do social media and marketing campaigns if we find that we don't have enough if we don't have enough veterans through our referral network, we can reach out in other methods. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, ma'am. Does anyone have any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Dan, we saw that you couldn't unmute yourself. Did you want to send a message if you still have that inability? Okay. All right, moving on. Adult Youth United Development Association, Juan Garcia, you are up. I see you on the screen. We will get your presentation up and then a new timer. On deck is Meals on Wheels Tarrant County. That's an in-person presentation. Gary's here and his staff. All right, great. We're ready to go.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. Can we go ahead and switch the slides? All right, so we are applying for the Housing for Texas Heroes through Ayuda Inc. for the second time in the past 2 to 3 years. The first time we applied for about the same amount for the max amount, and we were only granted to provide these services to 4 households, to 4 veteran households, which we went ahead and completed. This year, we are asking again pretty much for the max amount to provide home modifications, repairs, weatherizations for veterans and surviving spouses in Texas, covering 2 counties, El Paso County and Hudspeth counties in Texas. Some of these services that we are going to provide are ADA or accessibility modifications, such as ramps, walk-in showers, removal of any barriers obstructing them from being able to move within their house, grab bars, and at times replacing certain appliances, HVAC systems. We are asking, again, for the max to go ahead and help a total of 17 households with 15 veterans and 2 spouses, 2 family members. Next slide, please. Here at Ayuda, we have experience with housing projects for over 12 years. Funded many of these projects through the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, TDACA, through the Amy Young Barrier Removal Program, and the Home Reconstruction Assistance Program. Like I said, we plan to verify veteran status through a VA letter, DD-214, or military ID. This last one for our client services, it's a printout. It should have been the other way. We plan to, our direct client services are at 90%. That 10% is for administrative cost. I didn't notice it till just now, so I apologize for that. But direct client services are for 90% of what we plan to accomplish. If you're not familiar with these TDACA projects, the Amy Barrier Removal is similar to the Veterans Texas Heroes program, providing accessibility modifications. And then the home reconstruction is a program that we've been doing for over 12 years, where if a participant's home is uninhabitable, deemed uninhabitable, we will go ahead and demolish it and build them a brand new home, a 1,200 square foot home, 3 to 4 bedroom at no cost. Next slide, please. We have 1 staff, myself, that will be go ahead and handling this program directly. I directed this program last 2 years ago by myself, and we have the capability, we have the experience. I have 6 years of experience with housing rehab and reconstruction projects. Contractors, I will be working with our contractors. We have a list of preferred contractors, and we'll be using 2 of our best contractors, as well as working with our contractor inspectors when it comes to doing the initial scope of work and final inspections of the homes. Next slide, please. In order to meet the quarterly reports, we plan to serve a minimum of 2 to 3 clients per month in order to be able to meet the benchmarks. This means that approximately we are planning to spend a minimum of $90,000 to $105,000 per month. And this is at maximizing the amounts per household of either $30,000 to $35,000. We don't like to cut corners. We don't just look at what's needed at the time that we do the inspection, but we look at the veterans' future as their health or as they get older. And the whole idea is to have the veterans age in place at their house, minimizing the need for them having to move out of their home and go to a home where somebody else will be taking care of. And that's why we like to maximize the funds when it comes to rehabbing their homes. As well, with our other programs, we like to leverage. So if we get a home where it needs more than 35, then we go ahead and try to apply them to some of the other programs that are related to the Texas Heroes program. Next slide. Our outreach is conducted either by providing flyers, contacting our local partners, and we have a team of outreach workers who we pay through other programs to go ahead and assist health fairs, job fairs, informational fairs to pass out this information. Next slide, please. And that's it. Any questions?
Go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
Reading your application, it also says you guys provide legal services. What do you provide?
Yes, sir. So we have a few staff that are certified HUD advisors for financial assistance. So if you need planning to buy a home, they will go ahead and do counseling services, helping them work through their budgets, looking at their income, and see how they can manage, to go ahead and purchase a brand new home, rental, just pretty much financial management. We do the same with all our participants that go through the home or the Amy Young program, especially our home program, since sometimes we're gonna demolish mobile homes and we have to build them a new home. We go ahead and make him go through a class, letting him know that taxes are gonna be a little bit higher when it comes to them paying for a house every year, other than a mobile home. Or even if their house was an older home, the cost of a brand new home, tax cost is gonna be much higher. So we counsel them and we help them work with their budget so they're able to manage these payments.
Okay, and then you also said in your application that you guys also assist with mortgage, rent, utilities, and food pantry with hygiene.
Yes, these programs are about to finish. We included them. We are running out of funds, but we're hoping to get them. But yes, we do provide rental assistance. The mortgage, actually, we just got a notice that the funds have been depleted. And then we have a community center in the small town of San Elizario in the El Paso County area. And through El Pasoans Fighting Hunger, which is the big food bank here in El Paso, we provide a food pantry out there in that community, which serves surrounding communities such as Clint, Favens, Canotillo, and even people from the city of El Paso.
And then the funds that you're going to get from the grant, besides the mortgage and rent, will fund some of the utilities and food pantry stuff.
No, the funds that we're asking for are strictly for the modification of veteran homes.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have a question? So I have a question. So one of those slides, you're thinking you're going to be spending 90K to 105K. I think the slide said a month. Do you have that kind of cash flow in or to pay for this up front until a TVC check comes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we
You
do.
do?
We've been, like I
Your
said, we've been doing
financials are
this
good?
for over 12 years. Besides the small cash flow that we have, we do have a contract with Housing Authority Council, and a loan that we get through them, it funds the cash up front. And then as we get the funding, the cash from completed projects, we pay that back to them. So we have more than the capability to do this. Yes.
All right. Anyone else? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Juan. We have in person Jerry Hahn, Meals on Wheels of Tarrant County. He's a veterans case manager there. Next up is a virtual presentation after Jerry. That's Meals on Wheels San Antonio. So Jerry, James is your timekeeper, and let us know for your slides. All right. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Hahn. I'm a retired Navy veteran, 20-year Navy veteran. I'm currently the Veterans Case Manager for Meals on Wheels of Inc. of Tarrant County, and I'll be presenting for the Housing for Texas Heroes Program Grant. Before I begin, allow me to say thank you to the committee and to TVC for the opportunity to present and ultimately partner with you guys to provide home repair services for our organization's veteran clients. We're currently seeking $265,000 to provide critical home repairs, home modifications, and home weatherization for 20 beneficiaries, and that's to include 15 veterans and 5 surviving spouses. We currently serve clients in Tarrant and Johnson County. Next slide. This grant will allow us to complete home modifications, critical home repairs, and home weatherization projects for current clients who are veterans and or surviving spouses of veterans who are low income and have demonstrated a need and qualify for our services. Currently, we have a grant from Meals on Wheels of America that allows us to complete some of the same services, but on a much smaller scale. And this grant will allow us to provide services on a larger scale and assist many more veterans. Case managers and home repair construction coordinator collects necessary information and documentation as outlined by the TVC beneficiary eligibility documentation requirements to ensure client eligibility. Any questions about acceptability of provided documentation that we're uncertain of will be presented to our TVC grant representatives. This grant request will be utilized with a 95% rate going directly to client assist services, and the remaining 5% going to administrative cost. Next slide. We currently have one staff member that is partially funded by this grant, whose job is to provide management and oversight of all home repair projects and to ensure compliance with all grant guidelines. The home repair construction coordinator and veterans case manager are the primary points of contacts for our TVC clients. We do not have any contractors that are funded directly by this grant. However, we have established relationships with trusted community contractors who provide construction services for all our TVC grant projects. Next slide. In order for us to meet the quarterly benchmarks, we will need to service approximately 2 clients per month with a monthly expenditure of $21,030, and that's to include salaries and/or projects. Next slide. When it comes to outreach, informing our public about our services available to veteran clients is accomplished in several ways from our organization's standpoint. The primary mode will be our organization's website. Other means by which we notify clients of our services are promoted through our social media channels and printed materials. Partner agencies such as Combined Arms are also refer clients to us for assistance. Other organizations routinely conducts public presentations, resource fairs, and volunteer events in which we provide information about the types of services we provide. Additionally, our case managers provide information directly to clients during the intake process and/or during one of our tri-annual client visits. While conducting the initial intake, our new clients, our case managers ask how the client heard about us and/or which organization referred to them. Additionally, our organization periodically conducts client surveys that also ask the client how they heard about us and/or which organization referred them to us for assistance. We are always looking to improve our communication and further our reach. Based upon the client feedback and our outreach strategies, they are adjusted to reach a greater audience. Next slide. In closing, I would like to say thank you that this grant will allow us to provide home repairs services to our veteran clients in need at a faster pace than larger organizations and/or governmental agencies. As our volunteers see our clients on a daily basis and our case managers see them tri-annually or as needed, which allows us to identify any needs that may arise and address them quickly. It also has a trickle-down effect as it will free up other funds that can be used by non-veteran clients, thereby allowing us as an organization to serve more clients. Again, on behalf of Meals on Wheels, Inc. of Tarrant County, I would like to thank the Texas Veterans Commission for this opportunity to partner and to provide needed home repair services to our deserving veteran community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? All right, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Daniel Garcia is up next with Meals on Wheels San Antonio. Then on deck, we have Panhandle Community Services, and that is a remote presentation. Brenda Taylor, be ready.
Okay,
All
hello,
right, Daniel.
everybody. Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Just thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about the services that we're able to provide with the TVC grant funding. I am Daniel Garcia. I'm the client care manager here at Meals on Wheels, and I have been overseeing the TVC funding for the past 2 grant years. This year, we're asking for $305,000, an increase from last year because the need has gone up, and we would like to continue serving folks and continue serving more of our clients. The funding will be primarily for the home repair, a home modification, weatherization. A lot of this is accessibility. Here in South Texas and San Antonio, where the temperatures are well over 100 degrees over the summer for several months, weatherization comes in very important and significant part of it, and we're seeing more and more of requests from clients for repairing or even replacing the HVAC system and stuff like that to keep them from burning up in the summer. With that funds, we expect to serve 20 beneficiaries, 15 veterans, 5 surviving spouses, and currently we do provide services in Bexar County. Next slide, please. So the services that we'll be providing to veterans, like I said, it'll be the home repair, modification, and weatherization. What we've been doing, what we would like to continue doing. Those are going to be wheelchair ramps, walk-in and roll-in showers. Those become very important for our clients that are advancing in age, many of them who are confined to wheelchairs, so roll-in showers are very important. A lot of accessibility things, door widening, and then we are seeing an uptick in the HVAC. We have had some plumbing issues and many more critical repairs that we're noticing among clients. So we definitely are going to be able to address some of those things with the funding. Next slide, please. So with the funding for this grant year coming up, we will be providing a full-time staff member. I had mentioned that I had been coordinating the funding for the past 2 grant years, but that was in addition to my regular duties and tasks here at Meals on Wheels. We want to dedicate someone to be able to coordinate everything that needs to be done with coordinating with our clients who do need a little extra help because typically they're homebound, very elderly. They do need, some of that one-on-one time with a staff member to explain the program, make sure that their documents and everything can be collected properly, but then to also coordinate with our contractors, figuring out what is needed, what options do we have for doing these different things between the contractors, making sure that gets done in a timely manner, and then finalizing all the documents at the end and getting those into TVC for reimbursement. And that's what is explaining there with the in-home assessments, client eligibility, and things like that. Next slide, please. So reaching those quarterly benchmarks for Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels has the advantage of having built-in clients. Meals on Wheels San Antonio serves about 4,000 clients. About 3,500 of those are in Bexar County, and about 750, 800 of those are veterans, where there's another 400 or 500 that are surviving spouses. So we have the clients built in already. Our drivers who are delivering meals on a daily basis, Monday through Friday. We are seeing those clients every day. So if something is happening, if a client is starting to fall down, trying to get in and out of their traditional tubs, those drivers are hearing about it. Likewise, when our intake assessment folks are going and signing folks up for service, that is being done in a home visit. So we have done a lot to implement this information into some of those aspects of what we're already doing with clients to keep an eye out to offer these services to veterans we've identified. So we have a wait list right now. It's probably about 15 to 16 veterans who are needing home modifications. And so we are looking already to try to provide that for them in the next grant year. So the outreach is kind of built in for us. We also partner and do a lot of awareness in the community about our services that, of course, since folks have to be clients of Meals on Wheels to get the TVC funding for the Homes for Heroes, we do a lot of outreach so that folks know when we're going to tabling events that not only are we delivering the meal, but we have many other services that we provide. And especially the veterans, we can provide some of these home modifications to help them be more safe and have more accessibility in their homes. Next slide. I think that's the last one.
Time's up, sir.
Yeah, time's up. I just had some before and after photos for everybody, but I'm open to questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anyone have any questions? Do you have one?
Can we see some of those before and after?
Yes, please do, because these are fantastic, and I think the pictures they just speak volumes. You can see there in that first before and after for the bathroom, how closed up that bathroom is for folks. Where when they're in a wheelchair using a walker, or they do need help to shower and stuff like that. At this point, just having that accessibility is huge. The next one here for the weatherization, this client's veteran siding was just crumbling. I could go poke it with my finger and just poke right through it. He was just getting, all the elements in his house. So we re-sided and re-sealed his home, and he called us immediately. We had a cold snap like a week after that, and he called in and he told us how big of a difference it was. He couldn't believe it that we sealed it back up, and he was just so nice and warm and cozy in there. So it wasn't that his HVAC was a problem. It was just that he just had really no protection from the elements there. And then on the last slide, this was a critical repair project that we did. This veteran, and this really doesn't tell you the whole story. Unfortunately, this veteran just been living in unsanitary conditions for a couple of years. His sewage line was not connected. It was completely busted underneath, and it was backing up into his house. I had been trying to work with him for several months, and we were able, through special requests to the TBC, to get this taken care of for this gentleman. So he is no longer living in unsanitary conditions. His sewage is working properly. Now he's able to live in his home in very sanitary conditions and in a much better situation.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Panhandle Community Services, Brenda Taylor, you are up right now. Next, we have Concho Valley Community Action Agency. We do not have Sarah just yet. We'll give her a little bit more time. And Brenda, you are good to go. Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Once we
hello, I'm Brenda Taylor. I don't think I'm unmuted.
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm Brenda Taylor, and I'm the TVC coordinator for Panhandle Community Services, and we are requesting the $500,000 that we've had for the past 2 years. Now that we can spend in the future, we can spend $35,000 per client. It's hard to exactly know how many clients will serve. We're thinking of a minimum of 15. This past 2 years, we did actually 23 this year, and we did 25 the year before with the 500,000. It's hard to tell, not knowing what kind of repairs they will need. So we put a minimum of 15, but it's hard to tell. Next, there you go. We will serve the veterans and active duty and surviving spouses that have that are low income on their home, current on their property taxes and mortgage, and live in the top 26 counties of the Panhandle. We do 26 counties because we have Panhandle Community Services covers the 26 counties of the Panhandle. We have 12 service offices in this region. We will provide the repairs, weatherization, or modifications to the houses, whatever the client's houses need. We also have several state and federal grants that help us with weatherization and also with rural housing. We have a matching grant through the state for that. So sometimes if we don't have enough money to meet all of the needs, we can use our other grants also. Next. And 78% of our of the TVC grant will be for the client services. I am the TVC coordinator for the past 4 years, and I am 100% funded by this grant, and I coordinate all aspects from visiting with the veterans, taking their intake, getting their documents, assessing their homes, contacting the contractors for bids, inspecting the jobs, making sure they're completed, doing all the reporting. A few years ago, the TVC asked that we get a licensed home inspector to also go and inspect the homes, help us with work orders, and do final inspections also with us. So we will also have that in the budget. Next. Next. Oh, whoops, sorry. I'm gonna back up a minute, but we have used 99% of our budget over the last 4 years, and we have so many older homes in the Panhandle that we can't meet all the needs with the budget that we have, but we use it all every year, and then we have a waiting list. We're on the last 2 houses that we can fit in the budget this year currently, and then the rest of as they call us, we'll put them on the waiting list, get their documents, so they'll be ready July 1 when we have more money. We do not have a problem getting veterans. The local VA hospital knows about us. The local news channel puts a blurb every time we get new funding, and we have lots of phone calls once that's out there on the news channel. We're a member of a veterans group that meets and discusses resources and events. So we've just never had a problem getting enough veterans that need help with their housing. especially because our organization serves low-income people over the 26 counties for housing, utilities, transportation, family development, weatherization. So a lot of our clients are already getting help through us, but then we do take whoever calls us that needs help that's a veteran. Next. And these are some of the examples we did this past year. This one house, their back door didn't even work, so they just put a tarp over it. Their roof was starting, was going bad. Their bathroom, the bathroom floor was rotted. They were draining their washing machine through their bathtub. They didn't have a sink in the bathroom, so we were able to fix all this, partnering with one of our state grants for rural housing that helped do the roof and some of the windows. Next. The house on the left, you'll see this guy had his water heater in his basement that was dirt basement, and it flooded. And so he didn't have a water heater for several months. And then he had gas
Time's up,
leaks.
ma'am.
Huh? Okay.
Time's up, ma'am. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
How many houses are on your waiting list when you're waiting for this grant?
Right now, I'm working with about 25 clients. All their paperwork's not complete. So as far as completed paperwork, we just have, a few, but there's like 25 clients I'm working with to get their complete paperwork by the time we get more money.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Appreciate your time.
Okay, Ileana and Noah, can y'all confirm if Concho Valley Community Action Agency is on? We're looking for Sarah Negovich.
She is not currently in the meeting.
Okay. Okay, so we actually have a VCSO here for Zapata County. There we go. This is going to be an in-person presentation. Adolfo Gonzalez was scheduled at 9 a.m. and could not make that time, and he asked to come in later in the day. I will give a chance. Adolfo, go ahead and give us 1 second. Oh, there you go. So James is going to be your timekeeper right here next to you, and then just please let us know to advance your slides.
Okay.
So this is a Veteran County Service Grant General Assistance that we're taking. We just switched from Housing for Texas Heroes. Now we're in VCSO.
Well, thank you very much for having me here today. I'm Adolfo Gonzalez. I'm the Veteran Service Officer for Zapata County, and we're currently requesting $200,000 for financial assistance grant. We currently are on our second year for this grant. Last year we were allowed to continue our grant, and we are requesting the $200,000 to assist Zapata County and two of our surrounding counties, which is Jim Hogg County and Webb County. Next slide, please. The services that we'd be providing with this grant would be assistance for rent, mortgage, utilities, assistive technologies. The eligibility screening will involve evaluation of applications, forms, military or disability verification documents to assure client is a veteran or surviving spouse. We will be using $126,650 for direct client services from the $200,000. Next slide. Staff members that we will have for this, we'll have one outreach specialist that will be assisting us to provide information to veterans about this grant. As far as trying to promote this grant, Zapata County is a small community, so word of mouth is what really helps us out a lot. We've engaged with the VA from Laredo. We have a lot of people from Webb County that we actually help out, and Jim Hogg County with the Veteran Service Officer. So they refer people to us and we assist them. We provide them information about the benefits that they're entitled to as well. Me being a VSO, I pretty much let the outreach specialist take care of the actual grant, and I talk to them about any other services that they might be entitled to through the VA. Next slide. Our benchmarks, we plan on trying to get at least 48 clients per quarter, which is about 16 clients a month. We'll focus on the most successful outreach strategies, which is pretty much word of mouth. We have people who are kind of below the poverty level that we assist with either the rent. Sometimes they get housing allowance. So the part that pertains to them, we help them out with that. If more clients request help other than what we can provide, we have the indigent program from Zapata County. And sometimes if they exceed whatever the grant, the 6 months, and they need some emergency help, we use the indigent program for that as well. Next slide. To get veterans to our door, it's really easy. They pretty much call us, text us. I do a lot of house calls myself, not the outreach specialist. They work out of the office, but as a VSO, I do a lot of house calls. A lot of veterans are not able to get out of their homes. So we do a lot of email, text, and people that come into our office at the county courthouse. As far as advertising, we use our newspaper, public service announcements, but traditionally we try to not spend that money on that, and try to, if we don't use it, we forward it over to client services. Do you all have any questions of me?
Mr. Martinez?
Okay, so I see that you do, it takes 10 days from when a veteran applies for your program in order to get services, correct?
Yes, sir.
We all know, especially being a veteran county service officer, I know you get a lot of veterans that come in and the need's not going to be, hey, in 10 days, I'm going to have water need, or my water bill is going to be due and I don't have the money. Most of it when they come in your office is, hey, I have a need right now. Is there a way to expedite that process 10 days, or do you have another organization you gap that wait time?
What we do is I kind of find out when they come in. I usually, we make a lot of calls, especially if it's with the water department, local with Zapata County. We talk to them and they wait on us. I've called several times, sent emails to light companies. And if it's a dire emergency, I just need to go with the county judge so that way he can sign the actual PO. And then that way we can expedite it. That's the county treasurer prefers us to kind of wait till they do it. But if it's an emergency, the county judge is very supportive of what we do, and we have that option. We've used it several times. It just depends the situation, sir.
And then for some of the utilities and the mortgage and stuff like that, do you guys also take care of the late fees that are incurred with that, or?
Yes, if they're late fees, we include them in that and we'll cover them. As long as they're listed on there, sir, we will cover them.
Right on, bro. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you, Adolfo. Okay, so we just finished Housing for Texas Heroes. We will keep an eye if Sarah comes up for Concho Valley, but we are moving on to general assistance. Our first general assistance applicant is Catholic Charities of Central Texas. We have an in-person presentation. We have Pia Villalon and Maria Vasquez coming up to the podium. On deck, we have Alliance of Border Collaboratives. That is Jose Alvarez and Mirna Robledo. Please be on deck and let us know when you are ready to advance your slides. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Go ahead and next slide, please. My name is Pia Villalon. I am.
Pia, can you talk closer to the mic, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess I'm just tall. My name is Pia Villalon. I am the program manager for Texas, our project for TVC. And I am a dependent of an Army combat veteran and a mother of a Marine. I'm always grateful to have this opportunity to be stepping in front of you guys. For the past 25 years, Catholic Charities have provided or served beneficiaries to the most vulnerable population, including veterans in 25 counties in Central Texas. In 2017, the agency received its first grant funding from you all. So this is my third year actually in Catholic Charities. So today I stand before you and requesting for a total amount of $300,000 to provide to beneficiaries, eligible beneficiaries of 120 veterans, 127 dependents, and 3 surviving spouses in the 25 service areas that, as you can see, is on the list of the slide. The eligible beneficiaries will receive short-term financial assistance according to their needs. Next slide, please. The direct client services will provide is including payment in arrears to eligible beneficiaries. We will assist with rent and mortgages to prevent housing loss, utility payments for electricity, gas, water, garbage, internet, and cell phone services. Lastly, we will also provide transportation assistance, which includes vehicle repair and car notes. Aside from our TVC fund, Catholic Charities does have a department called Financial Stability that provides financial assistance towards utility and rent. And currently we were awarded with an SSVF or rapid rehousing, which we can provide prevention for homelessness towards rents, but that one is only towards Travis County and Austin. And right now I would like to turn it to one of my veteran case manager, Maria Vasquez.
Good afternoon. I'm Maria Vasquez. I'm an Army veteran, served active duty in reserves. I'm also a spouse and a mother of active duty service members. I began my journey with Catholic Charities of Central Texas as an intern last March. Now I serve as a full-time case manager alongside with another veteran. The grant will fund 2 full-time case managers and appoint 2 full-time program manager. Our roles as case managers are as follows: conduct screening and needs assessments to determine eligibility. Case managers will make pledges, screen online client enrollment requests, and request payments for beneficiaries that seek emergency financial assistance. Lastly, case managers will conduct financial efficiency courses 3 times a week. Our program manager, Pia, manages operations, supervises staff, approves check requests, and ensures contract compliance. She also provides services by receiving initial client phone calls, manages the wait list, and ensures eligibility document accuracy. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Next slide, please. That Michael's Veteran Services will assist an estimate of 20 clients per month and will spend $12,110 per month to meet the quarterly goal. Next slide, please. I'll turn it back to you.
All right, so finally, in closing, our outreach plans include networking by maintaining members with veteran coalitions and meeting with local social service organizations. We also hold tables at nonprofit services fairs and having an online listing on veteran support websites and 211. So if you actually visit our website and go to our webpage, there's actually a way that clients can apply for financial assistances, including resources that are social services. They can actually provide referral towards that. And also, we conduct a monthly briefing day, or what we call info session day, on first Tuesday of each month in our Killeen office. And then on last Monday of each month is our Austin office. Basically, that is a time where we invite organizations such as TVC, Goodwill, VA to promote their service and the things that they provide to veterans. And we also invite our clients to complete their documentation, meet with other services.
Time, ma'am. Anyone have any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
And I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but again, with your processing time, 14 days, when a veteran comes in, needs assistance, sometimes when a veteran comes in, they're going to need it right away. Mortgage, and some landlords are not as forgiving as others, even major banks and whatnot. And then with food and whatnot. So if it takes 14 days for a veteran to get assistance, do you have other programs in place to bridge that gap until that application is approved, or is there a way to expedite the application?
Twofold. So technically, we just say 14 days. We actually have clients that come in, they have everything, all the documentation, and we can turn it in a day or two. The reason why we have 14 days is because those are the clients that when they come in, they don't have their DD-214, they don't have an ID, they don't have the proper documentation. That's the reason why we have the 14 days. But majority of the time when a client comes in, turnaround is normally in 2 or 3 days, where we can cut the checks in 1 week. So that's the reason. But if to answer your question, like I mentioned, in the agency, we have a financial stability that provides rent assistance and utility assistance. And we've also partnered up with other resources like the VFW Foundation. And I train my case manager to actually befriend for example, the mortgage, and explain to them that, look, we are TVC, we are funded by state. Is there any way that you can actually hold off to any kind of fees? And I would say 50% to 60% of the time when my case manager contacts and engages with mortgage companies or rent or what have you, including utilities, we call them, and we provide them with a pledge. So
Okay.
once they have the pledge, they actually remove some of the fees and they will work with us.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then, because I know you say you also partner with the Texas VFW Foundation, and even they are limited to
Correct.
who they can help as far as like discharge statuses. And I think yours says you open up to all discharge statuses, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then if a veteran comes in and they don't have their DD-214, is your staff knowledgeable or have the TVC letter readily available as far as what other documentations you are allowed to have?
Yes, yes, we do. And we're huge in outreaching that DAV. So we do have a point of contact with DAV. We pick up the phone and call them, City of Austin or any kind of city. I know that they have the capability of helping us out.
Right on. Thank you, ma'am.
So I have a question. Well, first of all, I'm very impressed in your briefing that I recently just learned about 211 through another format, and I've tested that and it works. So, or if you have to leave a message, they will get right back with you. The second question I have is, your tentacles are everywhere. I can see this by this briefing. Does Fort Cavazos, since you're talking about Colleen and that, are they letting you on their retiree fairs or whatever they've got going on there? Because it sounds like both of you are ID card holders.
So previously, we've had point of contacts with work in Texas that could actually allow us to go in when they have job fairs or anything like that. But the person I believe has retired, so we haven't been able to go in. But yes, we are able to go in if we have somebody that can represent us.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, Mr. Martinez? Oh, okay.
She needs representation. I got it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, a note to Mr. Ball and Miss James and Mr. Delgado out there. I cannot see you if you want to ask a question. You'll usually pop on. So just make sure you say, I'd like to ask a question, or just jump right in. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ladies. Yes. Oh, Dan. Yeah, you too. I forgot you. I'm sorry. You just popped on the screen, Dan. You and that attack helicopter. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, Alliance of Border Collaboratives, Jose Alvarez, Mirna, and they should be online. There you go.
Yes. Hi, my name is Myrna Robledo, and I'm from El Paso, Texas, and I am the project coordinator with Alliance of Border Collaboratives. I am a mother of an Air Force man, and we've been, the amount requested is 224,000. We will be servicing the category with financial assistance to prevent homelessness. And we previously helped with mortgage and rent and utility payments and deposits in 2022. We will benefit 25 to 30 veterans, and we will be doing surviving spouses, five surviving spouses. We do serve on 4 counties, which is El Paso, Culberson, Presidio, and Hotspur. With this project, we will only be serving El Paso County. Client services, we will be providing past due and current rental, mortgage, financial assistance. We will do the past due and current utility bills for financial assistance, free mental health services like therapy. We will provide free peer recovery services. We would use referrals to food pantries, legal aid, and other resources. And we will require an intake and an assessment to define the immediate need. The TVC grant funded staff will be myself as a project manager. We will have Susana Garnica as a project assistant, an intake and outreach specialist, and then we will have Rodrigo Rivas as the fiscal manager, handling all the financial accountability. To meet the quarterly benchmarks for services, we will do 2 to 5 veterans per month. Our goal is to spend approximately $7,500 per client, depending on the need. We will accept walk-ins appointments, and we will also conduct home visits for those that are lacking transportation and no family support. We will ask for the DD-214 and will accept all discharge except dishonorable. We will ask for the contract, the lease, or the mortgage statement. We will ask for the VA ID or Texas ID. We will ask for an eviction notice, Social Security and VA benefits. And if they're working, we will need the check stubs. And we will be guided by the HUD income financial limit scale table. The outreach plan, we will use, for example, the social media. We will have an outreach worker providing flyers and brochures. We do have connections with different with other veterans agencies, such as the VA Affairs. We have William Beaumont, we have One Step, we have the YMCA, we have the American GI Forum, and we have Combined Arms. And the last thing I want to mention is El Paso was named the Veterans Capital in 2022. I was there at the event, and Judge Ricardo Samaniego stated, it will place a lot of responsibility on all of us because we do not want any gaps. This is a kind of recognition that requires us to follow up and make sure we go unprecedented in incredible veterans. And any questions?
Yes, ma'am, I have one.
Yes.
Oh, yes, Mr. Ball.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good presentation, but I have a question. I want to make sure I heard it correctly.
Yes.
You started off by saying you would support with this grant 5 veterans, and then it was 2 to 5 per month. And if I'm looking at it correctly, we're discussing 110 over the course of the year.
It will, like, the total will be 25 to 30 veterans for the 12 months. So when we did the calculation, is more or less what I said, 3 to 5 per month. The last time that we got the funds, we were getting as they were coming, and like if it was 1, 2 a month, or sometimes 10, it all depends. Like it could be walk-ins or it could be appointments. But we did the estimation based on the year and on the 25 to 30 veterans for the whole 12 months.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Dance for Dreams remote presentation, Delaris. We have you on, and let's get you unmuted with a new timer. And again, please let our online folks know when to advance your slide. Thanks.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everybody at the FVA Advisory Committee members. I am Delaris Montañez, and I am the president, the founder, and the executive director for Dance for Dreams. Next slide. Dance for Dreams is actually a nonprofit organization, public charity, registered in the state of Texas. And basically, we were created back on April 2012, and we provide support for children that want to be involved in sport event competitions that have issues with funding from their parents. And we have a program that we created. Our Texas Senator, Senator Blanco, is actually vouching and passed a law for mental health in our community, especially our children. And as you listened before, El Paso was named the Veterans Capital of the United States. A little bit of my background: I am a former law enforcement veteran, and I am heavily certified to deal with children, and equestrian is actually a sport. Next slide. So we are requesting $50,000 to support clients in stabilizing relationships, reducing family stress, and promoting integration with their community using the horses. We're going to be serving 642 clients divided in 3 between the veterans, dependents, and surviving spouses. And we only have 1 county, which is the El Paso County. Next slide. So our organization does provide these services, but like last weekend, I actually have 2 children of veterans that have been waiting for mental health by the different organizations in our community, and they have not been able to get their children to mental health. So we decided to start doing peer support with the children and cover the gap that it's happening in our community. So their parents will be providing their intakes, and they will also be providing their ID cards, and that's how we will track who comes through our program. So basically, our budget goes designated to our clients, and on the slide, you can see the programs that we are considering, and horses are going to be part of the program as well. Next slide. So the roles that we're going to be offering to our community are going to be peer support, which I am a peer support with NAMI, the National Alliance of Mental Illness, peer support with the First Responders Conference, post-traumatic critical incident, and military veteran peer support network here in our community. I am also an equine specialist with IGALA, which is an international organization that we provide peer support and assistance with our 4-legged specialists. We'll be providing safety personnel, and I am actually a former instructor with Customs and Border Protection and the United States Army. Next slide. So basically, we're planning to serve around 54 plus a month. Approximately, that's $4,167 for all the clients during the month. And if we divide that in the 52 weeks, it's actually $964 per week. So each client is actually $78. We calculated that it's $100, but we're actually, the Texas Veteran Commission is actually saving $1,400 and $200. The reason because I am doing that is because I am a public servant and I am retired by the government, so I honestly cannot make any more than the poverty line. So that's actually $1,560. Next slide. The outreach, I am heavily involved with the community, with every single organization in El Paso, with the city, with the county, DAV, American Legion, Benavides chapter. So the outreach plan is pretty easy. And I believe that that is my last slide.
I'm stumped. Anyone have any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Ms. James.
Ma'am, can you clarify the number of clients you intend to serve think your slide said 642, but I'm looking at the application and it says 200.
Correct. So we increase that because whenever we treat the kids, we actually can treat the family members. Whenever I think about Temple, I think about, the entire building, right? If I assist only the kid and I do not bring the family members to the equation, I'm not serving the family like I want to serve them. So the application says some 200 and something, but we decided to take in consideration the dependents and the spouses of the veterans if that is needed.
So you're not actually increasing the budget. What you're doing is your count is really a family, not a person. Is that my understanding?
Correct. And sometimes you might have a parent that only wants to treat the children. Like the two individuals that I treated on Saturday, they were only the children. But in the past, I have treated a single mother with a child.
Okay. And then one more point of clarification. There's something you said. Are you saying that your efforts to provide more service are constrained by your ability to make more income? Was that my understanding?
No, what I said was that if I am able to get this grant from the TVC, I cannot make any money. Does that make any sense? Our nonprofit organization is made from volunteers. We do not have any administrative costs. The clients will be served by the four-legged, which they have to eat. What we have seen in our community is that being behind closed doors with a mental health counselor is not fixing the problem because they're being aggravated every single time that they talk about their trauma. So by using the horses, you will be able to, 1, lower the suicide, 2, prevent more PTSD, and identify PTSI, which is post-traumatic stress injury, which that's the majority of the problems that a lot of our children have.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Zavala?
So I want to clarify for the advisory committee that an applicant cannot change their application right now. So Dolores, although you would like to serve more, until you were awarded, we can't do anything. Your application is as it is in flux. So just keep that in mind, okay?
Okay, so if you want me to serve 240 something with 50,000, I can do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you.
everything
Have a
you
great
do.
day. Thank you.
You too, ma'am.
Okay, so next up we have Hidalgo County Community Service Agency, Jaime, should be remote. And then next up after Hidalgo is Services of Hope Entities, that is also remote. Daniel Prescott, go ahead and be ready. So let's get Jaime on.
Elaine, I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
Oh, there you go.
Well, thank you so much. I'd like to thank the committee for entertaining this application. My name is Jaime Longoria. I'm with the Hidalgo County Community Service Agency. I'm proud to present our proposal. It's entitled Operation Bravo Zulu. So next slide, please. So Operation Bravo Zulu, I wanted to really just give you all a summary of who we are and give the committee a reason for wanting to fund Bravo Zulu. Bravo Zulu is military jargon for job well done. It's our way of giving back to veterans and saying thank you for the service that they've given us. Our agency has a 40-year track record. We have established processes. We have relationships with over 150 utility providers. We're a recognized member of the veteran community in Hidalgo County. We're known for providing wraparound services. We have relationships with weatherization programs and mental health programs. We're good friends with the VA and the veteran service officers. We've been serving vets under Bravo Zulu since 2016. We took a 1-year hiatus to kind of recalibrate the program. And we're a program that's looked for by veterans in Hidalgo County. We're a proud member of the Community Action Network. Many of our friends are actually submitting applications as we speak for the Veterans Commission. We're one of 1,000 agencies across the country that provide services to vulnerable populations across the United States. Next slide, please. So this grant for Bravo Zulu is a $300,000 request. It's an amount that we're familiar with. We've got a track record with Texas Veterans Commission in the past. We want to help families, veteran families, with utilities and rent. We want to help families. This is a new area for us to help families that are experiencing the loss of a veteran up to $1,000. We believe we can help up to 336 veterans. The geographic area we want to serve, of course, is Hidalgo County, a county of about very close to about 1 million people with almost 20,000 veterans. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we're part of a thousand agency network nationwide. We've got a proven track record. Veterans, when they come in, they're going to fill out a universal application. The very first question we ask veterans when they walk in is, are you connected to the VA? Are you connected to the Texas Veterans Commission? Are you connected to the local VSO? And if the answer is no, we want to make sure that they're connected first and foremost to those organizations. So we use Bravo Zulu funds as a way of bringing veterans in and having a conversation about what their needs are in our community. Veterans, to qualify, will have to be below 200%. That's twice the level of federal poverty. We'll help them, as I mentioned, with utility, rent, or burial assistance. And of course, there's always the component of being able to provide other wraparound services that the veteran might need. That includes mortgage assistance, job training, all the other programs that we're affiliated with, either under our roof or with our partners. Next slide, please. So the fully funded position, this is a little misleading because we do have a program manager, that's Denise Ramirez. The rest of us are very, very minutely funded under this program because we do support other programs under this roof. But as you can see, we have a very robust accounting department, a public affairs department, as well as an eligibility department that's going to provide the support that's needed. Next slide, please. So once again, just to recap, 314 veterans under rent and utility assistance, 22 for burial assistance, and I threw in 100, at least 100 for referrals for other kinds of programs. Next slide, please. So how do we intend to outreach to veterans? We've assisted well over 400 veterans in the past, year after year, for 5-6 years going now. We're part of the Veteran Coalition in Hidalgo County. We have a very distinct presence on the social media platforms. We have an established client base of over 8,000 clients, vulnerable clients. So we shouldn't have any problem bringing veterans. Next slide, please. Finally, I just want to share one story. We did have a veteran, his name was Bob, who just reached out to us recently, even though we took this 1-year hiatus, reached out to us and said to us that with the money that he saved over the last number of years that we've been assisting him, both with TVC money as well as state funds, he's been able to save up enough money to put a down payment on his house. He's 71 years old. He was just diagnosed with cancer and says the number one thing I wanted to do was to leave a home for my family. He was in a rental situation previously. So thank you so much.
Okay. Time's up. Any questions? Mr. Martinez.
Again, with veteran services helping out, or organizations like yourself helping out veterans with their utilities and stuff like that, it's all about expediency. And I know it takes you, or it says 30 days for application process. Is there a way to speed that up when a veteran comes in and he or she needs assistance right away?
So that's misleading. So we are part of the county, but we're not. We have our own accounting department. We have our own internal audit and control system. So I can turn a check tomorrow. Okay. We also have a relationship where those 150 utility and water providers and rental providers, we have a pledge system where we can call and pledge PXU. We can pledge any of the utility providers that we do business with. They're fully aware of who we are, and and they certainly are able to work with us. So that application process is kind of for a state application. We can turn a check tomorrow. We're very proud of that.
Anyone else?
Very proud of that, by the way, Mr. Martinez.
Yes, ma'am, I have one question.
Yes, Ms. James.
You talked about your kind of independence within the county. And on the application or on your slides, actually, you mentioned about 100 veterans for referral services to other organizations. How are you currently referring veterans to those services without absent of this grant?
So we're a community action agency. So we maintain a database of all of the social service agencies in our area. So one of the platforms is Unite Us, for instance. We will receive referrals through the Unite Us platform, but we also have our own platforms where we send out referrals to the food bank. We send out referrals to domestic abuse shelters, mental health facilities, you name it. We have relationships with those social service agencies as part of being a community action agency. Somebody mentioned 211 earlier. We are very familiar with the community council in our area, and we are part of the 211 network as well.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Martinez.
So I know you said you use Unite Us and 211, but just to clarify, you're not getting the referral just to refer a vet to someone else, right? You're not bouncing the vet around.
Absolutely not.
So,
So we have our
when
own
Unite
internal,
Us and
yeah,
so
we
when
have our
Unite
own
Us and
internal
211
program.
contacts you, sorry, there's a delay. You're gonna offer direct service, correct?
Absolutely. And we have our own internal programs. So we'll pay the utilities, the utility bill, we'll pay the rental bill, we'll pay the burial bill. But in addition to that, we have the capacity to do job training in-house if that's what the need is, to get them out of the situation. We have the need, we can pay for tuition. There's a variety of other programs under our umbrella. If we don't have that program, then certainly we can work with our partners to get that service provided.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Folks, thank you so much.
Okay, moving on, Services of Hope Entities, remote presentation, Daniel Prescott. And then on deck, we have Easter Seals of Greater Houston. This is an in-person presentation. We have Elise Coleman again.
Good afternoon, committee. I am remote. I'm sitting in an airport heading back to Dallas. Services of Hope is an integrated service delivery model. If you would go to the first slide, please. I cannot see the slides, so I'm going to talk and just move the slides. I am a combat veteran. I'm a Marine Corps Special Operations Officer from the Marine Corps. I received Marine Corps disability, so I understand the challenges that are being faced by our veterans. Services of Hope, next slide, please. Services of Hope have been serving veterans for 20 plus years in the Dallas Metroplex and in West Texas. And we've been serving them on our own funds, what we call fee for service. We've recently received an award from the Dallas Veterans Administration Hospital for the services that we provided to the veterans. Next slide, please. Our offices are brick and mortar in Dallas, Tarrant County, and Amarillo, but we pride ourselves on being mobile. We operate our own fleet of trucks, our own vans, so we can provide transportation. We can provide food. We can pop up, we call them pop-up events that look like a Walmart shopping center for dependents and their families. We also are unique in that we are a HUD certified housing agency, first time home buyers. We are certified, we were the largest funder of mortgage assistance and rental assistance during the pandemic. So we're very familiar with state, federal, and county contracts. Our offices are able to bring the service to the veteran, whether they're homebound, as we're currently operating a food delivery service for the city of Dallas. We are trilingual. We speak Spanish, we speak Vietnamese, we speak Mandarin, and we speak French in our office. Our office is made up of workforce development full-time staff, as we offer veterans as well as college students internships in which we do job training. Next slide, please. What makes us unique is our location in major metropolitan markets like Dallas, Fort Worth, Amarillo, where there are large VA hospitals. So we partner with the VA, we verify everything via our case managers. We verify via using an app on your smart device called SOGO, where we can have you fill it out, then we can do the analytics, does the background checking of that. We believe in inclusion. So before diversity, before inclusion, our staff was made up of minorities, of women, of homeless, of veterans there. So Services of Hope is a very unique organization because of its ability to operate federal contracts, run fee-for-service programs. And our largest thing that we have to offer for the veterans is our in-kind services, which we average about $1.6 million a year in in-kind services, everything from food to a pair of socks. Last slide, please. I chose not to go through the numbers. You have the applications, you can see the numbers. I just wanted to tell you the story of who we are, why we started 20 plus years ago, because of what I experienced as a veteran who was told not to use the VA and not to seek services after getting out of the Marine Corps in special operations and being in combat. So I don't want any other veteran to experience what I went through when I left the military. And that's why our services all these years have been geared towards low to moderate income, the least of these, and veterans. So I've left a minute to answer questions. I've said a lot. I've talked very fast. So let me answer some questions.
Anyone have any questions?
Yeah.
Ms. James?
So speaking of numbers, in the application, it says that you serve about 1,500 veterans. And then in the application, it says you're hoping to serve roughly 2,500.
Yes, ma'am.
So based on the ask, right, even if I assume that 100% of the grant is going towards these 2,500 veterans, that would be about $120 per veteran per year. I guess I'm trying to understand what services kind of rise to the level of $120 per year for 2,500 veterans.
Okay, the veteran services will be supplemented by our in-kind services at $1.6 million. Then we have 106 different, if that answers your question. So that's how we supplement.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Prescott, thank you very much, and I wish you a safe flight.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for the time, committee.
Thank you, Daniel, while you're at the airport. Appreciate your commitment to getting that presentation in. All right, so we have an in-person presentation for Easter Seals of Greater Houston. Elise, come on up to the podium. And then on deck, we have Deep East Texas Council of Governments. That's also in person. And we have Lonnie Hunt. Elise, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm back. Requesting $150,000 for emergency assistance. Of that, $140,000 would go directly to pay clients' bills. About half of that would be for rent. This is just based on our experience providing emergency assistance. 20% would be for mortgage, 20% for utilities, and 10% for food. There would not be a staff person obviously funded with your grant. We would fund those positions with other resources. We do have a dedicated emergency assistance program. We started with Hurricane Katrina. We wound it down. We wound it up really fast and wound it down. And what we found very quickly was that we had an ongoing need even when there wasn't a natural disaster. So we have one of our specialists for intake with the veterans team is also on our emergency assistance team. So she's conversant with all of our services. She's also a member of the FVAAC. She goes to the Thrive meetings, which is a United Way collaborative for people addressing the root causes of poverty. We work with the counties that we have a presence in, and that's, we have offices in 10 different locations spread across our 21 county service area. I think that's it. So short and sweet, we will leverage your funds wherever we can. We're a Houston Food Bank partner. Anybody who receives emergency assistance from us is offered but not required to take financial coaching. We are a HUD certified home buyers assistance agency. And what we found is a lot of people who come wanting to buy a home or have serious financial problems. So we started at the beginning and said, let's help you fix that. And frequently those folks, somehow something catastrophic happens. There's a job loss, there's an illness, they're uninsured. And that's where we started building out the net, the emergency safety net for folks who had an emergency need. We would serve approximately 100 veterans. Our max is 2,000 per. Average, obviously, we would be about 1,500 per veteran. And maybe in anticipation of Mr. Martinez's question, how do we do it so fast? My board is really committed to this work. And so they have given me a $50,000 budget for people. One of the biggest barriers, as you've heard from some of the people who preceded me, is getting paperwork. And so what we do is if, for example, a couple of weeks ago, a mom called, we asked, where are you? She said, I don't know. We used a couple of folks to help us figure out where she was. She was on drugs and she was living with her child in the park. And so that's a situation where we've got to get them help fast. And so the board has given me the ability to do that. And almost always we come up with the paperwork, but otherwise I don't want to call it a slush fund, but I have an emergency fund just for that kind of circumstance. May I answer any questions?
Anybody else?
Yeah,
Thanks so
I
much.
have one.
Yes, Ms. James.
Can you clarify something? You went over it pretty fast, or I didn't hear it. You mentioned like folks wanting to buy a house, and you mentioned job loss and needing emergency assistance. Can you restate that for me, please?
It's just one of the services we provide. We have a lot of wraparound services for any emergency assistance. One of our programs is housing. We actually manage the down payment assistance for Montgomery County. But we also have 5 full-time financial coaches. So anybody who receives emergency assistance is offered financial coaching. And we have also a deal with the Houston Food Bank that if they receive financial coaching, they get a ton of great food for a year. So they can go and get fresh food. We can actually arrange for it to be delivered to them. That's one of our great partners for our emergency assistance. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day.
All right, Lonnie is making his way up. Next, we have Burnett County after Deep East Texas. And that is a remote presentation. So Sophie, please be ready.
Hi, I'm Lonnie Hunt. I'm with the Deep East Texas Council of Governments, better known as DETCOG. We're a rural region in Deep East Texas. We're located in Lufkin. We serve 11 counties, bordering with Louisiana, just north of the Houston area. We are a very rural and underserved region. DETCOG is involved in a lot of different programs to support our local member governments and also citizens and veterans in our region, because frankly, most of our counties and cities are really not large enough to have the capacity to operate many of these programs on their own. So they come together through our Council of Governments to enable services to be delivered to our citizens that otherwise wouldn't be available. This is our first request for this financial assistance program. So we're starting small, asking for $70,000. We'd like to get established and work the bugs out, and then we'll probably come back and ask for more money in the future. But we hope and expect we would serve about 16 persons, both veterans and surviving spouses, in the first year of this program with rent assistance and utility assistance. Next slide. There we go. Our plan is to offer rental assistance up to $6,000 per household, utility assistance up to $1,000 per household. We already do this through other programs. We run the Area Agency on Aging that provides a lot of similar services. but you have to be age 60 or older to receive benefits and services through that program. So we would utilize the same staff to operate this program, and it'd be available to all veterans who qualify. Before Mr. Martinez asked, I think those are excellent questions that you asked. So I'll tell you that while we say we would begin services within 10 days, we understand exactly the point you're making, and sometimes things have to be done immediately. And so we have the capacity in a situation where someone's utility bill needs to be paid today to be able to pay it today and then process the paperwork and get the reimbursement. One thing I would point out, the last bullet point on this slide, especially because we are involved in a lot of different programs. We operate the 211 call center. There are 25 area information centers around the state in the 211 Texas program. We're one of them. We operate the Aging and Disability Resource Center under our area agency on aging. So we have under the same roof a lot of different programs to give us some synergies, and we can refer people from those other programs to this. We can refer people from this program to the other programs. Some of the veterans we serve in this program may need additional help, like benefits counseling is a popular thing that's a great need, and we do a lot of that. Next slide. I don't know how much time I'm using, and I don't normally talk this fast. So we plan to use existing staff, literally 2 people that would spend approximately 1/10 of their time each. So our FTE would be 2/10 of a person that would manage and oversee and operate this program. And of course, we'll work with a variety of landlords and utility providers as well. Next slide. I also have an eye appointment tomorrow to get a new eye exam too, by the way. Our goal would be we try to spread the money around. So our goal would be to try to have at least one beneficiary in each of our 11 counties, and then probably some more in our more populous counties. Again, we're used to doing this. So, we know how to process applications and verify applicants and make sure there's non-duplication of benefits. And next slide. Our outreach, I don't think we're having any trouble getting veterans in the door. We already have a lot of people that we're serving and people that ask for help that we can't serve because they're under age 60. So we probably have enough in-house referrals, but we work closely with the VA clinic in Lufkin and the VA clinic in Beaumont. Our county veteran service officers, most of our counties have a county veteran service officer. And then again, we will get referrals from our own programs within the DETCOG services. Next slide, I think, is just a map of our counties, possibly show you where we are, bordering Louisiana on the right. Our motto, and we thank you for working with us and allowing us to do a better job of this, working together to improve lives. That's what we're all about. And that's why we exist. And finally, I've got some statistics here, just the number of veterans.
All right, time, sir. Does anyone, any questions?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I have a question. So for the 6,000 for rent assistance and the 1,000 for utilities, how did you determine this amount per household or for?
That is, I'm going to say, largely just experience dealing with other persons, either not veterans and non-veterans, other persons that we serve with similar programs. Some people need more than that. But again, when you have even though our region's rural, it's 338,000 people. When you have that many people and our poverty levels are high and our wages are low, and you just have to try to stretch the money as far as you can stretch it in order to help as many people as you can help with a meaningful assistance. I don't know that gave you a real precise answer to your question. I would just say our staff, based on experiences doing similar services in other programs, felt like those were 2 good benchmarks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Congratulations on your new building. It's beautiful here. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Lonnie. Okay, so we have Burnett County. Sophie is online. And then after Burnett County, we have Project Mend and Christy Walston. Please be ready. Sophie, are you there? Noah, Ileana, can y'all confirm if Sophie is available? I see her green on her spreadsheet, but I don't see her on the screen.
She is showing to be in the meeting.
Okay. Maybe she had a fire drill. We'll see. Okay, it looks like we have asked her to unmute and turn on her camera with no response. So she might have stepped away. If she comes back, will you please or if she nudges you all, through chat, or if we see her camera come on, we will go back to her. So let's move on to Project Men. Christy, I see your screen, or your camera. So if you go ahead and unmute, and we will jump over to Project Mend.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for allowing us to present today. We're honored to be here. I am with Project Mend, and I'm the Chief Development Officer. We are requesting $300,000, and we provide a very specific service of providing durable medical equipment and assistive technology and repairs for medical equipment for individuals that are in need to help them better manage their disability or illness, to improve their quality of life and community involvement and promoting independent living. We are planning to serve 500 individuals, 325 veterans and their family members, and we currently are serving 45 counties, and basically anybody that can get to us is eligible for services. Next slide, please. We provide, as I mentioned, the services that we do. With TBC funding, we would be able to double the number of veterans that we serve. And in Military City, USA, that is something that is really needed. We have so many veterans that are in need of our services, and this funding would absolutely be able to enable us to double those services. We do require the approved TBC documentation for service, and 85% of our budget is dedicated to direct service and client services. 100% of the budget proposed for TBC would go directly to direct services and client services. Next slide, please. We have budgeted 12 staff positions, which are all listed there, and each one of these positions is providing direct service. Each one of them we have budgeted at 28% of their time will be dedicated to serving this population. And we did that because we all serve everyone that comes to us for services, and this enables us to spread that around to the different services, different staffing that are providing the direct services. We do not utilize any contractors to provide the services. Next slide, please. We have divvied up to serve, in order to meet our numbers, monthly and quarterly numbers. We are planning to serve 42 clients a month and utilize $25,000 of the budget for these services. In the lab, we were fortunate to move into a brand new state-of-the-art facility in January a year ago. And with that move, we have experienced a 21% increase in clients served. So serving 42 clients a month is not going to be a problem for us at all. And what we're able to, in order for us to meet these benchmarks, we partner with numerous different entities, from medical providers to different retirement communities, assisted living facilities, and a number of other nonprofit organizations, BSOs, veteran and military serving organizations. In the last couple of years, our board created a military and veterans committee that has been able to help expand our outreach and serve on numerous coalitions and committees, including the chamber. We have 13 chambers, I think, in San Antonio, the different chambers and government organizations. So we're able to get the word out. That is our biggest challenge, is making sure that everybody knows who we are and what we do. Next slide, please. We have worked very hard with our board and our strategic plan this last year to improve our outreach plan, and we're doing that in a number of different ways, including making sure that we have a strong presence at all veteran-facing events. We have our committees are working with presentations and tours for the BSOs and VFWs and other veteran groups. We've established, this year will be our 3rd annual celebration and resource fair to honor veterans. And we are hosting 2 citywide equipment drives. One is coming up in April, where we were able, the first one that we did last year, we were able to bring in a month's worth of medical equipment donations. It's open to the whole city in order to better serve. And we did that in one afternoon. And then we have developed a very robust outreach plan with the intent, with the goal of 4,600 monthly touch points, to make sure everyone knows about our services, and we utilize all of our social media platforms and everything for that.
Okay, ma'am, time's up. Does anyone have any questions? No questions in virtual land? Awesome. Thanks, ma'am. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Christy.
Oh, wait,
All right,
Richard's
so it
got a
looks like-
question.
Oh,
Richard? Richard?
maybe he doesn't have access to the mute and unmute.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. I'm having technical difficulties right now. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead with your question, please.
Hey, so thank you for the presentation. Can you tell me about the difference? Because I know y'all are coming back. So what's that look like for y'all? Like, can you dive in a little bit more on the need that was not there for this assistance?
Yes, we are able to increase the number of veterans that we serve with funding that we've received in the past. We had funding for assistive technology, not just refurbishing medical equipment and getting that back out to those in need, but we had funding to actually purchase items that we don't have in our warehouse. And without that funding, we're able to serve a substantially fewer number of veterans. So it's really challenging for us to be able to do that without the funding that TVC could provide for that. Does that answer your question, Richard?
It does. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Miss Walston, I think, thank you again.
Thank
A
you.
good catch on that. Mhm.
Thanks,
Have a
Christy.
wonderful afternoon,
Okay.
y'all.
Thank you. You too. We do have Sophia. Sophie came and told us that she is in the meeting. So Sophie, let's see, where are you at? There you are. And we have your slides ready to go. Let's get you a timer. Sophie, can you do a mic check, please?
Hello, this is Sophie. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, ma'am. All right. Looks like you're good to go.
Hi, this is Sophie with Burnett County Vet Ride Transportation for our veteran spouses and widows who reside in the rural counties of Burnett, Lampasas, and Llano. Next slide. Start the video. Hold on. Okay. All right. Let me see. Oh, all right.
Sophie, your time is going, so
I'm
just
trying.
please
Oh,
move
I'm
forward
sorry. I
without your
thought I
video.
had to do something else. So I'm sorry. Next slide. We are 100% of our funding goes to direct client services. We have 8 vans and 4 of them are wheelchair accessible. We are picking our veteran spouses and widows up at their homes, taking them to their doctor's appointments and their procedures. For doctor's appointments on the way back, we will stop at pharmacies and grocery stores as needed. For procedures, the drivers actually become the waiting caregivers, and so these procedures can be done. And such of those would be colonoscopies, eye surgeries, biopsies. For more serious surgeries, we're taking them to the hospital, and we are getting them back. We're picking them back up days later when they're released. Where we're traveling to for VA locations is to San Antonio, to Kerrville, to Temple, to Austin, to Cedar Park. We go to local clinics and to other clinics in Austin, Pflugerville, Round Rock, Fredericksburg, and Harker Heights. Next slide. We do make sure that we get the necessary required documents before we take them. There is, of course, we're not asking for any funding for staff. So our funding is going to gas, to maintenance on our vans to keep them safe and good on the road. And for our drivers, we have 29 drivers. About half of those are paid and half of those are volunteer. Next slide. We are keeping track of our benchmarks. Currently, this particular grant we have now, we're at 80% on the veterans, spouses and widows that we have taken, 60% on our, this is at the end of January, at the end of our at the end of January, I'm sorry, 60% on the benchmarks for expenditures. Next slide. For when we are doing outreach, that's going to be to churches and organizations, but our best outreach really is word of mouth in our vans. The vans have our locations, our address, our phone numbers on them, so they can call us from that. But again, it's word of mouth. It is the veteran service officers, friends, neighbors, current drivers, and current riders. Ask them that question when they do intake and get feedback on that. Next slide. We're very grateful to the previous grants that we've had with TVC, giving us the opportunity to be of service to our veterans, spouses, and widows with their transportation needs. And our goal is to get them to each and every one of their appointments, and so that they can have good health care. Does anybody have any questions?
Ms. James, do you have one?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I see a hand raised. That's why I thought maybe. Anyone else? Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
Thanks, Sophie. Glad we could get you back in the mix.
Thank you again.
All right, so next we have the Salvation Army Grayson County. This is an in-person presentation, and we have Betty K. Rock-Schlesinger. I remember from a long time ago. That's a long name. Thanks, Betty, for being here. And then up next, we have Legacy Institute for Financial Education. And Joseph, I think I saw you online, so just be ready to go next. All right, Betty.
Good evening. I'm Betty K. Rourke-Schlesinger. Everybody calls me BK for a reason. I am with the Salvation Army of Grayson, Fannin, and Cook County, which changed after we submitted our application. We provide emergency financial assistance to veterans within those 3 counties. We are able to do that with your grant. We have 3 staff members, all of whom are paid partially from this grant. We add up to less than a full-time person with all 3 of us working on the grant. I want to tell you how the grant would work and hopefully answer some of your questions that I've heard you all asking today. It's always good to hear those. we had a veteran who came in to see us in October who had been seriously injured in an accident. This was a father with his wife and 2 children. They needed assistance with rent and utilities, but it was going to be more long-term than what the grant was going to be. So we paid their rent out of our veterans grant. And while I was sitting there talking to them, I yelled down the hall and said, "Hey, Cinda, I need an ERA2 application. Can you bring me one, please?" She did, and I filled that out. We paid another month's rent and paid some utility bills. And then I was still looking at it, and then I yelled, "Carrie, I need an application for ESG funding." She brought it to me. We filled that out. We got another month's rent, and some utility bills scheduled. And then I told the volunteers in the food pantry that we had a family of 4 that needed 5 bags of groceries. And then I yelled at Lieutenant Amanda and said, "I need an angel tree application for 2 little boys." That's how we leverage all of our grants to make sure that they work. We want to make sure that the veteran gets what they need. Frequently, the Veterans Grant TVC funding will cover everything that veteran needs to have done. But when it doesn't, we have the other resources to be able to make it work. Even doing that, getting 4 months worth of rent and utility bills taken care of and scheduled, I knew it was a Band-Aid on what they were going to need. So I referred them to Combined Arms, the HUD-VASH program, the TCOG program, so that they had those in place in plenty of time to be able to smoothly transition. We operate Monday through Friday. We do keep evening hours. We have pretty much an immediate payment for bills, rent, and utility, or a pledge system. Sometimes it takes as much as 48 hours, but in those cases, it's generally because I'm trying to get paperwork out of the vendor, not the veteran. We do have agreements in place with most of the utility companies that can literally go online through the agency portal and put a disconnect on hold for 7 days. We keep evening hours. We don't want the veteran to lose time from work to come get services. That kind of defeats the purpose of helping them financially. We'll do what we need to do to get a veteran served, but sometimes we simply can't because the answer really should be no. So the other veteran I want to tell you about called and wanted electrical assistance in a 38-year-old manufactured housing that had had an electrical fire in it, and he wanted his electric bill paid. And I was like, "Mm." And he kept talking to me, and I kept trying to get information out of him. And I used that 48 hours hold. I put his disconnection notice on that 7-day hold so it wouldn't get turned off. And then I started asking questions. The sheriff's department came back to me because I called and asked, and they told me not to go out there by myself. They came back and said, "There's more going on here than what anybody can help with." I refused to pay his electric bill. I made a report to Adult Protective Services, and boy, was he mad at me. Well, the end result is that he's now in a much better, safer place. And he gets less mad at me. He tells me every day when the ice cream vendor comes by because he can get ice cream every day. So sometimes no is the right answer, but that means we are really working with that veteran to be sure that what we're doing is the best thing for them, even if they don't think it's the best thing right then. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
Mr. Martinez, please.
I have, okay. I was just kicking in my brain because you said you referred, when you couldn't help someone, you referred them to Combined Arms, right? Which is a referral agency.
That's one of the places we refer them to, especially if we think they may have some resources we don't.
That's what I was wondering, is because everything you said about it being expedient was, great until you got to that part, because then that just made like another barrier. But then if you don't have the resource, I understand why. So
we're in a rural area, and sometimes I just don't have everything that we need to get a job done. 211 is great. I'm on the 211 advisory board. We use CRCG. We use Unite Us. We get referrals from Bonham VA all the time, and I sometimes refer back to them, but they're just sometimes not everything that we need to really take care of what that veteran is looking for.
No, I understand. I appreciate you.
Anything else? We've been doing this since 2018. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Okay, so we have Legacy Institute. Joseph, I think you're online. And then after Joseph, it's United Way of Denton County. We have Olivia. Please be ready online. All right.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Joseph Caesar, and I'm the founder and executive director of Legacy Institute for Financial Education. We call it LIFE for short. And I am a veteran. In fact, I'm a disabled veteran, and we work with veterans all the time. I'm passionate about that work, and I'm excited about this opportunity. So we're requesting $145,000. The reason why is because we are, at this point, we're the premier workforce development organization in our community. We currently service 2 counties, and we're expanding out to the Deep East Texas Council of Government service area, which is 12 counties. I saw Lenny Hunt, who is our partner, earlier, so it was good to see them with us. Our organization implements a model that was studied by the Annie E. Casey Foundation. It's the Center for Working Families model, which was adopted by the Local Initiative Support Corporation. They're a large nonprofit that calls this model a bundle services model, which is a financial opportunity center. So we are one of those. In fact, we're one of the first rural FOCs in the nation. We service about 500 clients through that program. Some of those clients are veterans. We also have a LifeWorks department that provides vocational training to individuals that are in either skills deficient or are transitioning into new careers. So we plan to service 35 people or 35 vets or their families during this pilot period. And we are going to use that money to pay for their training costs, supportive services, including transportation, uniforms, tools, and equipment. In our program, we have 5 different vocational areas where we can service our clients. The first one is carpentry. So they will come out with an industry recognized certification in carpentry. Then we have IT. We also have restaurant management, customer service and manufacturing. And then we're going to be offering healthcare for individuals who would like to get into the medical field. Next slide. So within the Financial Opportunity Center, we call these our wraparound services for those who are in our vocational training program. Each veteran will be assigned a financial coach. They will meet with their financial coach at least once a month. We will work with them on budgeting, on their net worth and their FICO scores. Then they will be assigned an employment coach. That employment coach would be assisting them with resume writing, soft skills training, helping them make the transition into the workforce, and then income supports coaching. So those who are interested in applying for SNAP, WIC, TANF, any of those benefits, we offer those at free of charge. And we also connect them with local providers. So we have a referral network, especially in Angelina County, with other community-based organizations, and we'll get them where they need to be. If they want to open a small business and become an entrepreneur, we have counseling with that. For that as well. And then we have a micro lending platform that we can use to help them pay for a down payment on a car, or if they just want to build their credit, we can facilitate that as well. As you can see, for this pilot grant, we expect 54% of the grant to go directly towards the services that we're going to be providing. However, we have pending grants that could exceed that number. Next slide. So we initially will have our employment coach quarterback this program and be the program coordinator. We have a pending grant, as I mentioned earlier, that will fully pay for her salary. So then we would use everything from TVC to go straight to the veterans. Ideally, the person who will be in charge of this program long-term will be a veteran, but we will do the best we can with that. This position will be responsible for all direct communication with veterans. Like I said, I'm a veteran, so I know some of the programs that are offered. And we want to make sure that we're very sensitive towards the needs, the specific needs of veterans at that. Next slide. So this is our plan. So we do plan to service 2 veterans per month. We have made an internal decision based on our existing programming that fewer is going to be better because there are specific needs, especially when it comes to workforce development.
Okay,
So
sir, your time's up.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Does anyone have any questions? Mr. Martinez?
Yes, sir. So I know you said you're going to partner with outside organizations, but will you also help offset some of the costs with like Texas Workforce with WIOA programs and then Chapter 33 programs when veterans are using their education benefits?
Absolutely. We have just been approved for the Self-Sufficiency Fund grant, which if they meet certain income criteria, then they would qualify for that educational training. But absolutely, we're going to look at other sources first and try to stretch these dollars as far as we can possibly go.
Okay, because that means you would also partner with state schools as far as like Hazelwood as well also, right? Maybe covering enrollment fees and stuff.
Yes, I've utilized the Hazelwood Act, so I'm very familiar with the criteria there. So you're spot on.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, ma'am, just one question. The
Sure.
financial assistance that you spoke about, the actual budgeting and all that element of it, is that mandatory or is it optional?
It is optional. It is encouraged though, because for us, our mission is to create financial stability. And the only way for us to measure if we're moving the needle is to take their temperature every once in a while to see how they're doing financially. So no, we don't force them, but we do encourage it.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joseph. All right, next is United Way of Denton County, Olivia. Awesome. I see Olivia. And then the last presentation of the day is Volunteers of America. So Danita, please be on deck. All right, Olivia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, hello and good evening. I'm with United Way of Denton County. We have proudly reached 1 million in population as of the summer of 2023, and we have a growing veteran population as well of over 41,000 that live in our county. The financial assistance grant that we're applying for is for $300,000, and it's to serve 45 beneficiaries in the category of financial assistance of rent, mortgage, utilities, transportation, and restorative dental. Next slide, please. A little bit about our program. This program is unique to the county in terms of grant funding. We absolutely serve veterans, their dependents, their surviving spouses, and the bulk of the request is going towards direct client services. Next slide, please. Just the breakdown of this grant. We do have and are requesting for 1 staff to be fully funded by this grant and a portion of my time as well to be funded by this. The coordinator of veteran services that we're looking to hire is going to be directly interacting with the veteran, and they're co-locating at the veteran service offices here in Denton, as well as our offices at United Way. Several years ago, we actually established the Veteran Center Navigators, and these 2 navigators now live under the Veteran Service Office, and they're a critical part of this partnership that receives the intake forms and helps direct veterans in need and connecting them to services. And this stability program will be one of them. Next slide, please. So overall, you can see the breakdown, and this is just the overall portion of how the funds would be allocated. And then at the bottom, the projected monthly total that we're looking to serve every month and how we know that we're meeting our metrics. I just want to share, you'll see the largest portion of this goes to rent and mortgage. What we learned during COVID is specific to our county. We were able to minimize evictions and keep people and stabilized in their housing with the federal eviction prevention dollars. What we knew before COVID and the budget that we currently have now for homelessness prevention services has dwindled from, the tens of millions to $500,000 for the full county for the year. And so considering that these services are not provided in the county specific to veterans anywhere else, this is a small portion that will help serve a big need and continue to keep veterans housed. Next slide. And United Way, we're known for being conveners. And so a large part of our outreach includes our Veterans Initiatives work group that is housed underneath our leadership teams. Like I mentioned earlier, the role will be actually co-located within the Veterans Service Office. We do have frequent contacts with the VA's office, and additionally to support what's happening not only with veterans but our other clients that are receiving assistance from other funding. We host a weekly community case conferencing, and the Veterans Community Navigators are looking to host one of those weekly case conferencings in person going forward for 2024, which we think will continue to improve the relationships with our partners that do attend these meetings. In terms of outreach, if we're not receiving feedback, we're not improving. And I think that's a large part of better understanding from the community how they're accessing services and information and how they're getting connected. We will utilize those metrics to continue. Next slide, please. Oh, that was it.
Okay, time's up. Does anyone have any questions? Out in the virtual world, any of my committee members? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Correction, there may be one. Jamila?
No, I was gonna say no, ma'am.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Have a good evening.
All right, last but not least, we have Volunteers of America, Texas, and Danita.
Camera is a bit weird. Happy Wednesday Junior to everyone. Next slide. So I'm with Volunteers of America, Texas. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer, and we're happy to be here today to talk about our Veterans Empowerment Program. We are a nonprofit here in Houston, Texas. We are part of a national organization of the Texas affiliate. This is our third time being in this arena, and we're so happy to do this work. Our service category is financial assistance, and we're looking to support mortgage, rent, utility payments, transportation assistance. We're looking to serve 200 beneficiaries, directly veterans, and through this work, we've learned that it's not just Harris County that needs to help. Our surrounding counties need the support as well. Next slide. So the TVC grant would fund the following: rent, mortgage, and temporary housing, transportation assistance, emergency vehicle repair, utility assistance. Who may receive the services? Of course, low-income veterans with or without disabilities. And in previous years, we have not served veterans with dishonorable discharges, but we want to make a special provision to serve those veterans because we see some of those being in the higher barrier situations that we want to make on a case-by-case basis to look at those scenarios to be able to have them under our grant. And we do require a DD 214 to be eligible. Next slide. Next slide.
Next slide.
That was the last slide.
Okay. It shouldn't be. I have more details. I'm not sure what happened. But we kind of talked about the outreach strategy. And I will send it after the event. I'm not sure why it didn't come completely through. But our outreach and market strategy is to work at organizational events and interactions to promote the funded grant, engage with partner agencies. We are working to enhance our regional advisory council with our partners and other community leaders. But we also use an internal approach because of other grant funding programs we have for vulnerable populations that veterans flow through often. We have fine-tuned our outreach strategy by implementing a satisfaction survey to know what we can do better and take a self-analyze and look to see what is not working and what is working. We know that this grant is important because we have a wait list constantly for this grant. So we try to look at things that are wraparound that holistically support the veteran. If there's a veteran who is eligible for employment, we support veterans with our Financial Opportunity Center, which is a workforce program. But if a veteran isn't looking for employment, we look for financial coaching and other supports internally we have through partners, like our food scholarship through the Houston Food Bank. We also have banking partners because a lot of our veterans are unbanked, and sometimes this leads to spending leaks that helps them mismanage budgets. So we look for other things we can support. It's not mandatory, but we try to do things to be preventative from veterans coming into situations where they are potentially facing homelessness or loss of utilities. We pick these categories because in previous years, we've run out of funding because of the influx of veterans who face these issues. And sometimes while trying to find a job or figure out what's next, it comes to the point of eating or paying for somewhere to live. We also added temporary housing because sometimes finding a place to live takes longer, even working with deposits and things like that to get someone housed. Looking at how we do things and how we deliver it, we do a lot of detailed planning to make sure the services are delivered in integrity. With respect, we have 5 veterans on our immediate staff in Houston that work around this program. The individual working in the program has worked in veteran services for 20 years. So we have a subject matter expert that makes sure that the program is delivered stellarly and with integrity. We're putting the veteran's need first without making it an arduous process. And we turn around services as quickly as possible, sometimes same day or at the very longest 24 hours. That concludes my presentation.
Does anyone have any questions? In the virtual world? No?
No.
Ms. James?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Have a good evening.
You too as well.
Okay, Ms. Zavala, are all the presentations complete for today?
We are complete.
Thank you. Thank you to all the applicants for taking the time to help the committee better understand your projects today. Are there any administrative announcements, Ms. Zavala?
No, other than trying to get out of the parking lot. So if you have any trouble, just give me a call, text me for those of y'all in here. And then when you get out of the parking garage for the staff, just push the button if you can't get out, and the front desk guy will let you go. But as far as today goes, we did 56 presentations. Life happened, right? We had a fire drill. We had all kinds of little random blips happen, but overall, I think it went smoothly and we got everybody in, and I really appreciate the questions y'all are asking the applicants regarding their presentations. But that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Zavala. Okay, at this time, we'll take a recess until 8:30 tomorrow, Wednesday, February 28th. When we return, we'll resume the presentations for the general assistant grant applicants. I thank the full-time staff wholeheartedly for everything. I thank my fellow committee members for being adaptable, flexible. Certainly appreciate it. And the time is now 5:31, and I'll see y'all at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Be safe.
Safe drive, Dan.
Okay, super. Thank you. I'll see y'all in the morning.